The Geyser River was the continent's longest and widest. It barreled through the trench at impossible speed, splitting the brink in the east from artisan-populated towns in the west, including Bellevere City.
You can strut that tunnel in as much timber as you want and pack it full of charmers. They'll still drown the same. It's impossible. Then by all means, brother, back out,
Patrick said. The dare sounded like a bullet sliding into its chamber. Gunnar glared, his upper lip curling slightly to reveal that strange tooth. But he said nothing. In the space of his inaction, Patrick continued.
That goes for anyone else who wants no part in this. It'll be dangerous. I won't claim that the path will be smooth. And even if we get there, there's no promise of return. I don't suppose you'll tell us what you intend to do in Bellevere City, assuming we make it through?
Theo asked. He did not shy away from the volume of his own voice. He looked Patrick square in the eye. But Patrick remained impenetrable.
2 years ago, a mission into the city took a turn, and several men were taken prisoner at the National Artisan House. I intend to retrieve those men.
Tess turned her back at the mention of prisoners, muttering something I could not hear. Theo seemed unsatisfied.
Surely that's not all you plan to do. I've proven my loyalty to you enough times, Pat,
he said, standing his ground.
I deserve to know the full scope of things.
Patrick raised his eyebrows at Theo's tenacity.
Your job is to get us through those tunnels without them flooding. What more should you know, charmer? I should know if the people I'm leading into the capital intend to gun down every artisan within reach.
Gunnar scoffed.
Fucking swanks,
he muttered, making it clear that he didn't think gunning down every artisan was necessarily a bad thing. Polly cleared her throat. I should like to know the same. Her voice was more diplomatic than Theo's, but just as sure. I'm on your side, she said, her gaze shifting from Patrick to Otto. But innocent people needn't die.
Agreed.
Patrick nodded.
No innocents should die.
Theo frowned, unconvinced.
And you intend to pop up in the middle of the city without needing to raise a weapon? But we intend no such thing,
Patrick said, and Donnie chuckled quietly.
That'd be suicidal.
Theo frowned.
Then, 13 years ago, Nina and I stumbled upon a cellar in the National Artisan House.
His eyes darted to mine for only a moment.
If we can tunnel into that cellar, we'll have gained entrance to the house.
I thought of ghostly linens and dry cake, of Patrick's hand squeezing around mine, begging me to be quiet. One look at his expression told me he was remembering the same. Theo's jaw ticked, and I could guess why. His father, Lord Shop, still presided in the house.
Do you plan on blowing the house to pieces? He asked. Like you did the school?
Patrick tilted his head. I wondered if Theo had meant the barb to strike. If anything, Patrick seemed to be genuinely considering the option.
It'd be a sure way to win the war, eh? He asked, blowing up all those lords.
My heart pounded suddenly. I looked around at all the wooden mannequins, and my head replaced them with pieces of people. I squeezed my eyes shut. When I opened them again, they would be gone. Patrick checked his pocket watch.
Don't fret, Teddy. If I blew up your daddy, I'd almost certainly be blowing up my own in the process. I intend no such thing. Seems like a wasted opportunity, Pat, Scotty said. Do you know for certain that the prisoners are being held in the house?
No, Tess interceded now. He doesn't. There was so much strain in her voice. It was a wonder she hadn't screamed it.
He isn't even sure the prisoners are still alive.
Patrick looked at his mother with barely suppressed irritation. I couldn't tell how Tess Coulson felt about the prospect of her husband's death. There was no hint at acceptance or despair. There was only festering anger. I could practically see it sprinting across her skin.
The House of Lords has always worked against us at a disadvantage. They don't know where we are or who we are. We could attack at any time. They might have the superior weapons in their charmers and masons and smiths, but we have the element of surprise. We demonstrated how we could crumble their buildings around them once.
Patrick's eyes darkened.
What would stop us from taking their national house then? Hostages,
Otto said, nodding at his feet.
Taking bloody hostages.
Patrick nodded.
A few months ago, Polly received a scribble from Bellevere City. It was a notice sent to every province in the trench. Polly?
All eyes turned to the scribbler, mine included. She blushed slightly, but nodded and recited in a neutral tone. Union fugitives remain in custody. The House implores rebels to lay down arms and release its hostages. Surrender brings salvation. Long live Bellevere.
That's how I know they're still alive,
Patrick said sharply.
Tanner won't kill him. He's using them as shields. Godless bastard,
Gunnar muttered, a violent edge reaching his voice.
Our aim is to find our men and bring them back safely,
Patrick said,
by whatever means. If a few lords should die,
and here he looked directly at Theodore,
it will only be to save ourselves. We'll be outnumbered, easily overrun. Our own weapons will be nothing compared to their mediums. This isn't a mission for glory,
he said, ensuring they each understood what he asked of them.
We remove the shield first. We'll go back for the heart when the time is right.
What do they mean, hostages? I said suddenly. I looked directly at Patrick, watched closely for any flicker of reaction.
What?
Gunnar grunted.
He told you.
The notice called for the Union to release its hostages, I continued, ignoring Gunnar's clear lust for revenge. What hostages? The rest went still and quiet. Patrick smiled disingenuously.
Perhaps they're talking about you three.
But it was so obvious a diversion that I could only assume Patrick hadn't been prepared for the question. I knew he could lie better than that. I think they're talking about Demelius Becker, the last alchemist. Theo tensed beside me, but I barreled on. If you gave them Becker, they might exchange their hostages. Patrick's eyes were closed off.
That, he said, is not up for discussion.
Polly gripped my hand at my side imploringly. Nina? But I brushed her aside. You wouldn't make the sacrifice, not even to save your own men, I asked. Your own father.
Enough,
Patrick said with so much ice that the room seemed to shrivel, everyone retreating slightly. When Patrick next spoke, the words were hard as granite, low and deathly final. His eyes pierced mine.
All you need to know, Nina, is that I've got reasons for the choices I make, and someone must surely make them. I won't fault anyone here for bowing out if you've weighed the danger and my own intentions and found it not worth your while.
He drew a deep breath.
But you will decide in this room. Now.
There was a restless silence, quickly punctured by Scotty, Otto, and Briggs stepping forward next to Patrick, tipping caps and adjusting their waistlines. The Coulsons were a unit, if a dysfunctional one. They waited together for the rest of us to accept or rescind. Polly stepped forward next. She stood tall and held her hands in front of her elegantly. Theo followed suit, looking once to me to convey some sort of message.
I'm for the cause, he said, so long as you keep your word. I always do,
Patrick said in return. This left me standing alone on the outside of the circle, my jaw straining under the pressure. You're a liar, I said quietly. The words were only for Patrick, yet everyone but him seemed to react to them. Theo looked outright alarmed. You say you won't fault us for walking away, yet you couldn't possibly allow us to walk away now, knowing what we know? I knew he had the question I didn't ask, of what would happen to me if I were to turn my back at this moment, what he would do with such a liability. Patrick didn't waver.
You'll need to weigh the risks carefully then, won't you?
The dust motes in the air collided and sparked. My heart raced. Everything was a test. I knew just as he did that the fate of his plan rested with me. I filled my chest with air, gritted my teeth, and stepped forward. The collective seemed to sigh in relief, Theo more so than any other.
"We begin today,"
Patrick said, divesting himself of his coat. "Today?" I gaped, then noticed all the men, even Theo, seemed to be readying themselves for something. "I thought we were to meet Marguerite." There was a smattering of laughter.
"You'll be introduced in a moment,"
Patrick said, extracting several pieces of parchment from his breast pocket.
"Polly, could you have these sent off for me?"
Polly took the letters from him. "I'll leave you all to it then," she said. Then she turned on her heel and made her way to the door. "Where is she going?" I asked Theo in a quiet aside.
"The old post house," he said. "That's where the Scribbler's cranny is."
I frowned. It looked abandoned.
"It is,"
Patrick said.
"Save for Poll."
Otto and Briggs were, at that moment, taking the ends of the large circular rug and rolling it up.
"'Scuse,"
Briggs said to me, and I moved my toes from the rug's edge. As they rolled, they uncovered roughened timber flooring and a large wooden trapdoor. Scotty took the latch and lifted it away. A black abyss appeared beneath. Patrick walked to its edge and peered within.
"Nina,"
he said,
"meet Marguerite."
I frowned, then moved forward to peer inside. I was immediately swarmed by the smell of fresh earth. The drop seemed interminable. "You must be kidding me." And one after the other, each man clambered down the ladder in their miner's wear. Briggs rummaged in a cupboard first, then reappeared carrying a medley of shovels, picks, and hammers. He balanced them on his shoulder as he descended below ground. I looked up at Patrick questioningly.
"Best to keep certain things out of sight,"
was all he said, donning worker's gloves.
"This ain't a tunnel I want anyone stumbling upon."
Theo sighed heavily and disappeared down the ladder, leaving only myself, jaw agape, and Patrick and Tess, who headed for the door of the shop, rather than the hole in its floor.
"Keep a close eye on the girls, son,"
Tess remarked, then proceeded out into the square. Patrick went to bolt the door behind her. "I think she likes me," I murmured. Despite all that had just transpired, Patrick laughed. As he came closer, I could see the tiny rivers of blood in his eyes. "Did you not sleep?" He seemed bemused.
"What?"
"You looked tired. Did you not sleep last night?" He stared at me for a moment, then shook his head.
"You'd think she'd ask about the great hole in the ground,"
he said to Isaiah, who had laid down by the trapdoor's opening.
"Or the presence of her fellow artisan peers. But no, she asks if I got any bloody sleep."
I said nothing. I simply waited. If I had to guess, I'd say he didn't get a wink.
"No, Nina. Not much sleep to be found in the night."
"You look terrible." A lie. He ignored it.
"The hole isn't deep. Only 20 feet or so. But it will feel a whole lot deeper. There are lanterns, so you'll see well enough. Just breathe. If you feel faint, just say so, and we'll take you back up."
I raised an eyebrow. Only days ago, he'd had me dragged through the tunnels. Why the concern? He raised one single finger and tapped the back of my hand.
"Because you're scared,"
he said.
"You ball your hands up when you're scared."
I abruptly loosened them. "No, I don't."
"You do," he said simply. "But my guess is that you ain't afraid of being underground."
I bit my tongue and shook my head, rather like a petulant child.
"So, you're afraid of us, then?"
He nodded, confirming something I'd never admitted to. "I'm not afraid. I simply don't feel comfortable being stuck underground with men I hardly know."
"Well,"
Patrick said,
"I'm afraid those are the terms of our agreement, Nina."
He held an arm out.
"Ladies first."
I put my weight on one hip, crossed my arms. "You first." He sighed. His tone gentled.
"No one will touch you, Nina. They wouldn't dare. You have my word."
And what does your word count for exactly? He gave me a piercing look.
That's the question, isn't it, Scurry Girl? Exactly how much can we trust each other?
Chapter 30. Nina. Wet rot, peppery root, kerosene fumes, and 10 bodies stuffed in a small pocket. It climbed into my nostrils and clung. The canary tittered, stressed and desperate. I wondered if the miners shivered the same as me when they burrowed inside the earth's crust. I wondered if they heard it hum the same dirge, cautioning the prey that clambered into its mouth. Or was it just the idiom in my blood that made me hear the creaks and groans and warnings in the walls? How did they come below each time, knowing they'd be unable to dig their way out? My body wanted to crouch, though there was room enough to stand straight. Even Scotty, who was surely one of the tallest men I'd ever seen, stood easily. The timber rafters did not graze his head. We stood in a narrow antechamber before the shaft. A shaft that would sink a person far deeper than they ought to go. 3 dim lanterns flickered gaily, unfazed by the finite air. They all looked to Patrick as he entered as though it were routine. He wore stained crafter clothes, just like the rest. A cotton shirt rolled up to the elbows, suspenders, trousers, thick-soled boots. A picture of my father in identical wear blazed to mind, limping toward me. The shaft held 3 people, and it was one person too many. I found myself between Patrick and Gunnar, my shoulders pressed so closely to their chests that they could feel every quake of my body. The shaft clanked down interminably in almost complete darkness, save for one insubstantial lantern. The air turned gaseous and torrid. It wasn't the fear of the tunnels that made me shake. It was pressure. To be encased by so much to which my mind connected, sparked fire all over my body, down my spine. Professor Dumley had once told me that when artisans restrained their magic in the presence of their medium, it was a kind of starvation. That was how I felt now. Starved. How long had it been since I'd feasted? Gunnar operated the pulley. With each grunt of exertion, sweet remnants of whiskey filtered through his pores and filled the shaft. We descended at a pace that was surely unsafe. I stumbled slightly. Patrick caught my elbow as I fell into him. I felt the walls of his muscles suddenly heating me.
Just breathe,
came his voice, coiling into my ear. He spoke more softly than I knew him to speak. His hand slipped away from my elbow, down to my waist, and he leveraged me upright again.
Gunnar won't drop us.
I might,
the man rasped,
if this charmer of yours turns traitor on us.
Bile rose in my throat. My hand reached toward Patrick, unbidden.
No threats, brother,
Patrick warned.
The lady and I have an agreement.
Gunnar didn't question further. He merely cursed as the rope in his hand bit into the skin, and then finally, the shaft clattered gracelessly atop solid ground, and cool air rushed in. Theo, Briggs, and Donnie awaited us, lanterns already lit, the canary cage set down before a vast wormhole channeling through the earth beyond. Here, the ceiling was much lower. I ducked my head to exit the shaft, and Theo came to me immediately.
"Are you all right?"
he asked. I'd forgotten how much he used to ask it, a habit returning. He reached for my hand and gripped it in his, pulling me through. Patrick stared at where Theo and I connected. There was a tick along his jaw.
"You know each other,"
he said to Theo rather than me. It wasn't a question. Theo simply nodded once. His hand tightened around mine. A signal. Patrick's eyes swept to me, crystalline blue, and I felt the distinct urge to pull my hand free, make it my own again. As it was, Theo gripped it too tightly.
Get started, boys,
Gunnar intoned. He pulled buckets and timber from the shaft and into the tunnel.
Ladies first. And Teddy, do something with all these puddles, would you? I want dry boots when I walk out of here.
For the last time, he said through gritted teeth. It's Theo. Don't sulk, Teddy. Come on, get rid of these puddles before we all catch your death. You're with me, Nina,
Patrick said. He walked past me, disappearing down the wormhole where the light couldn't chase him. I gave Theo a resigned look, and he returned it. It reminded me of how we'd once parted ways to attend separate classes.
Good luck,
he said, offering a quick grin. I followed the walls slowly, my hands to either side, my heart galloping, watching as more gas bulbs ignited ahead, illuminating the path. My skirt dragged heavily through bog. I collided with Patrick, his form suddenly there where before there'd been nothing, and I grunted, almost slipped.
You're clumsier than I remember,
he said, his face just visible. A deep frown lined his forehead. He knelt, upturning a square barrow with 4 wheels. He tied a rope to one end. You could have given me some warning that I'd be below ground, I grumbled. I would have dressed more appropriately. Already the skirt felt weighted. My back ached from it. The white blouse was likely ruined.
Well, you dropped your skirt in front of me once, Nina Harrow. By all means, do it again.
I whacked him, my hand glancing the back of his head.
You disappoint me, he said happily. That deserved a closed fist at the very least. One of these days, I'll teach you to hit me properly. Keep talking and it'll surely come to me. Ah, there's that scurry mouth.
He tied off the rope with a flourish.
Like cornering a feral cat.
I tasted blood when I swallowed, breathed deeply to collect myself. He might just be the most infuriating man I've ever met. He stood, as well as a man his height could stand in close conditions.
I'm honoured. And what of Teddy, son of a lord? What is he to you?
The bloodlust lingered.
Your exact opposite. Figured that much out for myself. First time he came down here, he fainted, started mumbling hymns in his sleep.
He's kind, intelligent, well-spoken.
That's not what I asked, Patrick interjected. I want to know why he looks at you like he's the judge at a country fair, and you're the prize pig.
A pig?
A steak, then, if you like, or a sponge cake.
I'd like not to be described as something to eat.
And yet,
Patrick said, looking back down the tunnel to the shapes that disentangled from the dark.
I bet that boy would take a bite.
I shook my head. He was jumping to conclusions. We knew each other well when we were apprentices, but we haven't known each other since. Patrick waited for more. I sighed and relented. He broke it off with me before we graduated. Patrick's eyes dipped to my mouth. Suddenly, he felt too close.
And did you love him?
Yes, I shivered.
And he, you?
I believed he did.
And do you love him still?
He asked it so quietly I strained to hear. His face took on the visage of a ghost, lantern light only settling on the sharpest bones. Breath weighted my lungs, and my feet sunk another inch. Why did all things become heavier in the dark? It isn't your business to know who I love. But I set it to the ground, where there was no brilliant blue. Beneath my skin, blood raced. Silence. Sounds suffocated on the hot air. Patrick waited an interminable moment, until it was impossible not to look at him again.
If it's all the same to you,
he said, low and exact,
I'm inclined to make it my business.
I was 12 years old in a courtyard, and a furtive hand slipped vials into my pocket.
You've got a mind of your own, the boy said. Don't let those fuckers take it.
And then he faded from view. The work was simple enough. I was to break sideways through ground. Patrick and Otto would collect the loose dirt in the barrow and careen it down the line to Gunner, then Briggs, who would take it up the shaft. There was a secondary tunnel that ran under Kenton and out to pasture, where the earth would be discarded via a pulley mechanism, according to Briggs. Theo would control the water, which seeped through hidden veins, ravenous for empty space. The walls bled with it incessantly, the ceiling a leaking faucet. I was drenched before I could even begin. Donnie began with me at the prow. He had what looked like a doctor's stethoscope, slightly rusted, its lead mangled. Its earpieces clung to his neck as he crouched beside me, humming some worker's tune he'd dredged from the recesses of a memory I'd long ago shut away. "How will I know which way to bend the tunnel?" I asked, my fingers itching to start. Donnie stopped humming. He turned his face in an approximation of where I stood, and polished the head of the stethoscope on his shirt.
"I'm captain of the ship, darling,"
he said. I wondered how his squatted knees did not protest.
"Just dig where I point, all right?"
I was skeptical. "And, how will you know which way to go?" Donnie tapped his temple with a boyish grin.
"Got a built-in compass," he said. "I was gifted second sight when the first was taken from me." "He listens for the flow of water and keeps us away from it,"
Patrick interjected.
"I've got the compass."
He held one up. It was edged in rust and clouded.
"Stop winding her up, Donnie, or we'll tiptoe out and leave you here."
Donnie nodded, unapologetic.
"Righto. Onward, my lady."
I felt each one of the men fall still behind me. Someone lifted a lantern to better see. Before me, my own shadow was cast onto the wall. I lifted my hands. I welcomed the expansion of my mind, as Professor Dumley had once directed me. I felt my awareness of the earth unfurl, tenfold in size, commands rushing from the channels of my nervous system at light speed. Then I felt the earth as though my fingers were touching it, and I tore it to pieces. The dirt took the shape my mind bid it to, large chunks crumbling away, the walls of the tunnel elongating before me, the ceiling climbing to allow room to stand. The wall moved back, an invisible pressure pulverizing it, roaring in my ears, a trillion mites burrowing through. And I was caught in the ecstasy of it.
"Stop!" called a voice. "Fucking hell! Stop her!"
A hand on my arm. Not the hand I was expecting. Theo's. Precise and warm and sure.
"Hold up,"
he told me.
"You're scaring our friends."
I'd already dropped my hands, and the dirt stilled. In its absence, a monstrous groan resonated all around, like the hull of a ship straining against the waves. I turned to find the men some distance behind me, perhaps 20 yards, the path between us strewn with matter. It piled in mounds, some of it threatening to reach the ceiling. Through the gap in the wreckage, Patrick held up a lantern and looked around. Then he stared at me like I was an earthquake, a spectre of disaster.
Chapter 31. Patrick. He got down on his belly on the incline of a black mound and counted the seconds passing as the walls settled. They wailed for longer than they should without folding inward. 5, 6, 7, 8. Accompanying the groan was the blare of a hand-wrenched siren that only existed in his mind. A miner's siren. "Run! Hurry! There's men below the surface." He had to shake his head to dispel it, but the walls held. The ceiling settled. Away ahead, Nina looked back toward him, her face streaked in mud. If he'd had a talent for art, he'd have wished to freeze time to paint her just the way she was. Theodore had his hand on her wrist again. "Fuck me." Gunnar was panting. Fuck. His voice trembled. He hammered a fist into the ground where he knelt. "It's all right," Patrick said, his hand slapping Gunnar's back, feeling the sweat and panic that had accumulated there. "She's held. Walls are up." Gunnar shook regardless. Briggs beside him and Patrick in front. 3 trembling fish in a barrel. The canary screeched. "Briggs?" Patrick called, his stare still plastered to the woman with hands, fit for a malevolent god. "Reckon we're gonna need some more men." "You fucking think so, Pat? Bloody hell!" "Go topside. Tell Mrs. Coulson to find some men with empty pockets and deaf ears to move all this dirt. We need strotters too." 3, Pat? Patrick thought for a moment. "Better make it 4. All right, give me a minute. My fucking balls got lodged somewhere near my lungs. And while you're up there," Patrick added, "tell me mother that the timeline has been accelerated." A beat passed, and then, "By how much, Pat?" He thought through it. 20 yards in 20 seconds. 20 fucking seconds. "Tell her we'll be there in 4 weeks. Beneath the pounding adrenaline, there was hope, burgeoning. Patrick grinned. 4 weeks. "Come on, Gunn," he said now. "We need to get some timber on these walls." His brother was still breathing too heavily, his hands on his knees, but Gunnar nodded, wiped his nose. On his belly, Patrick slid through the spaces left between ceiling and floor, the lantern he carried now the only one that hadn't flickered out. Water seeped through the ceiling. "Daddy," Patrick called. "Might be a good time to use some of your artisan shit on all this water, eh?" Theodore looked down at him, seemingly in no hurry, and Patrick got the inkling that the charmer rather liked seeing him crawl through mud. In any case, Nina withdrew herself from his hold. Patrick's jaw loosened. Theodore raised both hands with his palms down. The water seeped back into the ground, absorbed once more. In the ceiling, the leaks receded, diverted for now. Patrick finally stood straight in the pocket Nina had left in her wake, leaving the lantern at his feet. "All right, Donny?" Patrick called. "Think I'm fucking deaf now, too," Donny answered. "Are my ears bleeding?" "Just the one." Nina watched Patrick with an unfathomable expression, and he let her. The crater bitten out of the wall loomed threateningly. "Should I keep going?" she asked. "No," Patrick said, a smile in his tone. "You most certainly shouldn't." A crease appeared between her brows. She looked at Donny's bloodied ear, and then at the wreckage beyond Patrick's shoulder, as though only now truly seeing it. "You said as quickly as we can," she reminded him. Patrick swallowed. "Aye, I did. But we can only go as fast as it takes for us to make the hole safe. And that groaning you heard." Nina's eyes went to the ceiling, as though she heard it still. "Disruptions in the earth. We want to avoid the weak spots. Donny here." Patrick jutted a thumb toward him. "He has the best ears on the continent. He'll hear any danger a ways off. You listen for him to tell you when to stop." Nina wiped her hands on her muddied skirt. "Oh," she said meekly. "I'm sorry. I got carried away." Immediately, Theodore wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "You don't need to apologize," he told her, and Nina's lips pressed together. She fell quiet. Patrick saw it then, the tight coil stuffed inside Theodore's middle. It sprung at every opportunity to stare Nina, to keep her within reach. Patrick wondered how long it would take for her to spring back at him. "We'll clear the dirt from the tunnel," Patrick said now. "We'll need a few hours." "I can help," Nina offered, almost eagerly. I could move it topside. But Patrick was already shaking his head. The shaft can only hold small loads at a time, and it only has a hand pulley. If it snaps, we're stuck. She seemed put out. Things move slowly down here, Patrick said, the smile creeping back into his voice. He couldn't help it. There's a sleeping monster in these walls. Best we don't wake it. It seemed she wanted to argue. Her hands wrung together. You can't do all the work, Nina, said Theodore, rubbing his hand along her arm. Her lips pressed once more into a thin line. She nodded, then stepped out of Theodore's reach and raised a hand. Clods of dirt rose in mid-air and landed gracelessly in the wagon between them. I'll do that much at least. Save your shovels, she said. Patrick only nodded once, though inside he marvelled. Never before had he seen so much power, the ease with which she wielded it. Donny, keep an ear to the wall. Don't you worry. I'll keep an eye on things, Pat, his brother responded, winking in no particular direction. Shut up, Donny.
Chapter 32. Nina. The sun was still high when we breached topside again, and spilled out of Marguerite's modern ladies. The air was cool and clean, and I filled my lungs with it. After 6 hours, Patrick had called a halt to the work. By then, I'd carved 5 miles out of the earth, bending slowly around to the south. My hands no longer itched. My mind was pleasantly languid, the tangles of thought now elongated and buoyant, without much resistance to them. I was afloat. The other men, Donny gripping Gunner's shirt sleeve, began their weary stagger over the square, and through the brick arch, no words exchanged other than the mention of a pint. It was a repeat of a memory. Men mired in filth from the mines, lighting cigarettes and spilling into the nearest drinking hole. In my levity, it did not rankle. It felt different, an alternate world.
Come on,
Theodore bid me, holding his hand out. There was a silent expectation that I would take it.
I'll take you to your room. Get you something to eat.
Eat? I wasn't hungry. I was filled to the brim. Still, his hand hung between us. It seemed second nature to just reach for it, let it cover mine, allow him to decide where I would go. But the sky, the air, miles of cobbles and all my rushing blood. The last thing I wanted was to return to my room. I think I'll walk for a while, I told him. The hand fell.
Then I'll join you.
No, I answered, perhaps too quickly. It's all right. I won't stray far. His brow furrowed in concern.
I thought you might want to redress. You're covered in mud.
His eyes flickered down to my blouse. I quickly crossed my arms over my chest, suddenly worried that if I looked down, I might find it had turned translucent.
The Coulsons won't like you walking about alone,
he persisted. Like I said, I won't stray far. He seemed confused, off balance.
There's a rally this evening,
he said, brow still creased.
They have them every month in the marketplace. I can collect you from your room and take you there.
He didn't await an answer.
In fact, if there's ever anywhere you wish to go, I should come with you.
I wanted to remind him that I'd spent the last 7 years alone and survived well enough, but I knew he was trying to be kind. I nodded in acceptance. It seemed he would not take his leave without it. A twinge of guilt bled its way into my heart that I should want him to leave at all.
It begins around dusk,
he said, glancing to the horizon.
I'll be at your door just before.
He placed a hand in his pocket, nodded reluctantly, and meandered away, looking over his shoulder once, then a second time.
Ah, you broke the poor bastard's heart,
came a deeper voice. Isaiah was suddenly sniffing my ankles, panting excitedly, and I turned to find Patrick standing on the stoop to Marguerite's. He bent to ruffle Isaiah's ears.
Good dog,
he told him. I grimaced. I suppose you won't let me walk a while?
We've been working underground all day, and you want to walk?
Yes, I said unequivocally. I was pulsing with energy.
Good God, woman,
he said.
Fine, let's take a walk.
You could always leave me to it.
Not a fucking chance.
Patrick turned to bolt the door before we left, hiding the locks from view for a moment. I tilted my head, a thought occurring to me. How many tunnel entrances are there? Patrick wiped his hands on a kerchief he pulled from his trouser pocket.
A few.
I frowned. As many tunnels as secrets, then. Will I get to see the others?
And why would you need to see them?
Together, we stepped out into the square. I rolled my eyes. You're a paranoid man, Patrick. I don't intend to run away. He nodded his head.
Good,
he said.
Might hurt young Teddy's feelings if you took off.
Hardly, and he's not a boy.
Ah, Nina,
he drawled.
We all turn back into boys when it comes to girls.
He patted his pockets with fumbling hands.
Will you be offended if I smoke?
Yes.
God damn,
he muttered.
You might be the death of me.
Isaiah bounded ahead of us, apparently keen to be home. I noticed how quickly we fell in step beside each other. He offered his arm, and I took it, trying not to fixate on the flex of the muscle beneath his sleeve, the warmth emanating all the way through. The sunlight painted him gold.
4 weeks, Isaiah,
he said quietly.
4 fucking weeks.
Isaiah, too taken with the smells of town, didn't answer. I didn't need to ask what was in 4 weeks. I swept away a clod of dirt from my blouse.
It was remarkable what you did.
He squinted down at me against the cascading light.
I've never seen anything quite like it. How do you feel?
It was hard to answer his question. I inhaled a certain amount of pride. Like 1,000 wires inside me have all been snipped free. I smiled. For the first time, the thought of using my medium wasn't tainted by quiet shame, not with him. Patrick knew it all. He knew exactly where I'd come from. It's been a long time since I leveraged so much magic at once. I'm out of practice. Patrick whistled low, then shook his head.
God help us all then,
he said, averting his eyes. I was a lit match.
What of the rally?
He asked now.
Will you give me another chance to persuade you to the right side?
I raised my eyebrows at him. I assumed I'd be made to stay behind.
Look me in the eye and tell me you wouldn't pick the locks the second my back were turned.
I only grinned. He grinned in return, clicked his tongue.
Suppose it wouldn't be wise leaving you alone at Coulson's, while every man, woman and horse looked the other way. You'd be a sitting target.
I rolled my eyes. Is there truly anyone in this town who would go against you?
Can't be too careful,
he muttered.
But you should come to the rally. Let Teddy take you.
Theo,
whatever.
Suspicion crept in. Why are you being so gracious? He shrugged. And why are you letting me come to the rally? Do you think it might turn me?
I get the feeling it'd take a lot more than one party to convince you.
Party? I repeated, confused. The only rallies I'd witnessed included a lot of slogan shouting from an increasingly bloodthirsty crowd. No politician speech? He sighed.
It'll be quick,
he allowed.
After that, it's just drinking and dancing. If there's one thing this town can agree on, it's how to do both at the same time.
I tilted my head. Do you dance? I thought of all those stuffy artisan school dance lessons to a string quartet in a marble-hewn ballroom, men with ramrod spines and upturned noses.
No,
he said flatly.
I only drink.
We reached Coulson's much quicker than seemed possible, given our slow amble. At the door he disentangled my arm from his, but he did not immediately drop my fingers. His were hot, burning. For a moment, the pad of his thumb skated across my knuckles. Once more, I counted the stolen seconds before he let me go. 3, 4, 5, 6. He blinked rapidly, relinquished my hand. Are you not heading inside? I asked. He shook his head and put his hands in his pockets.
I'll see you at the rally.
I have nothing appropriate to wear, I told him, my fingers itching once again, though not for their medium this time.
I'll have something sent up,
he said.
Mrs. Coulson will bring you supper.
Please thank her for me.
Nah,
he said, smirking at some joke I'd missed.
Better if I don't.
Then he nodded once, eyes flickering to mine in a way that made my heart stutter, then stepped back into the lane, dusty coat billowing out behind him. I stood there a whole minute, waiting for my blood to cool, before turning to go inside. Chapter 33. Nina. 7 years ago. The Artisan Fellowship Ball was an annual event inviting future graduates to dine and dance in the splendour of the National Artisan House, where a stowed-away ballroom was dusted off and dipped in gold. On the outskirts of the dance floor, I felt Theo's fingers slip out of mine. He held his hand out to a girl with an exuberant headdress, then left me in the corner alone. I watched as he spun her among the sea of other couples, an inexplicable hollowness carved from my middle. "Is that Theodore I see with Jane Winter?" said a voice from my side. Polly was resplendent in white silk, her dark hair coiffed high on her head. "You don't wish to dance?" she asked. I shook my head. "Me neither. I've never felt more out of place." I bumped my shoulder against hers. "We've worked as hard as any of them, haven't we?" Polly grimaced. "Harder, probably." But I felt what she felt, the undeniable sense that we were imposters, the worm and the squid. For a while, we simply watched the party pass us by. To me, it looked like theatre, costumes and gleaming teeth and false smiles. Around the government ministers, all manner of near graduates swarmed, cutters and scribblers, and masons and smiths, all vying to have their name remembered, collecting insurance they wouldn't be sent somewhere unseemly beyond graduation. As for me, I imagined a foothill hidden in the colossal shadow of a snow-capped mountain, an easel with fresh canvas, a board wet with paint, someone who loved me. It was, really, all I wanted. Theo offered his hand to yet another of our classmates. "What plans do you have after graduation?" I asked Polly. She grimaced. "I've been posted in Hessen." A brink town. It seemed all the new scribblers were sent to the ends of the trench. Polly took a sip of champagne and said, "It seems foolish, doesn't it, to send artisans so far from the capital, on the precipice of a war?" It was uttered with such bluntness that my lungs stuttered. The party continued to ebb and surge before us in great, mocking contrast. We weren't to talk of such things, to spread panic. "The union members are being disbanded," I argued quietly. "It was in the papers." "The papers lie all the time. Just last week, a train cart was blown to pieces on its way to the city." I swallowed, trying not to look too surprised, lest someone around us notice. After a considerable silence, Polly said, "Do you ever imagine that perhaps the idiom got it all wrong?" A few nearby wallflowers were staring now, their ears pricked. Several paces away, Theodore's father, Lord Shop, caught my eye. He turned his cane in our direction. "Shh," I warned, snatching Polly's hand. I ushered her sideways. "Outside. Come on." We wove through the throng and escaped through the open doors, our heads ducked and faces turned away. Gardens stretched out before us, neatly hedged and haloed in golden light from hundreds of torches speared into the flower beds. The music of the party settled into gentle waves, and Polly and I were alone, save the few couples stealing private moments behind peony bushes. I pulled Polly into a dark corner, not too close to the exit. "They're lying to us," she continued, as though a wall inside her had been knocked down and she couldn't stem the river. "I don't think they have control over any of it. I'm sure it's war is coming, Nina. They know it, and they won't tell anyone. Polly was trembling. Her fingernails bit into my palms. My father says that half the policemen have abandoned their posts already. Half! They're all craftsmen. How are we to win a war if our own army is made of the enemy? The word enemy struck me. Her parents were crafters. She'd once belonged to the brink. They'll think nothing of killing people like us, Nina. Nothing. They're stronger than us, crueler. I went quiet. There had been a boy in my scurry schoolroom who'd routinely held me against a brick wall in the yard and forced black beetles past my lips. I still remembered the way they'd tasted. I wanted to argue with Polly, but found I couldn't. Instead, I embraced her. Even if what you believe comes to pass, I said, we'll still have the greatest minds working to keep all of us safe. And as I said it, I realized it was true. What would bullets and dynamite matter next to an army of thousands who could turn the land against them, crack the earth beneath their feet, and bury them whole? They're lying to us, Nina, she said into the tender flesh of my neck.
Nina, came a voice. Polly?
I felt her disentangle from me immediately. She wiped her eyes and smiled at the newcomer. Theo!
Pardon the interruption,
he said, eyes darting between us. I was quick to take his arm and guide him away from Polly, before she could say something she regretted.
Is she unwell?
He asked me, looking back at her. Just feeling sentimental, I said. Too much champagne. I leaned my head against his shoulder to hide my face.
What did the two of you talk about?
He asked, his suspicion plain. I wondered if Polly's voice had travelled too far in the ballroom. I considered lying, but panic climbed my throat, and there was no one I trusted more than him. So instead, I asked him the question on the tip of my tongue, the question we had, each one of us, wordlessly agreed not to utter. Theo, what will you do if this war comes to pass? He rolled his eyes. It seemed so often recently that his eyes rolled when I spoke.
Don't be dramatic. There's nothing to fear.
You and I have everything to fear. Do you truly believe that we won't be put on the front lines? He pinched the bridge of his nose.
Nina, stop. Enough with this.
My voice was small. Enough with what?
With this naivety. We aren't children anymore.
I breathed once. Twice. What is that supposed to mean?
Good God, Nina. It means we have responsibilities to uphold. Did you really think we could just hold hands forever and ignore what we are?
A knife incised my chest, twisting inward toward my heart. Are you prepared to follow any order, then? I asked, whatever it might be. Theo shook his head at me, exasperated.
Nina, he pleaded. What other choice is there?
There was another, looming there in the dark. We could refuse, I said. You and I. We could refuse to be their weapons. I watched a shudder fall over his eyes. The knife sunk deeper.
What?
We could do it, Theo, I said, taking him by the wrists. We have minds of our own. Why should we let them take that from us? Shh, he hissed, looking over his shoulder, disentangling his wrists from me, and raising his hands as though to fend off an animal.
Lower your voice. We're surrounded by every lord of the nation.
Theo! And now, it was me who pleaded. Please, think about it. Beneath my collar was the emerald he'd gifted me a year previous, when the future had seemed very, very distant. I reached to grip it through the fabric, a habit I'd developed. The only thing that I want is you. I was painfully aware of how pitiful I was. His head dropped on a sigh. He shook it, and when it rose again, he looked tired, sad.
Nina,
he said.
Once we've graduated, I'm leaving for Thornton. I'll take my ordainment there.
In plunged the knife, to the depths of my pulsing heart. I tried to identify Theo in the person who stood before me, and failed. He seemed a stranger. What? A gasp escaped. I was afraid my lungs were caving in. Theo looked away. When? I managed.
The day after the ceremony.
And you've already decided?
I have,
he said. His chin shook, but his eyes, they were steel.
I have to, Nina. I have to go.
For how long?
2 years.
It seemed an uncrossable amount of time. Did your father?
My father suggested it, yes,
he answered.
If a revolution breaks, he thinks they would need a force there to man the docks. This is my duty, Nina.
I reeled. And what of us? Of me? Theo met my eyes, and for a second, his facade broke.
Tanner wants you here.
That isn't what I meant. His chest rose, swelling with that final missile. I wondered how long he'd kept it loaded and aimed.
Nina, we're only 18. I think it best we part ways.
There was more. More about the nature of change, and how it creeps up on a person. He apologized and apologized until I was riddled with his reasons. I stared at the earth beneath his feet as he spoke, and wondered why I could so easily move it, but I couldn't move him. Chapter 34. Nina. When Theo collected me at dusk, as he promised he would, he did not hold out his hand. His eyes widened at the dress I wore, a dress that, I feared, had been purloined from some sorry wife's wardrobe. It hugged my waist in romantic red and lined my spine in buttons. At first glance in the wardrobe mirror, I thought I looked striking. On second glance, I was scandalized by the way my breasts threatened the sanctity of the bust line. I had to wrap a shawl around my shoulders to look properly decent. Theodore cleared his throat, keeping his eyes dutifully ahead. We walked by Sam down the treacherous stairs, out through the pub, out to a blanket of stars close enough to touch. In dim light, the town's lanterns looked like magic. The trolley rattled past, brimming with passengers, a train's carcass trundling down Main Street, following a gentle curve out of sight. Steam rose from the pavement, starlings swarmed above, and a chorus of pounding feet passed us by, everyone headed in the same direction. Theodore drew a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, and I raised an eyebrow. He shrugged in response.
At first, I couldn't stand them. Now I can't stop.
I caught a laugh between my teeth before it could escape. What would your mother say?
Wouldn't say much of anything, I'd imagine. She's dead.
My stomach lurched. I stopped in the street. Theo, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
It's all right, Clark,
he said, flicking ash to the pavement.
Everyone's lost someone, haven't they?
Yes, everyone had lost someone. How did she?
Influenza,
he said, and his hand surreptitiously slipped around mine, pulling me onward.
Right after the laboratories in the south were raided. The report said the craftsmen had taken all the terranium meant for Bluff. We couldn't find any in a 20-mile radius. The fever took her a week later.
My conversation with Patrick came to mind immediately. How did you get that terranium?
By doing bad things.
I'm sorry, Theo, I said, and I didn't pull my hand away. Not until we reached the marketplace. People thronged near the doors, and children, abandoning their parents for the evening, chased one another in circles.
If you find yourself wanting to leave, said Theo, just say the word, and we'll go back.
Why should I want to leave? He grimaced.
It can become rowdy.
I must have looked to him like I was still 18 years old, a debutante, not a girl from Scurry, or a woman 7 years in the shadows. Do you remember the night of the fellowship ball? I asked him, letting him guide me into the giant barn, cleared of its vendors' tables and wares. The crowd was gathered before a low wooden stage in the back corner, and we followed suit. Theo nodded, his neck now mottled red.
What of it?
He asked warily. You danced half the night with every girl we knew. On the stage, Scotty set down a podium, and I kept my eyes on him instead of Theo. As many as you could, and I stayed by the wall. Theo sighed, his eyes closing briefly.
Yes. I thought it might be better to try and slowly separate myself, I suppose. I think I was trying to ease the blow. It was idiotic of me.
His regret sounded genuine. I nodded. It bothered me for a long time. Theodore shifted nervously, and I envisioned him again, walking past me in the halls, and pretending the two of us had never been. Pretending he couldn't see me breaking, crumbling.
You left me as well,
he muttered. Patrick climbed onto the stage.
Left me in the dust.
You left me behind well before, I answered, and a millstone inside me disintegrated. Patrick was doused in shadow, but I saw that he'd changed his clothes, bathed, perhaps even shaved. His hair remained as wavy as it had been when he was a boy. He was hundreds of heads and shoulders away, but I still saw those small pieces of him. What seemed like the entire town chanted the miners' union creed. From each what they can give, to each what they need. By dusk our work is done. At dawn we fight. Scotty brought a small gramophone onto the stage, a long coil of wire, and what was possibly a reconstituted trumpet. Cast-offs that did not belong together. But when Patrick raised the horn to his lips, the gramophone crackled, and his voice was magnified louder than it ought to be possible. I laughed in surprise.
Good people of Kenton Hill,
he said, and the crowd cheered. Every one of them settled, their faces turned to the stage and the man presiding it.
Yesterday, our brothers in combat successfully raided the docks of Dorsa and took 2 shipping containers of artillery out of the hands of the Lord's army.
An uproarious response. Women clapped, men raised their hats in the air.
With control of the Dorsa docks and the ones in Moorland and Baymouth, we will take over imports and exports, and that which has been withheld from us by our own government will be sought offshore instead.
More cheers, louder now. It struck me that Patrick had an aptitude for this, a politician's vigour, whether he would admit it or not. He was utterly compelling.
Every success, every inch gained, has been gained with nothing more than the grit of labouring craftsmen.
And what are we? Theodore said quietly beneath the applause.
Showpieces. We will take back the land we have worked for generations, and God help those so unfortunate as to stand against us.
Around me, people exploded in a frenzy, cheering, whistling, shouting slurs and curses and devotions simultaneously. Patrick returned his strange microphone to Scotty, pushed his sleeves up to his elbows, and left the stage. He descended into a sea of back claps and vanished. Music started. A man with a fiddle on a far wall played a quickening melody. He was joined by another, a man with a harmonica, another with a cello. A small grand piano with 2 wooden legs and 2 steel substitutes was unveiled beneath a dust sheet, and a woman took the stool before it. The song shook the starlings from the rafters, and soon pairs stumbled and laughed along to a country dance I'd not seen since childhood. A small smile crept across my lips. I clapped along with the other spectators. Theo left my side momentarily, and returned seconds later with a tin cup of wine.
It's bitter,
he said,
but not so bad once you get used to it.
I downed the entire cup before the first song ended, the piano notes still warbling among applause. Overhead, those endless twinkling manufactured lights hung, Kenton Hill's very own galaxy. A young woman was asked to dance by a timid young man. Little girls twirled amid a group of cheering adults. A harried contingent served spit pork and potatoes at the door. And the fiddler played notes at such dizzying speed, I could hardly make sense of his fingers. I had the sudden image of my old music composition class, where dozens of students hovered over the shoulder of a professor, trying to untangle the majesty of his quick play. I felt, and not for the first time since arriving, that I was in someone else's misshapen dream. Without preamble, Theo turned to me. He hesitated before speaking.
I was an idiot back then,
he said, clearing his throat.
I should have danced with you all night.
He likely didn't remember that I had begged him for reprieve. I'd never wanted to dance in that room, before all those watchful eyes.
Let me make amends.
He held out his hand.
Please, Clark.
It seemed too joyous a moment to say no, and I thought it might be nice to dance with him again, the man I'd loved as an adolescent. He let me out into the fray. The next dance was a folk number, and Theo turned me until my back met his chest and held my hands out wide in the starting position. Had it really been years since we'd practiced these steps in the artisan dance hall, laughing and falling over each other's feet? We followed the flow of dancers in a circle. Theo led me with expertise. Feet pounded the plywood and reverberated in my bones. My borrowed red dress arced when I spun, and I didn't try to stem the gaiety, the freedom of it. My shawl slipped from my shoulders and puddled around my elbows. As always, the tendrils around the frame of my face sprung free, and when I finally looked back at Theo, he was smiling at me, not, it seemed, at the simple happiness of barn dancing. And it made me sad that I no longer saw him in the same way I used to. The song ended abruptly, with both of Theo's hands around my waist in a way our old instructor would have deemed improper. The crowd clapped politely. Theo's chest pounded beneath my hand. His dark eyes hooded. He bore down on me. No.
Pardon, Teddy,
came a merciful voice, and I disengaged from Theo's embrace while I still could. Patrick stood close by with a strange expression, his jaw fastened, eyes flashing. Theo's smile fell. He looked between me and Patrick, and something fraught brewed in the space between the two men. But Patrick spoke genially enough.
I need to steal her for this one.
And he held his hand out to me. If we'd still stood in the artisan school, where Theo's status had counted for something, he might have laughed in Patrick's face and spun me away. Then again, he wouldn't have been challenged in the first place. But this was Kenton Hill. Theo's expression darkened.
If Nina wishes.
I swallowed. Patrick's gaze softened considerably when he looked at me, but his hand waited. I thought I saw him grin when I placed my fingers in his palm. He nodded to Theo.
Enjoy your evening,
he said, and turned his back. Patrick pulled me deeper into the flock of dancers, his fingers interlocking with mine. I had a mind to look back at Theo and say something, but a new song had begun, and Patrick turned and gathered me to him automatically, as though it was second nature. I was immediately coalesced in warmth and the heady mixture of subtle cologne, fresh linen, washed skin. I couldn't tell if his pulse sprinted as violently as mine. Was he a drug for all the women he touched? The music was light and fast. The couples whirled by around us, and yet Patrick seemed in no hurry to lead me into the current. We swayed very slowly against the tide. Looking at him became difficult. I thought you didn't dance.
I don't,
he said.
But evidently you do.
I tried to put on a frown, but I was a slave to my thundering blood. Am I not permitted to dance with anyone else? He looked over my head, eyes surveying the crowd.
If you want to, you can dance with all of them. Lord knows every man in here is imagining it.
I scoffed. You can't know the thoughts of every...
Their eyes have been following you since you walked in. You're going to get them in trouble with their wives.
I blushed fiercely. They have not.
They have.
I looked at the wall of his chest. My stomach knotted. I can't tell if you're complimenting me, I admitted. Are you?
Just saying how it is,
he said, as though he were describing the weather.
Are you a woman who needs to be complimented?
He ceased his surveillance to look down at me. I wished his eyes were any other colour. Every woman should be complimented, especially by the men who cut in to dance with them.
Then, you have very pretty freckles.
You're jealous, I said boldly, though I could hardly believe it. Why should you be jealous?
I can't say, Nina, but there it is.
You can't say?
No, he said flatly. I can't. Can you say why your heart's beating out of your chest?
Mortification flooded me. Deep in my belly, there was a quickening as good as an admission. Patrick nodded, and there was no arrogance to it, just a deep, inscrutable knowing.
So then, we both have things we can't speak on.
We swayed back and forth, his hand diligently pressed to the middle of my back, not daring to move a single inch lower, oblivious to the crowd around us.
We all turn back into boys when it comes to girls,
he said again, though I wasn't sure if he was speaking to me or to himself.
Perhaps we can let it just be that.
We should let it just be that, I thought, and nothing more. Do you intend to intercede every time another man looks my way? He grinned. He couldn't seem to help it.
I intend to put the rest of these boys to shame and spoil you for anyone else.
My breath stopped. Why should my breath stop? Says the man who can't dance. His grin turned devilish.
I said that I don't dance, not that I can't.
His chest swelled beneath my hand.
Hold on, scurry girl.
His hand flexed at my back and pulled me against him, so that my chest pressed into his. I felt my nipples harden beneath the chiffon. The muscle of his stomach flattened against my own, and he whirled us suddenly sideways. We broke into the circle of couples, me laughing in shock, and the music, the cacophony came swarming back in. I hardly knew the steps to the dances, and it didn't seem to matter. Patrick was, by contrast, proficient in all. He smiled wickedly, laughed as he caught and released me, spun me back into his arms, linked my elbow with his. His neck was hot where my hand touched it. When I mock curtsied at the end of a particularly quick song, his eyes sparked, and he ran a hand over his face, as though it physically pained him. The music slowed, became fluid and gentle, and I thought that might be the moment where he returned to his many duties, and me to my corner. But instead, he gingerly caught my waist in one hand and clasped the other around my palm, turning us both in an endless circle. Silence ensued, and we stared at each other until I could hardly stand it. I was the one to break first. I lowered my gaze. You can dance, I accused. Where does a miner learn how to dance like that? He made a show of being offended.
You've got an awful memory. Didn't I demonstrate my abilities in that courtyard for you?
I remembered it then. Patrick whirling about in the dust, children giggling behind their hands. You looked insane.
As I recall, you were claiming that crafters didn't like music or dancing.
He looked about us pointedly.
You can eat those words now if you like.
I rolled my eyes, smiled. For a while we simply turned in our own small, warm space, until my head grew heavy and the music grew indistinct. After a time, I found my head had come to rest against his shoulder, though I didn't remember putting it there. I felt restful, pleasingly drunk. On what? I could not say.
You're too beautiful to be real,
he said suddenly, softly. With my ear pressed to his chest, I could feel the words too.
There's your compliment.
His fingers traced a very careful line then, slowly up my spine and back down, and in their wake they left a trail of fire. And I thought in that moment of the same picture drawn over and over until every single line was precise, and yet I still hadn't rendered a perfect replica of him. I drew pictures of you, I told him, giving him this one small piece of myself. In school. He didn't speak, just pulled me round and round in a small orbit. I swallowed. I was scared to forget you. The sound of his heart beating made me think of caves under leagues of sea.
I never had a hope in the world of forgetting you, Scurry girl.
And I wondered what had made me so unforgettable. Was it the secret we'd unravelled together? Or was it the inner workings of fate? How to stop a rising tide, the rapidly expanding cell of a storm. If I'd known it then, in that barn, I might have reduced that night to the whims of wine and music. I might not have tilted my face to his, and seen firsthand the sureness burgeoning in all that blue. He shook his head.
I'd hoped you were hideous.
I smiled. And I'd hoped you weren't an arse. Well, he muttered, eyes lowering to my mouth.
We don't always get what we want.
And then he kissed me. Or perhaps I pressed my lips to his first. I was balanced on my toes after all, reaching, and then his mouth and mine touched, and it was whisper-soft and intoxicating, unstoppable. I blazed to life. The song changed, became rapid and throbbing again, and the moment evaporated, spell broken. I descended back onto the soles of my feet, releasing his neck, but his arm remained wrapped around my back. You're a fool, I thought. He stumbled, swearing beneath his breath. It was odd to see him falter.
I'm sorry,
he managed. I gathered he had little practice with apologies. I tried not to sound breathless. Are you?
Not even a bit,
he said.
Nevertheless, it was impolite.
And everything you've done so far has been beyond reproach.
I hope not,
he grimaced.
Sounds dull.
I tried not to smile. Truly, I did.
Walk with me,
he said then, eyes still glinting.
You've tortured me enough.
But he didn't look like a tortured man. He looked and laughed exactly like the boy of 12 I remembered. He took my hand and pulled me through the rivulets of people. By the tapped barrels along the wall, I spied Tess Coulson watching her son with a curious expression. She marked his course with a smile far gentler than I thought her capable. There were others who watched us leave, many in fact, but I paid them no mind. The open lane brought fresh air. Children ran screaming, as was mandated by childhood. I'd spent many nights just the same, bolting down the street in some game, while the grown-ups drank in the warmth of the pub. There were differences, though, between my youth and the one tearing through Kenton Hill. These boys and girls weren't without shoes. They wore knitted jumpers. Some squeezed bits of cooked pork in their hands, the juices slipping over their knuckles. I'd stopped walking, and Patrick with me. He followed my line of sight to the children, then looked at me quizzically.
Thinking of stealing one?
I don't think I was ever that free, I said. It seemed to come from a vault I'd left unlocked. Even I was surprised to hear it aloud. Patrick frowned.
You never played coppers and thieves?
I did, but I don't think I looked like them. I could explain it no further. I just knew that my cheeks had never shone that brightly. I'd never bellowed with such abandon. Always I knew that the game's end would come long before Fletcher Harrow emerged from whatever hole he was drinking in. And when he did, it was a fickle bet he'd be able to make the walk home.
No,
Patrick said.
Reckon I didn't either.
There was a saying in Scurry, that the anger of the parent leaves traces in the blood. Babies got their eyes from their mother, and their bloodlust from their father. Their mum's bitterness, their grandfather's right hook. All of us born with hereditary rot in our bellies. It seemed these children had been spared it. But Patrick and I, we were sure carriers.
They've never heard the whistles, Nina. That's what it is.
I thought he might be right. Sometimes I heard them in my nightmares. Whistles, canaries, and earth caving in. We continued up the lane at a languid pace. in the nimbus of lanterns. Pairs sipped bottles and laughed. Polly Prescott sat on the steps to the tea shop and pressed her shoulder to Otto's. I wondered if she felt freedom in sitting without her legs crossed at the ankles, without a kerchief beneath her arse or wires in her undergarments. She tipped her head back and laughed at something Otto said. I wondered if she thought of Bellavere City at all. What about you? I slipped my hand in the crook of Patrick's arm, the fever of the night making me brave. Did you ever play Coppers and Thieves?
Darling, I'm playing it every day.
I sniffed a laugh. I suppose you are.
Haven't lost yet,
he said, kicking a stone from his course. But along the way, that game had become life, it seemed. He'd somehow grown into a man responsible for the running of an entire town, a political revolution. I wondered when the game had lost its fantasy. Would you explain it all to me, if I asked you?
I can't yet read your mind, Nina, much as I'd like to. Explain what?
How the Union formed, I said. How it all started. He hesitated, but only for a moment. There, and then gone.
It started with me.
This I knew already. He'd blown the whistle. You told your father about the idiom we found.
I did,
he said.
But even before that, my father was already having meetings in the pub every week, talking about change, talking about the police. We've only got 3 left now, but there used to be an entire outfit of coppers. Bigger brutes I've never seen. They killed a miner in the street when I was a kid for spitting on an officer's shoes. Beat him with their batons until his skull caved in, right outside the pub. People were angry after that, of course, but none more so than my father. He wanted every one of them dead.
Patrick stared up at those plucked, strung-up stars. His usual tiredness returned.
It was like he'd already determined what would happen. Had everything mapped out. Just needed a reason. Something big enough to make even the most mild-natured man pick up a gun.
I stared, wide-eyed. And then you got off the train. He nodded slowly.
And then I got off the fucking train. My father had Kenton's miners corralled around the jailhouse by the end of the week, and they set it ablaze. My mother hardly spoke to my dad again after that, because he made me and Gunnar come along, and we saw it all.
I could almost smell the burning ash on the air, hear the pounding fists on the inside of the glass, as 2 boys in the street watched monsters take the shape of men. Patrick looked over his shoulder.
Whatever is alive and well in those kids back there, I reckon it was snuffed out in Gunnar and me that very night.
We had walked beyond the streetlights and claimed the middle of the lane. There was absolutely no one to stop us. I had the strange urge to spread my arms and tried to balance on the cobbles. Instead, I asked, what happened next?
The coppers that remained were kept scared enough that they didn't report what happened, and in return, they got to keep the pay the government continued to send to the dead ones. My dad and the others built a tunnel to the nearest port, and they began making their deals, hoarding weapons. He started travelling, using false names and talking in more pubs about the idiom. He said it was like a contagion spreading. Hundreds quickly pledged to the miners' union, which meant more tunnels, more guns. They communicated through coded telegrams back then, sending messages underground. We couldn't trust the scribbler we had at the time. The strikes were effective, and Dad said it wouldn't be long till the whole government buckled. Eventually, he started talking about blowing up the school.
Here, Patrick paused, and his voice resembled fraying thread.
And I begged him to target anything else.
I swallowed shakily, the smell of sulphur and smoke collecting in my nose. Why did he do it? I managed. He'd walked ahead of me, letting my arm fall. I suspected it was to offer me distance, but he had the decency to look me in the eye when he said,
because that school was the epicenter of the artisans' universe, and we had a message to send.
That was war, wasn't it? Look at the buildings we can crumble. Look at how many we can kill. I nodded weakly, a tear escaping over the curve of my cheekbone. He was right, I murmured. It was the centre of everything. He stepped towards me, then thought better of it. He buried his hands in his pockets.
My father is a good man. I might not be painting a pretty picture, but he's not evil. He sent warnings. We thought the city would be evacuated.
The House of Lords didn't take the idea of a rebellion so seriously back then, I said, wiping my fingers beneath my eyes. Patrick's voice turned wry.
Or perhaps they knew we would attack, and they wanted the nation to see what barbarians we are.
And didn't that sound right? All those caricatures in the newspapers of blood-smeared crafters, men willing to bury an entire generation of artisans under rubble. I wished I could stem the tears. How did he do it? I asked. How did he get into the school? But Patrick shook his head, and for a moment, I thought he swayed where he stood, or perhaps it was me.
No, Nina,
he said.
Not him. Me.
Of course.
We dug a tunnel from the outskirts of the city to the centre, all of us. Scotty, Briggs, Gunnar, Donnie, Otto. 2 miles long, right underneath the building. But it was me who set the explosives and the wires. It was me who detonated it. My father was miles and miles away, celebrating in Coulson's.
I remembered the sensation of the floor rising and sinking, the walls and ceilings splitting, lights exploding. All those beautiful things, covered in plaster dust. I thought of Patrick below ground, wearing the boxes that would pitch it all into a crater.
I swear to you, Nina,
he said now, eyes hard.
We didn't know you were all waiting above it. If I had...
I exhaled, then eventually finished the sentence for him. If you had known, you would have pushed on the plunger anyway, because you believed it was right. His jaw rolled.
I like to believe I wouldn't have. I need to believe that.
I didn't much care to pick apart whether he was lying. I was running through cracking halls, Aunt Frances pulling on my hand. Then, back in Kenton Hill, Patrick's arms went around me, and I was swallowed in warm darkness. I buried my face in it and waited for the shaking to stop.
Just breathe,
he told me.
It'll pass.
Slowly, achingly so, it did. And he pressed his cheek to mine, as though he was trying to steal the tears licking my skin.
I'm sorry, scurry girl,
he said, and it felt years old, heavy with burden. His face came away as wet as mine, full of ghosts. We walked the remaining journey without exchanging a word, just my hand in his, all the way down Main Street and through the pub and up the stairwell, all the way to number 15. And he bid me good night before I thought he would, and turned to retreat, and it was me who stopped him. I clasped his hand when he tried to reclaim it, and without saying a word, I asked him if he would kiss me again. He shook his head, slowly, painfully.
The night's grown too sad for it, Nina.
But there had been joy too, hadn't there? There'd been laughter and flushed cheeks and racing hearts. And he wanted to. It was written all over him. Men turn into boys when it comes to girls, I reminded him, though I had no right. Perhaps we can let it just be about that. He looked at me, tormented, a card house quickly folding. And I couldn't say why I pushed him, or why I felt suddenly starved. In truth, I wasn't thinking at all. I only felt, and whatever it was, I was sure he felt it too. So when he crowded me against the door, I was already expecting it, and I hardly moved, hardly breathed. His hands slipped over my waist and around my back, and his voice ghosted over my lips.
I'll wake up tomorrow, And you'll have been something I imagined, I'm sure of it.
And then his lips pressed to mine, briefly, softly, and so heart-wrenchingly gentle. And then they lifted, and I felt deserted.
Sleep well,
he told me, hands disappearing from my body.
I'll send Sam up.
He was descending the steps long before I could muster any sensible response. I touched my fingers to my lips, vaguely noticed that they trembled. Then I smiled so widely that I thought they might crack. It was a while before I moved, before my heart slowed and my muscles uncoiled. I turned to number 15 and went inside, listening for the snick of the door jamb as it shut. And still, all I could see was his face. I leaned my forehead against the wood.
Enjoy your evening,
said a voice, and I jumped. There was movement in the shadows, a figure sitting on the end of my bed. It lifted something to its mouth, and I heard the glug of liquid, the subsequent exhale. Theo? I asked, stomach churning. What are you doing in my room?
Waiting,
he said. Then he stood, and the light slinking in from the street threw him into relief. He saluted me with an amber bottle.
Having a drink.
The words were elongated and slurred. A warning bolted across my skin. I'm tired, I told him carefully. Perhaps we can talk in the morning.
What are you doing, Clark?
He asked.
Pardon, that's not your name, is it? Not anymore.
I eyed the door handle. Theo, you shouldn't...
He's a dangerous man.
He stalked forward, and in the dark he seemed taller, more daunting.
You haven't been here long enough to see that, but I have.
Theo, I don't know what you're
I watched you,
he said, stepping closer, into another prism of light thrown through the window.
I watched you dance with him.
His face had changed. Liquor had dragged out the circles beneath his eyes and twisted his lips, turning him cruel.
I watched you kiss him.
Fear slid down my throat and into my belly, dousing the fire and leaving only ice. I swallowed. It isn't what you think.
What do I think?
I knew Patrick before, Theo, before all of this, when we were young. He nodded at the ceiling.
Ah, a romance rekindled then.
No.
And what will happen to this romance when he finds out why you're really here, Nina?
He asked.
When Patrick finds out who sent you.
My fingers clenched. Theo, please. Someone might hear.
Or worse,
Theo continued.
What will happen to you when Tanner learns you've been seduced by the man you were sent to bury?
Chapter 35. Nina, 1 month prior. It took them 7 years to catch me. In the watery lanes of Delfield, an entire contingent of infantrymen in their navy blue uniforms chased me all the way to the ramparts. At the spearhead was a man who struck me so hard with his baton, I did not wake up for an entire day. When next I opened my eyes, I was in the National Artisan House, albeit not a part I recognized. A nurse hovered near the door, and the second I roused, she disappeared through it like a startled cat. There was an open cupboard of medical supplies, a spongy cot mattress beneath me, a tall stained window, a persistent pounding against my skull. My head felt 2 sizes too big, a burden on my neck. When I rolled it to the side, I caught my reflection in a tin cup waiting on a side table. It showed a girl with a pair of blackened eyes, her head swathed in white bandage. Get up, I thought. Go, get out of here. I only managed the titanic effort of swinging my legs over the side of the cot, of sitting upright, before the door was thrust open. Tanner walked in, and only then did nausea find me, cresting and breaking in great rolling waves. I leaned over the side of the bed and vomited.
"I'll have the nurse return shortly to clean that up,"
the Lord said, pins gleaming on his lapels, buttons polished. I thought he looked thinner, older.
"Hello, Nina Clark."
I said nothing. It had always been best to say nothing. He tilted his head, perused me from head to toe.
"Good God, you are revolting, aren't you? Those who lie with dogs come away with fleas, I suppose. You've been sorely missed, my dear."
I spat the remnants of bile before him onto the checkered floor.
"Come now, surely your foray into our world left you with better manners than that. I remember you to be quite the young lady. I must admit, the first time I laid eyes on you, I was surprised."
"Surprised I didn't walk in on 4 legs," I rasped.
"Quite,"
he laughed.
"I had no idea they still taught children in Scurry to speak in more than monosyllables. But you defied my expectations, Nina. And again in your schooling, when you continued to impress your professors. It bothered me quite a bit at first. I'd expected you would fail, and I don't usually like to be wrong."
He paused, and in the silence I closed my eyes, shuddering inwardly.
"But in your case, I was pleasantly dumbfounded. A girl from the brink, excelling as a charmer, and the very first earth medium we've been blessed with in more than 100 years.
He sat on the nurse's chair by the cot, brushing loose hair away from my eyes. I wanted to bite his fingers clean off, spit the bones out.
"We had a nice time together, didn't we? We shared tea and biscuits, and you were such an enthusiastic little thing."
"I was a child," I croaked. Small orbs of light were forming in my periphery, closing in.
"You were, and what followed was an extended period of adolescent rebellion."
His hand closed around my jaw, angling it up toward him.
"And now you are home, and ready to live up to all that idiom you stole."
My eyes were shut again, weren't they? Better this way, to speak to the dark. I won't bury people." He sighed.
"I know you sympathize with them, Nina. It is difficult to ignore your roots. But you of all people should find some opportunity in all this. A chance to put right what was wrong. A chance to take revenge for all the wrongs done unto you."
I shivered. "Shut up."
"Your father, may his soul rot. He does not deserve your sympathy."
"Shut up."
"He was too far gone to notice you, wasn't he? Always too dosed or drunk to protect you the way a father should."
That swelling tide rose within me again. A river of vomit, though not a speck of it seemed to find the Lord's shoes.
"And your mother. She was already in the wind."
Tanner shook his head sadly.
"God says vengeance is righteously sought by the aggrieved, Nina. And I believe vengeance is yours."
I shook my head, brain matter sloshing to either side. If I'd been capable, I would have carved a hole in the earth right then and pitched us both into the crumbling black. I slumped toward the window. "I'm not fighting your damned war," I mumbled. "Best put me in an iron cell and hope I don't find a way out." He chuckled.
"And what good would you be to me there? No, I won't be your jailer, Miss Clark, but I might be your executioner."
Pain lanced in every direction. I realized his thumb was digging into my temple, where the flesh seemed most tender. He worked a groove into the skin, and I cried out.
"I will drop a 10-toned stone on your head, and then the world will have lost a very accomplished charmer. Let me make this perfectly clear. If you are of no use to me, then I will make you useless to them."
Fear closed in. It eclipsed my mother and father and Scurry and cells made of iron. Tanner's mouth was at my ear.
"So, you will join our side, the side you so brazenly stole onto, and you will be of use, yes."
I swallowed, nodded. And what did it say of me, that I gave in so quickly?
"Good."
He released me again.
"That's good."
He let me sit there and pant and shake. a scolded dog bent to subservience. He patted my leg.
Don't worry. I won't be sending you off to crumble mountains onto every poor mining town in the brink. We'll still need them after all, once this war is won.
Was I crying? Or was blood running down my face?
This nation does not run without those mines, I'm afraid. A fact the craftsmen haven't been able to accept. There is only one particular town I wish to bury, Nina, and it won't be easily squashed. The Miners' Union wants you badly enough that I believe if I dangled you out in the open, they'd bring you right into the fold.
Which town? Surely any town was a price too high. And once I'm there? I asked. What then?
Well, we'll need to ensure you won't scamper off, won't we?
He turned his body to the door.
Nurse?
He called.
Would you bring in our guest?
From the hall came a soft whimper, a shuffling of feet across tiles. The nurse appeared in the door again, and with her she dragged the arm of someone unwilling, someone who, though frail, resisted. She had the air of a person whose mind had departed their body. She stared off vacantly, at the walls and ceiling, but never at me. Her light hair had been cropped short, and still the curls matted. Sharp lines cut across her forehead and webbed the corners of her mouth. Her feet were bare, and her toes curled in nervously, as though they wished to burrow beneath the floor. It took a long moment for me to recognize her. After all, she'd been a younger woman at last glance, and me, a girl of just 8. "Ma," I whispered, and the pounding in my head doubled. She seemed unable to unstick her eyes from the wall, but her bottom lip trembled. "Ma," I said again, as forcefully as I could. "Ma, it's me, Nina." There was an air of death about her, as though it might reach out and snatch her away at any moment. Tears shook on the pink rims of her eyes. Still, she didn't look at me. I made to move toward her, and she flinched.
"Alive and well,"
Tanner said.
"I do enjoy a reunion."
But she was far from well, far from the woman meant for bigger places. Now it seemed those bigger places had devoured her whole and spat her back out. She was both a stranger and my first love. I turned to Tanner and spat in his face, the way a miner's daughter should. "What have you done to her?" He wiped a handkerchief over his nose and mouth, barely managing to hide his fury.
"I've opened my doors to her. She's been with us for some time now. Haven't you, Ms. Harrow?"
And still, Rose Harrow said nothing, did nothing. Beneath her breath, it seemed she hummed something, a child singing to soothe herself, a song I vaguely recalled. "Ma?"
"Quiet little thing. Sneaky even. I looked long and hard for your parents when you were a child, Nina. The moment your name came across my desk, in fact, and I saw through that half-cocked plan Francis Liesel devised. Your father was simple enough, a scurry terranium miner. But your mother? She was nearly impossible to locate. You'll never believe where I found her."
Another shiver, a whimper. Rose Harrow hummed louder.
"She was working as a servant, right here in the National Artisan House."
Tanner clapped his hands as though it were all a gag.
"There was an understanding, you see, between the crafters that served us and kept sensitive information from public knowledge. Hold your tongue, do your duty to the house, and we may reward your family members with opportunities crafter-born children rarely receive."
"Idiom," I whispered.
"Correct."
Tanner nodded.
"It seemed your mother had been under our remit for some time, for your sake, obviously. A selfless mother indeed."
He looked over Rose Harrow with none of the fondness his fair words suggested.
"Though her service to us did not necessarily mean we had plans for you. It appears you made those plans for yourself, Miss Clark. When I found her, she was relieved of her position immediately, of course. With you in the artisan school, I couldn't help but think the proximity would prove too tempting for her. She was much louder on that occasion, if I remember. The histrionics of women have always confounded me. You'd think she'd be pleased to hear what her daughter had become. But alas, she fought the policeman who escorted her to the train station and all the way out of the city." I found her right where I left her, in the squalor of Trent, but not quite as loud anymore, and only half a wit remaining. It seems the brink has not been kind to her.
Nausea swelled once more. I saw my mother sewing buttons on a knitted sweater, kicking rocks into the riverbed. We're made for bigger places. You hear me?
We've become well acquainted, your mother and I,
Tanner continued.
And I plan to keep myself acquainted with her, while you fulfill your duties to the house.
Fresh tears slipped over my cheeks as I stared as this shadow of my mother. I felt the weight of every wall cave in on me. What do you want me to do?
Well, that's where the complication lies, Nina. You see, we need you to find their headquarters, of course, in order for you to bury it. But you're not to do so straight away. You'll need to bide your time. Earn their trust.
For what? I asked. Why earn it only to break it? Tanner curled his fingers into his trouser legs.
They have something that belongs to us.
Chapter 36. Patrick. Behind the empty bar, there was a bottle of rum no one had touched in years. It was distilled by John Coulson, drunk sparingly and only on dire nights. On its label were the words, "For the recess of head and heart." Lord, but Patrick longed for a recess. The bottle was drawn from its shadows and placed on the bar top, where Patrick stared at it for long moments, head awash. But he didn't drink from it. He wouldn't until his father was the one to pour it. If John Coulson were here, he'd set 2 glasses down, fill them to the brim, and tell Patrick that there is little more dire than a woman. Patrick sat himself on a stool, one that faced the door to the stairwell, and drew a coin from the inside of his sleeve. "You're a fucking fool, Pat," he said to no one. He flipped the coin in the air and let it fall as it may. Tails. So he'd stay here then. He would not go back up to her. A strange combination of relief and anguish followed. He returned the bottle of rum to its dark corner and wiped his mouth on his shirt sleeve, trying not to imagine it all again. At this moment, she was likely hanging her shawl, unpinning her hair, unbuttoning that torturous dress. She was closing her eyes and trying to rid herself of the night's events, enough to fall asleep. She would fail. He would fail. They would wake with burning impressions all over their bodies from where the other had pressed. "Fuck," he growled, and stalked toward a door behind the bar. Through the kitchen and out to the courtyard, past the chickens and a sleeping Isaiah, who awoke and greeted him immediately. Patrick stopped to stroke his downy head, then whistled for the dog to follow him to the cottage door. The windows glowed orange. A bad sign. He'd hoped Tess and his brothers had remained at the marketplace. The kitchen was already warmed when he stepped into it, the round table occupied by Gunnar and Donny. Isaiah went to Donny's feet and puddled gracelessly. He panted up at them all, oblivious to the tension arriving the moment Patrick closed the door behind him. He waited for either of his brothers to speak, and when they didn't, he took off his coat, hung it, and said reluctantly, "Let's have it then." Gunnar was tight-jawed. He looked at Patrick squarely when he said, "We had an agreement. No fucking the swanks." Donny offered nothing. He seemed to sink into his chair, readying for a long argument. Patrick merely tilted his head to the side, scrutinized his brother through his furrow.
A rule we came up with for Donny and the other boys.
So it's different rules for Patty, then? Gunnar grasped a mug on the tabletop like he might break it. Very convenient, eh? From the corner of his mouth, a speck of inky black slipped free. Patrick stared at it, laughed darkly, then stepped forward until he was close enough to bend his face to Gunnar's. Patrick lifted a thumb and smeared the bluff from his brother's lips, then held it up for close inspection. Gunnar shrunk, his eyes averted.
Yeah, brother,
Patrick muttered, inches from Gunnar's face.
It's different rules for me.
He was close enough for Gunnar to throw his head to take a swing. When he did neither, Patrick shook his head and paced in a circle, scrubbing his face.
Pat?
Donny asked, not without apprehension.
What's it like to fuck a charmer? Watch your mouth.
Patrick felt the last tethers of his patience snapping. And no one's fucking anyone.
I just wondered if there was anything special about it, is all.
Shut up, Don, said their mother, appearing in the doorframe behind the table. Go to bed. No, Patrick said.
Donny, take Gunnar home. Make sure he doesn't fall into a fucking canal along the way. His wife's waiting for him.
Gunnar raised his head.
Pat, I'd wring your neck, Gun. But it seems you do a fine enough job of that all on your own. Get the fuck out of here.
For a moment, his brother seethed, fists balled, and Patrick almost wished he would throw a punch. But he didn't. Gunnar only sniffed pitifully. Yeah, I'll go, he muttered, overbalancing as he stood. He was a head taller than Patrick, broader in the shoulders, yet somehow half his size. But you just remember what we said, eh, brother? Them artisans you're collecting, we can't trust them. You told us to keep our distance.
And so long as I'm running the tunnels, trades, the meetings, the rallies, and the fucking coppers, I'll keep telling you whatever I like, Gunnar. Unless you want the job.
Silence fell. Each one of them knew it couldn't come to pass. The bluff had hold of Gunnar, and so Gunnar had hold of nothing.
What about you, Don?
Patrick said then.
You got eyes on a promotion?
Was that a dig? Donny frowned. He turned to their mother. That was surely a dig. Go, Tess answered, her lips thinly pressed. Now, take your brother. Am I supposed to lead him or he me? Just keep to the left, and if you hear the trolleys, jump out of the fucking way. Donny muttered under his breath as he collected his coat and Gunnar's. I don't need a bloody keeper. I'm fine, Gunnar said. But when he met Patrick's expression, it brooked no further argument. The two of them disappeared through the door, and Patrick tipped his head back and closed his eyes. Tess waited, her hip against the frame, arms crossed over her chest. Well, she said eventually, when it seemed her son would say nothing at all. Patrick breathed once, twice, cooling his temper. The foray into Dorsa failed, he said, sitting at the kitchen table with a metastatic groan.
The shipping containers were already empty. A decoy, probably. They knew we were coming.
Tess nodded.
Scotty told me. That's 3 of the last 4 missions thwarted.
She peered at Patrick, gritted her teeth to keep back what she so wished to say.
You can't tell 'em, Pat,
she said. And she meant anyone. Everyone.
They can't know.
Patrick didn't argue the point. Panic spread quickly in Kenton Hill. They were all tinder in a waiting box. At any moment, set alight. There could be no friction.
The crew have been told to keep it quiet. Otto has a big mouth when it comes to that scribbler. I think he's in love with her. He'll keep it quiet. 10 to 1, son. 10 to 1 says it's one of the swanks getting word out.
Silence again. Above them, a boiler sourced the air temperature and clanged to life. Gas funneled through copper pipes. A fire would light beneath the cistern. Winter was approaching. Patrick shook his head.
They're watched day and night, he said. They only know what we'll tell them. It ain't the swanks. Then find whoever it is, Tess said simply, and throw him down a shaft.
Patrick nodded. He lit a cigarette, watched the first euphoric exhales spin eddies into the ceiling.
Out with it, Ma,
he said eventually, closing his eyes, bracing. But a moment ticked by, then another. Enough moments to warrant the opening of his eyes. He found his mother looking away, oddly distant.
Been a long time since I saw you like that, Pat. A long, long time.
His mother and he were well practiced in speaking this way, in half sentences. No mincing. She meant the dancing at the rally, the foolishness of it. But he'd been a kid once, hadn't he? A kid in the lane, playing coppers and thieves.
You used to do that a lot.
He frowned. Dance?
Laugh, she said. Have fun. You were sunshine once.
But no longer. Because someone had to step up. Someone had to gather the storms. Tess, tsked.
She'll leave this place, son.
You know that she'll leave.
Or she'll stay,
he said, but it was feeble.
If she can be convinced to our side.
Tess sighed, and it was world-weary, formed by years of trial.
You should prepare for the eventuality that she won't, son. Pick another. There's plenty of other girls for you in Kenton Hill.
Were there? To him, their faces were indistinguishable, their outlines hazy. He felt they might pass straight through him. He had begun to think that he'd been waiting all these years to see her again. Even more worrisome, that he'd brought her here because of it.
I just need some time,
he said.
She's one of us, Ma. I know she is.
Patrick didn't look to see the pity in his mother's eyes, the sink of her shoulders. But he heard it when she said carefully, quietly,
You shouldn't waste time hoping people will change, son. They never do.
Patrick stood.
He didn't want to reenact the many rows that had split the seams of this kitchen when his father had been here, and Tess still believed he could be persuaded from his course. Patrick and his brothers had heard them from that one bedroom upstairs. One ear pressed to the mattress and the other blocked by a pillow as the roar downstairs seemed to grow and grow. 4 weeks, Tess murmured. It ain't enough time to change a person's mind. Lord knows a decade weren't enough to change your father's, and now he's captured. Patrick cut in. Dead, Tess said forcefully, white knuckles clutching the back of a chair. There ain't a hope you'll find him still alive, Pat. You need to stop pretending. You're able to abandon him so easily. Patrick's fists shook with the urge to be buried in a wall. But he spoke evenly. Not me. No, not Patrick. He felt his father knocking at the insides of his skull. Other people had a tendency to forget what Patrick couldn't when it came to John Coulson. The cast-off parts turned into toy trains. The easy jokes, and a hand wide enough to span 2 of his. In the mornings, his father would submerge his head in a bucket of water to rinse dust from his eyes, and they'd come away, bloodshot. He'd sit at the table, draw a sketch of some strange imagining. A lantern, a filter, a kettle, a trolley. Tess would shake her head in wonder and ask him how he came to such ideas, and John would pull Donnie onto his knee and tell her that he was going to fix up the whole world. A place crafted by hand, out of spit and steam, all before the whistle for second shift blew. No son of mine, he'd said. No son of mine in a pit. And he'd found a way. It would only take a war. He was too stubborn to die, Patrick knew. Tess shook her head again, and from one breath to the next, Patrick thought she grew older. This idea you have in your head of victory, it's a delusion. We already have all the victory we're gonna get. A safe home, fair gain, less men below ground. Her eyes welled. Everyone gets what they need, Pat. God bites the hand of those who try and take more. Suddenly, she coughed into her hand, bending almost double, and Patrick rounded the table to her side, held her shoulders until the spluttering slowed. He sighed. Your God turned his head from this place a long time ago, Ma. We're the only gods here. She sat at the table with Patrick's guidance, leaning her head on her steepled hands, eyes closing. You sound so much like him, Pat. That's what's hardest. She said it so softly, he could barely hear it. You're some of him and some of me, and we don't get to pick which parts we give to our children. You're a mess of the 2 of us, his head and my heart. Both will get you killed. I have to finish it, Ma. I promised him. Aye, she said, and there's not a day I don't hate him for it. Patrick left. No time to sleep, no time to lament. Just a knocking in his brain, a tingling on his mouth, a looming clock in the periphery winding down the seconds. Don't wait on her, Patrick, his mother called after him.
as he walked out into the night.
Chapter 37. Nina.
What will happen to you when Tanner learns you've been seduced by the man you were sent to bury?
Theo came closer. He reeked of whiskey. Whiskey made good men angry, and angry men violent. I hid my shaking hands, lifted my eyes. You assume it's me who's been seduced? It was enough to give him pause. Do you give me no credit at all, Theo? He rose onto his toes and back onto his heels, the neck of the bottle dangling precariously in his grip.
You planned it?
He sounded mollified, at least in part. I shrugged in a way I hoped seemed offhand. Is seduction not the quickest way to ruin a man? He blinked twice. Then he slowly raised the bottle to his lips and swigged, contemplating.
You looked at him a long, long time, Clark. Same way you used to look at me.
Perhaps jealousy was the quickest path to ruin. I barely recognized him in those shadows, menacing and brash. The drink propelled his voice, made me flinch inwardly, but I hid it. We were sent here to find the alchemist Theo, and in 2 years, you've been unable to. Patrick's careful. It'll take more than trust before he reveals where they're keeping him. It'll take
love,
Theo finished.
Is that your plan, Clark? Are you to make him fall in love with you?
I wanted to tear my own heart from my chest. Yes.
A tall order to achieve in a few short weeks,
he muttered, his expression no less severe. It seemed at any moment he might slip over the knife's edge.
That's when they're planning to raise the National House, you realize. 4 short weeks.
I need more time, I muttered, and this at least was true.
Then you'd better dig slower.
It ricocheted across my skin.
You know as well as I do. If they reach the city, the game is up.
I wanted so badly to sit, to think.
We should be frank with each other,
he said then, now close enough that I could smell sour breath.
Why don't you tell me what orders Tanner gave you?
You're on this side, I reminded myself. This is your side. Find Emilius Becker, then bury everything. He watched me for too long, until I felt undressed by his eyes.
And you're willing to carry it out?
He asked, voice steeped in doubt. I'd made a promise to myself to not think of it, to not imagine sinking Kenton Hill into a pit. I don't have a choice. But Theo seemed to be weighing things in his mind, trying to find the side to bet on.
What threats did Tanner use to persuade you?
He asked, and hidden beneath all the whiskey and jealousy was a muted concern. He softened. Execution, I said shakily. For myself, and for my mother. Theo's eyes went wide. He turned away, ran his free hand through his already mussed hair.
I didn't know,
he said. How could you? I frowned. You've been here. He nodded to the shadows. And what were you threatened with? I dared to ask.
Threatened?
He asked.
After crafters robbed the laboratories, stole the last alchemist, and left my mother to die.
He shook his head.
There were no threats, Nina. I was an ordained lord for the house, and when our right honourable head gave me my orders, I simply followed them, as I'd pledged to do.
So the scandal of your exile was...
a lie.
He nodded.
A very thorough one. How else could the miners' union trust me? They needed to think I was already a traitor to the house.
I had no right to reproach him, but still I did. I was here under duress, while he was here of his own volition, though I suppose the result would be no different. My hands would be as dirty as his.
I volunteered myself, Nina, if you can believe me so stupid.
He looked around the room with distaste.
And in return, Tanner made me a promise.
I quailed. promise?
You.
I froze. Theo turned his back to me, gazing toward the window in the town beyond.
He promised me that he'd find you. Finally, after years of my pleading and petitioning, of doing every fucking thing asked of me, he finally agreed.
When he turned back, his grin was contemptuous.
They looked for you at first, did you know? I badgered my father, badgered anyone who would listen, to try harder. But eventually they gave up, assumed you dead. They stopped looking. Except me. I kept looking. I found your supposed first address in Summerland, and learned that there had never been a girl born to the name Nina Clark. I looked at the registry from the year of our siphoning, and you weren't there either. There was a Nina Harrow, though, a girl from the brink. Her name was blackened out with so much ink, it was nearly impossible to read the indentations.
He exhaled deeply, his shoulders falling.
I learned that you'd lied to me. All that time.
I said nothing as he swayed. Guilt wrapped a hand around my innards and squeezed.
I began to wonder how a girl from a pit like Scurry could become an earth charmer of all things. It's so incredibly unlikely. An act of God, surely.
He scoffed, stumbled.
The more I dug, the deeper it went. The idiom isn't a prophecy. In fact, there is no such thing as prophecy, only alchemy.
He shook his head.
I wondered if you'd tell me, Nina. I've wondered for years. Was it an accident? Or did you figure it out when you were still Nina Harrow and decide to make yourself into something big?
I was only 12, I wanted to tell him. I was 12, and I couldn't go home. I found the vials in a cellar, I told him, and overheard someone talking about them. I stole an artisan vial and swallowed it. He huffed an acknowledgement.
Clever, though you always were. Smart, but quiet about it. That's what I loved about you.
For a moment then, he seemed lost. A muscle along his jaw throbbed. I couldn't tell anyone, I said softly. Even to me it sounded like a weak excuse. What was done was done.
And you couldn't trust me, because I was the son of a lord.
The words dripped with bitterness. I considered confronting Tanner. I almost burst into his office and threw all my findings onto his desk. But that day, a group of miners were caught outside the National House with boxes of dynamite, and I watched them shoot down 4 police officers before they were subdued. One of them took a knife out of his pocket and dug a copper's eyes from the sockets, held them up like damned trophies. Even now, the memories seem to nauseate Theo. For all his faults, what Tanner says is true. The miners' union are barbarians, animals. He took another swig. When he blinked now, his lid stayed closed for long moments. I made a decision then about which side I'd rather have in charge. I wondered if it were John Coulson who'd lifted the knife and taken a dead man's eyes. He'd been among the group arrested that night. You chose to avenge your mother?
I chose the artisans,
came the answer.
I chose Belvedere Trench the way it was before war ruined it. Tanner had the idea to bait the miners' union out of hiding, to allow them to take one of us into the fold. And in return, he agreed to find you. He promised to keep you safe.
Theo approached, though his legs wobbled. His hand slipped awkwardly around my neck, and he held my face, blinking at me as though I'd just now materialized.
2 years I've been here, working for the Coulsons, trying to find the damn alchemist, but always hoping for you.
I kept very still, very quiet. When drunk men looked at you, they saw not 1, but 3. And 1 in 3 chance they'd miss.
And my prize is watching you dance with someone else.
His eyes narrowed.
It's almost funny. Is it a fair punishment, do you think, for breaking up with you?
His fingers loosened rather than tightened. The whiskey thankfully choosing the course of melancholia. Theo backed away, hands dangling limply at his sides. I'm not punishing you, Theo, I said gently. I'm doing what I must. He wiped his nose.
They're bad men, Nina. Patrick Coulson will kill you if he finds out.
I'll need your help, I said, a neck constricting around me. Please, Theo, I'm begging you to say nothing. Don't interfere.
You think so little of me that I'd give you away?
He seemed more hurt than offended.
No. You go ahead and play your game with Patrick Coulson.
He stalked in the direction of the door. Theo? I beckoned, suddenly panicked. Theo, what are you going to do?
I'll watch, Nina,
he grunted.
I'll just stand back and watch.
I'm only doing what I must, I repeated. I hated how desperate I sounded.
As will I,
he muttered.
I'll have a scribble sent to Tanner.
A scribble? But how?
Polly.
I faltered, confused. Tanner sent her as well.
Of course,
he said.
We're artisans, Nina. She's on the right side of this.
With one last hollow look, he left, the door bouncing off the jamb, and I rushed to lock it. I smothered my mouth with my hands and swallowed a sob. Fuck! Somehow, I made it back to the bed. I crawled under the sheets and curled onto my side without bothering to undress, to take my shoes off or pull the pins out of my hair. I shook violently. There had been other nights like this, praying the mattress would swallow me, chest so tight it felt like it was constricted in rope. Too many nights to count, though never quite as piteous. In a continuous matinee, I thought of Tanner and Theo and my father, of my mother, and how delicate she had become. I thought of miles and miles of tunnel. And I thought of Patrick. I sank my face into the faded quilt and screamed myself hoarse, begging God to explain to me just this once why it had to be him and why it had to be me. And the price of it all seemed insurmountable. All those men and women and children. All of it. For idiom. I lay there and wrestled with it until the shaking subsided. And then, exhausted, I told myself that I would do what I must.
Chapter 38. Patrick. 30 feet below Margaret's, the tunnelling party stood in water that reached their shins. "What fucking use are you, Teddy?" Gunner spat. He seemed tortured by the after-effects of the bluff. "It's turned into a lake overnight." "Aye," added Briggs. "The struts are already shifting, Pat. The dirt beneath is eroding." Theodore looked down the belly of the tunnel. Not at Patrick, not at Nina, not at the other men. "I need a day to get rid of it," he said in an empty voice. "Maybe 2. Gunner scrubbed viciously at his face. Donnie sighed. Briggs clapped his hands together. "I'll stay down here with Teddy. See if I can't start fixing the timber along the way." Patrick handed Briggs the canary cage without looking at him. His stare was saved for the back of Theodore's head. "Is it 1 day that you need, or is it 2? 2, Theo said. "To dry it up properly, and to find where it's getting in." "Fuck me, Pat," said Gunner. "Here we fucking go." But that was mining. 2 setbacks for every victory. An inch gained and another lost. Patrick thought they ought to be pleased they wouldn't be bucketing it out by hand. "Be thankful, brother," he said, patting Gunnar on the back. "The day is yours. You can sleep off that pounding in your head." Gunnar turned for the shaft, grumbling under his breath about not being suicidal enough to return home. Patrick turned to take Donnie's sleeve, but Nina was already there. She had threaded her arm with Donnie's. "If you topple me," she told him, "I'll trip you up on purpose." Donnie grinned widely. "Shit, she sounds like you," he said to Patrick, who scowled. "If you topple her, I'll trip you every day for the rest of your sorry life." "Ma would clobber you," Donnie said, assuredly, his chin high. "I wouldn't mind hearing the sweet sound of wood on your ass, just like when we were kids." "Does he always have so much to say?" Nina asked, leading Donnie onward. "'Fraid so," Donnie said before Patrick could answer. "Have you any interest in hearing a story? I've got one about young Patrick hanging by his underpants out a girl's window." Nina's eyes lit up. "Shut up, Donnie," Patrick said. "Remember, you won't see my fist before it hits your face." They clambered out into the shaft, and Gunnar pulled them topside. But before the lantern light disappeared from view, Patrick saw Theodore standing in all that water, watching them all with a strange, bottomless expression. Patrick concealed the pit with the trapdoor and brushed his hands clean. Donnie and Gunnar were already exiting Margaret's, taking advantage of their rare free day to do whatever they wished. Patrick ought to tend to the many outstanding concerns of Kenton, starting with the Eastern Mine and the reports of unstable ground. But Nina stirred in his periphery, feigning interest in the mannequins. Not moving off immediately, but not speaking either. She had said nothing to him since she'd arrived at the shop that morning, nor had she met his eye. In fact, she seemed grey with exhaustion. "You didn't sleep?" he asked, his breath swarming dust in the air. Her cheek ticked, and still she didn't look his way. "Not well." He sighed, dread in his lungs. Best not to delay sorry news. "Do you want to pretend last night never happened, Nina? Is that it?" He'd give her that, if it was what she wanted. She took far longer to respond than any man could stand. He felt her grappling with it, lips parting and shutting. Finally, she said, "No, I don't think I can." Lord, how he wished for a look inside her head, to watch the cogwheels turn. "Do you regret me already, then? Usually takes a little longer, I'll admit." She grinned at the floorboards, and it morphed her entire face, disarming him. "Long enough to hang you out a window?" He ran his hand over his face. Fucking Donnie. Her grin widened. Must have been quite the night. Patrick felt his blood rush south. The light was glancing off the ends of her curls, tip of her nose, the side of her neck. She bit her lip to keep from laughing, and though he hadn't found the fun in repartee of late, She seemed to enjoy teasing him, and he had begun to crave the sound of her voice. He suddenly pictured himself trapping her against the wall again. He wanted to feel her soft body pressed once more to his, to run his hands over every agonizing curve of her. Perhaps it showed on his face, because Nina's cheeks flushed pink. He was beginning to crave that, too. Patrick's lips quirked, just slightly. If it's to be a night of regret, I make sure to be very thorough. She cleared her throat. And exactly how long is this line of women who regret you? You asking for a list, Scotty girl? God, no. She held up a hand to fend him off. Please forget I asked. You sure? I could introduce... I'll make you a deal, she interrupted, stepping closer. I'll hear your list, if you hear mine. Patrick's smirk vanished. Something vicious lashed his insides. He thought of faceless men he'd never met and heard a trigger pull. To stop from giving himself away, he pressed his lips together, and she glowed, victorious. Goddamn. He could stand to lose more fights, if this was the reward. Come on, he said. There's somewhere I want to take you. It was a good excuse to take her hand and wind it into the crook of his elbow. She didn't question him as he led her out into the square, through the arch and along the canals, crossing the industrial district, and then out into the hills. He thought her colour was returning. She walked on the tip of her toes, turned her face up to the sun. She panted and complained as they climbed a hill full of chestnut trees, but her grin never quite disappeared. When at last they reached the top, Patrick extended his arms and said, Welcome to the Coulson Brothers' stronghold. That stronghold now only comprised 5 sandbags, waterlogged pickets, and a couple of upturned crates. Most of the timber had rotted now, or lay broken, but Nina brightened all the same. Quite the fort. It's seen a few battles, Patrick said. Duncan McCallum tried to bust in with a broom once. And did he manage it? Course not, Patrick said. Donny has dangerous aim. Threw a volley of chestnuts at him. She chuckled, then smiled at the view and breathed in deeply. Patrick followed her gaze to Kenton Hill below them. Eventually, he said, Does this remind you of home? She responded, Not even a little. Never been to Scurry, he said conversationally, then saw the way her shoulders tensed. May it stay that way. And he wanted desperately to know what it meant. If it was as bad as he guessed, or worse. Instead, he said, I'll walk you back. You can take the day to rest. What will you do? She asked, not moving an inch. What do you do with your days if you're not digging? Nothing good. Today I'll visit a friend, he said. One I've been meaning to speak with. She narrowed her eyes. A friend? Yes, a friend. I wasn't aware you had any. You know, he said as he took her hand, you make a lot of assumptions. They began downhill, and when she didn't pull her hand away,
His chest loosened. He wondered how scandalized she'd be if he kissed her again. "Can I meet this friend?" she asked. "If only for proof of existence." "Another time," he grimaced. "This friend is a while away." "Not in Kenton?" "No," he answered. "Dorset." She halted, lace grass swilling around her. Her forehead creased. "Dorset? But that's—" 3-hour journey underground, he finished. 4 if you're slow. She narrowed her eyes, crossed her arms over her chest. Patrick wondered if she intended to look fierce instead of just beautiful. "I'd like to come." "No," Patrick chuckled, and continued walking on without her. "Not a chance." She followed. "Is it a woman you're meeting?" Patrick did not show her his smile. "Careful. You sound jealous." "Then why can't I come? Are you still afraid I'll run away?" He considered the question carefully. "No," he said. "You don't seem very fast in any case." "I'd catch you." A flicker of annoyance. "I'll remind you that it took 6 months for you to catch me." "It took 6 months to find you. Catching you was simple." She stopped on the hill, braced her hands on her hips, which only drew his attention to them, which led to imaginings of how he'd span his hands around them, grip the flesh, lift her. "Then I'll make you a deal, Patrick Coulson. Catch me, and I'll let you be on your way to Dorset. But if I make it to the fence at the bottom of the hill, you'll bring me along." Some keen sense of thrill was rising in him. On the air was the same scent of pollen and smoke he'd inhaled as a boy, and Nina looked spun from gold light. At any moment, the illusion would vanish. "Then run, scurry girl," he said. "I'll give you 3 counts of a head start." Her eyes widened, as though she'd never expected him to take the bet. 1. She took off, bolting downhill in waterlogged boots, arms windmilling, glee in her wake. He bit back a laugh. 2, he shouted. Down, down, down she ran, and Patrick took his cap in his hand. 3. There was a knack to running on grass-knotted terrain, and Nina didn't have it. She was already nearing the bottom of the hill and the gate beyond, but Patrick gained on her quickly, throwing himself into the sprint. His feet traversed the ground with ease. She was almost within arm's reach. He heard her laughter, and he thought its sound could end a war. The gate was a stone's throw away, and he reached for her easily. Finally, like it was the most natural command his body could obey. But the ground beneath him suddenly trembled, and it lifted and cracked in the exact spot he was about to place his foot. He was forced to overcorrect and tripped. "Fuck!" And Nina reached the gate, her whole body saved by the palms of her hands as she went hurtling into it. She turned with flushed cheeks, sparkling eyes, a smile the size of a continent. Patrick looked up at her from hands and knees, one trouser leg stained green, his hands grazed. "You dirty little cheat." She spun in a circle, basking in victory. "Craftsmen have the natural physical advantage.
I only evened the field. You tore up the field, little coward. She laughed as he rose from the ground, brushing dirt from his hands. Deal is a deal, she said, exceedingly pleased with herself. I'll accompany you to Dorsa. He shook his head, exasperated. This friend I'm meeting, it might get dangerous. I'd gathered that already, she said, straightening her blouse. But as I've just demonstrated, I can take care of myself. I might even have to protect you. He cursed beneath his breath. Change your shoes, he said. You'll meet Donny, Otto, and Polly in the pub. I'll be there within the hour. Polly? Nina asked. Why Polly? Patrick moved toward her, felt her intake of breath when it seemed he'd reach out and touch her, and it took everything to keep his hands to himself, to ignore the way she looked at him. Instead, pushed at the gate by her back. You'll see, he said.
Chapter 39. Nina. When I was a child and scared, I could imagine peace where there was none. I could redraw my own cot into a feathered bed, the kitchen into a dining hall, my father at the head of the table, and my mother still there. All of Scurry made new. I did it again now, putting fraught things away in drawers. It was shockingly easy to do in the presence of Patrick, where the heat of him clouded every other thought. I could imagine I wasn't balancing on the precipice of a cliff. The five of us, Patrick, Donny, Otto, Polly and I, had entered a new pit, one Otto referred to as the Southeast Line, its entry point not disguised like Marguerite's tunnel. This one was simply dug into the bottom of a hill in Kenton's outskirts. The ceiling was at least tall enough to allow a person to stand, the walls wide enough that my shoulders didn't brush the sides. It seemed a well-travelled path. There were even points where two people could walk side by side. We carried nothing among us, not even a birdcage, and so I assumed we weren't making the journey to trade. The men stayed ahead, walking at a quicker clip without uttering a word. I walked just behind Polly, who hummed to herself, apparently familiar with the affair. It remained baffling to see her amid the dirt. "Who is it that we're meeting?" I asked her quietly. She shrugged as though it hardly mattered. "A dockyard master, probably, or another union member." I searched for another safe question. "And why have you been brought along?" "They never really tell me," she said easily. Ahead, Patrick, Donny and Otto were nearly out of sight. Polly and I had fallen behind. It seemed as good a place as any to speak frankly. My voice became a whisper. "Theo said you were sent here," I said carefully, "by the same person who sent me." She slowed very slightly, her eyes on the men ahead, pupils widening. "Lower your voice," she warned, though I couldn't have been quieter, and the others were only echoes along the walls. "Yes," she said, "for the same purpose as Theo." She nodded, her discomfort obvious. "And you found nothing?" It took her a moment to answer. "I've found a lot I didn't expect to find." It sounded cracked and broken. I thought of Otto and how closely they'd been seated on that step. "As for Demelius Becker, very little." And I sensed, though I couldn't be sure, that she was as trapped in the same corner as me. "What were you threatened with?" I asked. "Or are you here out of honor?" She huffed a dark, bitter laugh. "No honor, just the promise of a bullet from either side." "Polly, we can't speak here," she murmured, so lowly I barely heard it. "Come to the pub tonight. Better to talk where there's too much noise for anyone to hear a thing." We said no more. For 3 hours we walked until my feet and stomach and back protested. until the ground seemed to slope upward and the walls narrowed. And then, a shaft lift. "Up you go," Otto said, proffering a hand to Polly to lead her inside. He held on a second longer than necessary, and I watched Polly smile at her feet. When I entered, Patrick took my arm in his hand and manoeuvred me to the back, so that he stood in front of me.
"Don't say a word," he said. "And please, Nina, no artisan shit, all right?"
"I'm not an imbecile."
"Promise me."
Did anyone ever deny him? "I promise." I thought I heard him mutter something about fools. Patrick and Otto operated the pulley, then blocked the lift in when it reached its peak, and we filed out. Light spilled in, not from above, but ahead. The tunnel opened, and the ground turned to cement underfoot. The walls were spotted with snails. Through the blinding yellow light, I could make out a rocky shore, timber piers, 100 docked sailboats. It seemed we were concealed in a culvert tapering to the sea. We hadn't taken 5 paces when Patrick said,
"Wait here."
and we stopped. Donnie and Otto positioned themselves in front of Polly and me. Donnie said,
"Smells like rotten fish in here."
and Otto shushed him. Within moments, sunshine and sea were interrupted by 3 figures, all men, all armed.
"Hello, boys,"
Patrick said, as though we weren't convening secretly in the mouth of a giant drain.
"What have you got for me?"
From his mouth coiled small spirals of smoke. There was a lit cigarette in his hand, his body positioned in a way that blocked me out entirely. I strained to see. One of the shadow men was taller than the others, and stood at the spearhead of their formation. He hefted something over his shoulder, and let it clatter to the ground. A sack. He said absolutely nothing. The other silhouettes lifted their pistols very slightly, nervously so. Danger seeped in from every corner, collected in my throat.
"That's it?"
Patrick asked coldly. If he had a weapon of his own, he did not raise it. I wished he would. I shuffled unwittingly toward him.
2 rifles, 3 boxes of grenades, a pistol, 2 boxes of powder."
The voice was hoarse, dispassionate. A racking cough followed. A sniff.
"It's all we could save, Patty. Take it or leave it."
Patrick exhaled again, toed the sack on the ground, then turned to look over his shoulder at us.
"Take it or leave it," the man says. "What say you, Donnie?" "I say they can kiss my arse." "All right,"
Patrick said, throwing down his cigarette.
"Lionel, kiss Donnie's arse and we call it even."
The pistols inched upward.
"We were fucking made, Pat. The coppers searched every dock, every boat." "Then you didn't hide my guns well enough,"
Patrick said in a tone that was contrastingly conversational. They could have been discussing the weather.
"There were 40 cartons of rifles, 200 boxes of grenades, in shipping containers, Patrick. Where the fuck am I gonna hide shipping containers? In these very convenient tunnels we dug for you, Lionel. The same tunnels you've used on more than one occasion to run from all the raising and arrests."
Patrick waited, but the man named Lionel didn't respond. Patrick checked his pocket watch, clicked his tongue.
"Did you sell me out, Lionel?"
The figure balked.
"I'm not a fucking traitor."
He spat onto the ground. Patrick ignored him.
"I paid very good money to have those containers sit in your particular yard, Lionel, on a very particular day, and my men arrived to find them already empty. And now, you give me some guns and a few bangers and tell me that's all you saved. It's all I could get away, Patty. The coppers came early. We were caught by surprise. And yet, you had time to open a container, fill a sack, then hide it away somewhere."
The tunnel chorused the words. The sea rushed the pylons. Inside my chest, my heart thrashed against the walls.
"So, did you tip 'em off, Lionel? Or did you skim a few weapons away for yourself, long before the police showed up?
Lionel, even in the dark, appeared cornered. Patrick sighed.
Come on, man. Which is it? Are you a traitor or a thief?
The guns twitched on either side of Lionel. My feet inched farther forward, but Otto's arm barred further progress.
I'll tell you what,
Patrick said then.
I've got a better idea. Paul?
Polly stepped forward, body tensed.
Scribble this, will you, Polly? Make it anonymous. Ride to Bellavere City and tell him there's a man named Lionel Billings sacking containers in the Dorset shipyards. Tell him he's got a few crates of contraband bluff in his warehouse.
The longer Patrick spoke, the whiter Lionel became.
Wait!
He yelled when he saw Polly shut her eyes.
All right,
he said.
I skimmed some guns off the top. There, I admit it. That's what's in the sack.
He looked furtively between Patrick and Polly. Languidly, Patrick held up a hand.
Never mind, Paul. Scratch that last.
Polly opened her eyes, then stepped back behind Otto. Lionel wiped his forehead.
I'm sorry, Pat. All right. It was only 3 guns. 3 out of a few hundred. 3 of the Union's guns,
Patrick said.
Of which I paid you handsomely to keep for me. Yeah, in fucking bluff,
Lionel said, anger rising.
Do you know how hard it is to move it round here? There's coppers on every corner. Say no more, Lionel. I'll have Scotty and Otto come through in the morning. They can take it all off your hands. They can't take my fucking bluff, then they'll take your hands.
Lionel seethed.
I ain't listening to threats. It ain't a threat, Lionel. It's a promise.
Even from a distance, his voice skittered over my skin. The temperature seemed to dip.
You should know this. I don't make a habit of handing bluff over to men of bad character. Even less so to fucking shipyard guard dogs, selling it to poor folks for more than it's worth. I made a concession when it came to you. I made a promise to myself that I would only do so while the relationship served the Union. Have you stopped serving the Union, Lionel?
Lionel twitched.
I'm a proud fucking member. I've been since the first attack. Good,
Patrick said.
Then I won't be needing to take your bluff. Or your hands.
Patrick turned and locked eyes with Otto.
Grab the guns. It's time we were on our way.
Lionel stepped forward, a hand out.
What about payment?
Patrick turned back slowly. I thought I heard whips strike the air as he responded.
What payment? We agreed on a vial of proper artisan ink.
Patrick laughed coldly.
Yeah, well, we agreed you'd keep my bloody guns out of the hands of the house, didn't we, Lionel? You get to keep the bluff we've already gifted you, and count yourself fortunate I don't take everything you've ever touched.
The man blustered. The guns glinted.
I stole those fucking containers and stowed them in me yard like you asked. Those coppers could have had me arrested. And the Miners' Union thanks you,
Patrick said without a hint of feeling.
We'll be in touch the next time we need a plan completely cocked up.
Otto retrieved the sack, paying no mind to the twitching pistols at the men's sides.
You think I'm scared of you, Patty?
Lionel spat, voice quaking with ire.
You've brought naught but a boy, a blind man, and a couple of whores with you.
Patrick stopped in his tracks. Donnie stepped forward.
I wouldn't do that, Lionel,
he said, all levity in his voice now gone. It was the first time Donnie had ever made me nervous. He suddenly seemed every bit the Coulson brother Patrick and Gunnar were. Cold, unforgiving, dangerous. Patrick didn't speak right away. Instead, he turned slowly, until he was facing Lionel again. I felt Polly edge onto the tips of her toes, as I did. Neither Patrick, Otto, nor Donnie drew a weapon.
Say that again for me,
Patrick said in a voice made of smoke and violence. It curled down my chest and between the hairs on my head, making them stand on end. I was possessed with the sudden urge to throw myself in his direction. "Patrick!" I said in warning. He didn't turn.
You want to skive a poor man of his dues, Pat?
Lionel continued, blinded by anger or ego.
Why don't you send one of those pretty girls over here, and we'll part with no bad blood. All debts paid.
Foolish man. Did he not smell the blood on the air?
Lord almighty, Lionel,
Otto uttered, scratching the back of his head. Don't say we didn't warn you.
Ah, Lionel. Now you've gone and spoiled a whole lot of blood between us,
Patrick said. And finally, his hand reached into his waistcoat. The waiting hammers cocked. Gun barrels rose and levelled with Patrick. And it was odd, wasn't it? That I should suddenly fear for the well-being of Lionel, and not Patrick, who was faced with 3 men and 2 guns. Patrick said,
Donnie.
And it seemed an order.
Otto.
Otto moved quickly, grabbing Polly and me by our shoulders and pulling us against the tunnel wall. But I saw it all. I watched all the moving parts. The men in their shadows pulled their triggers. The bullets exploded from their chambers, 9 or 10, the reverberations deafening. And somehow, the bullets clattered in far-off places. It was unclear if any hit their target. And when it was over, Patrick finally pulled a gun from his holster and shot a single bullet, and Lionel toppled backward, skull slamming on the culvert floor. Then there was only the ringing in my ears, Polly's breath on my cheek. My throat throbbed as though I'd shouted, and I wondered if I had. I might have screamed his name. Sound lagged. But he did not seem harmed. No blooms of red sprouted along his back. He did not descend to his knees and then to his chest. He stood tall and straight and pointed the gun at the remaining 2 men, their own weapons now lowered, smoking, spent. They held their hands up and backed away. I sensed their fear, their confusion.
Take Lionel's body home with you,
Patrick told them.
And when I call on you next, don't walk into this fucking tunnel with guns.
The men hesitated, then as one, nodded. One of them said, "Yes, sir," in a voice that bordered on a boy's. I blinked the light back, trying to see them clearly. They retreated, dragging Lionel between them, and Patrick didn't turn his back until they were swallowed by the circle of yellow and out of view. Patrick turned. He closed his eyes briefly, then picked up the sack of weapons and threw it over his shoulder. Otto hustled Polly to the shaft, with Donnie at his other elbow. "Come on," he told her gently, disappearing with her into the dark. And I was aware that my chest rose and fell too quickly, and that my body was coiled tight enough to break the bones within. Patrick saw that too, and when the wall behind me began to crumble, giving way to my trembling hands, he held up both of his. "Shh," he whispered, suddenly inches away. He stroked my face once, twice.
Easy.
The walls cracked.
Nina, calm down. You're all right.
But my head shook of its own accord, and a sound escaped my lips, and it seemed, though I didn't know how, that he understood.
I'm all right too,
he said instead.
Look at me, Nina. Nothing hit. I'm all right.
A squall of breath left me, and my head fell to the crook of his neck and shoulder, and I didn't give a thought to anything but just that, just warm skin and the arm around me.
We're safe,
he said, and it was so soft. Soft enough to end a war. Soft enough to break me. Chapter 40. Nina. The trip to Dorsa had, at minimum, confirmed 2 things. The first was that Patrick had the alchemist alive. There was no doubt of that. The second would require an interrogation. Oddly, they hid the bag of guns we had retrieved from Dorsa inside a grate on Main Street of all places. Otto lifted the heavy iron cover in broad daylight, taking no notice of the passers-by. and Patrick jumped through into what appeared to be not a drain, but a fully equipped bunker. I gave them all a look of bewilderment. They dug them out all over town, Polly told me. I thought you said no one could get into Kenton.
Can't be too careful,
Donnie uttered, pulling on his suspenders. Coulson and Sons was roaring before nightfall, its walls straining to hold everyone inside. It was growing colder out, so the windows stayed closed. No patrons lingered on the street. It seemed all of Kenton was tucked inside the base of this lopsided, narrow building. After I'd bathed and changed, I found Polly downstairs in a corner, sipping a dark and mild alone. She was hidden between a man with a patched bowler and a cloudy grandfather clock. Somehow, she'd managed to commandeer a stool and a small bar table. It was cluttered with abandoned pints. Polly was surveying the crowd in a perfunctory way. When our eyes met, she sighed, took a large swig, then nodded reluctantly. I wound my way to her, knocking shoulders and elbows as I passed. I had not seen Patrick or anyone else I recognized since I'd descended from my room, but I knew they would arrive soon. Patrick had told me as much when he walked me to my door. He'd insisted Sam go home for the evening, that he wouldn't be needed. I raised my eyebrows at Patrick. Am I to take it you trust me now? And he'd considered the question carefully, pushed a stray strand of hair behind my ear, left the skin searing.
Ask me something easier.
I braced myself. Do you want to trust me?
More than I want most things.
He left a kiss on my cheek, then turned to leave. My body had leaned toward his retreating back. Will I see you downstairs later?
I'll find you,
was his only reply.
If you don't want to be found, you should stay up here.
A promise. A warning. Now, Polly watched me approach. She had to raise her voice for me to hear her. No drink? She asked. I shook my head. Lately I was balanced on a tightrope, and liquor would send me over the edge. I stood as close to Polly as I could, leaning my arms on the sticky table. Then I waited. Polly sighed, her eyes on her lap, muttering something I couldn't hear. Finally, she lifted her face with something like resolve. After the attack on the school, my parents wanted me to return home in the south until the fighting resolved. Remember when they all assumed as much, that the fighting would be short-lived? I didn't answer. Her eyes had taken on a distant sheen, and I was concentrating on her lips to better make out the words over the din. But I couldn't go. I had a contract already, you see. All the scribblers did. We'd received them before we'd even graduated, and mine was Hessen. Do you know it? Oil mining. I nodded. I'd lived there for a few months, working as a launderer. It was a festering sore of a town. Before we left, all 90 of us were called to the National Artisan House, and Lord Tanner came down to the atrium himself. He handed us each our contracts in person. I remember thinking it was quite an honour. She smiled sardonically. And then he gave his speech. Each of you is headed for a different point on the compass, and there's no telling the dangers you'll face in our current state of conflict, the hardship you may endure. By fulfilling your contract, you become men and women on the front line, and we at the house understand the gravity of this task, which is why any scribble you send that might help our efforts will be greatly rewarded. Any whispers you pass along will not be forgotten. Polly's eyes snapped to mine. It's customary for first-year fellows to be sent out into the brink towns. It takes years to work your way back in. But Tanner promised quick promotions to those who proved themselves informative. Polly gritted her teeth. And you didn't want to go to Hessen? I was loath to be sent anywhere east of the Geyser River, actually. Does that make me sound snobbish? Her chuckle was weak. I was a lot more timid back then. Suddenly I was being thrown into the most sullied divot of the trench. I was terrified. I would have done anything to be brought back home. I felt an inkling of pity for her. Perhaps it was conceited to think oneself above a place, but I'd seen most towns this side of the continent, and very few had turned my stomach the way Hessen did. I spoke gently. So what did you do? I listened, she said, eyes glazing again. I strained my ears for any information I might be able to pass on to the house. There was nothing at first, long months of nothing, and I was miserable. She swallowed, moisture welling in her eyes. The men and women there detested artisans. They knew me as one right away, even though I hid my mark. When they saw me in the street, they shouted slurs at me, even threw things. I learned which routes to take home to avoid people. I covered my head to make myself less recognizable. But eventually, when the fighting worsened, a brick came in through my window. I started sleeping every night with my mattress against the door, so I would know if anyone tried to come in. I took her hand in mine, pity swelling. But you found a way out? She nodded. I fell sick. Influenza was spreading, and I found myself completely debilitated. Horrible fever, a cough so severe I thought my ribs would crack. I figured I would die. And I was relieved. A single tear slipped free of her lashes, but she wiped it away before it could run. I dragged myself to the hospice, but they were overrun. I slept for days on a pile of blankets on the floor with 100 others, and simply waited to die. I couldn't even conjure enough strength to scribble my parents a farewell note. But then, bluff came. Crates of it. I rose my eyebrows. The miners' union? She nodded. They'd raided the bluff stores and stolen mountains of supplies. It had been all over the newspapers the previous weeks. And then suddenly, it was in Hessen. The whole town was awash in whispers. The common belief was that the bluff had come from a warehouse in Baymouth. So, you gave the information to the house. The moment I had regained strength enough to form a legible sentence, she said. A week later, I received a new posting. In Baymouth. I frowned. Baymouth was certainly a more favourable province than Hessen, but it was no closer to Bellevere City. Not much of a promotion. Neither was the next posting, after I'd given the house information about a group holding union meetings. They sent me to Trent after that, and when I learned that Trent was receiving weapons from the eastern ports, they sent me to Dorsa. She shook her head. Some places were better than others, but mostly, it was more of the same. People who knew what I was loathed me. Nowhere was safe. The house sent scribbles promising promotions, and I became their loyal spy, following rumours around the continent like a rat. And then you wound up here, I said. How? Quite by accident, she answered. The Coulsons frequent Dorsa, as you've seen today. That's where they do the bulk of their trading. They have supplies smuggled in at the ports, and there was a name that kept floating between conversations. No last name, just Pat. I was passing along inventories to the house about the boats coming and going, and some of them I couldn't account for. Always, it was tied to the name Pat. And I couldn't help but think that whoever this Pat was, if he really existed, was a critical player. And if I could find him, I could go home. So I spent a lot of time at the docks. It was quite naive of me, really, as though I could simply confront him or follow him. It was idiotic, and it almost killed me. I frowned. Who almost killed you? I asked. Patrick. She laughed. No, he saved my life. I took her drink from her hands and helped myself to a mouthful. I think I might need something stronger. I thought you weren't drinking. How did Patrick save you? She gave a faint smile. A dockside is a poor place for a woman to linger at night. I was confronted by 2 men fresh off their ship. God knows how long they'd been aboard. If the way they tried to tear my clothes off was any indication, I'd say it had been a while. My stomach turned. Patrick says he heard me screaming. He shot them both in the head, right there in the open. Then he helped me upright, gave me his coat, and asked for my name. She grinned wryly then. I remember the way his eyes sparked when he heard my accent. "And what breed of swank are you, Polly Prescott?" he asked me. I told him I was a scribbler. It was a sad story, certainly not one that should warrant a smile, but it was there in my jaw. I bit it back. "I passed out after that," she said. "When I woke up, I was in Kenton Hill." "Patrick brought you back himself? Through the tunnels, I presume, though I don't remember it. I simply woke up to John Coulson at my bedside, telling me outright that I was in the centre of the miners' union, and that if I helped them, they'd make sure no man or woman ever touched me without my permission again." "And you didn't believe them?" "Of course I didn't," Polly said sadly. "What I believed was that I'd found my ticket out of the brink at long last. I wrote a scribble to the house. I told them the place they'd been looking for all these years was Kenton Hill. I thought I'd be brought home the very next day." She shook her head again, heavy with remorse. "That was nearly 3 years ago." My chest hollowed. I supposed I was more aware than anyone that Lord Tanner knew exactly how best to utilize us, his greatest tools against the enemy. "You know," she laughed, "I came here expecting, well, I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it wasn't this place," she said. "It wasn't these people." "Gangsters?" I asked Riley. "Hawkers? Prostitutes?" "Community," she said seriously. "Kids, neighbours, friends." I watched her closely, and whatever she thought of made her smile. "You haven't been here long, Nina, but you'll see it too. Try not to." Her eyes had stuck to something, or someone. When I looked, I saw Otto shucking his coat by the door, his forehead iridescent with sweat. A group nearby cheered at the sight of him. I watched conflict pull at the corners of Polly's eyes and lips. She swallowed. "Despite the pretty lights and the jokes, remember that they'll kill us the moment they figure us out. They'll do anything to keep this place hidden, Nina. Anything. Do you understand?" I nodded, and something unfurled within me. Was it terror? Or defiance? "We're stuck between 2 guns now," she said. "That's all there is to it." But of course there was more. There was Otto, whom she could hardly look away from, and all of Kenton Hill, all of it pearled in my vision. And wasn't that the true evil of war? That it didn't have the decency to strip the humanity of those we killed? "I can guess why you're here, Nina," she said to me now. "You don't need to tell me. But promise me, before you do it, you'll give me enough warning to turn my head. I don't want to see it happen." She closed her eyes, as though the scene were unfolding here and now. All these men and women buried beneath mountains of dirt. Either that, or bury me with them. God knows there'll be no peace for me after this. She swallowed the rest of her drink and wrapped her arms tightly around her middle. I felt suddenly sick, but before she walked off I asked, "Would you do it if you were me?" It came out rushed, desperate. After all, I'd run from these very thoughts for 7 years. I'd refused to confront them. "Could you do it?" She gave me a look that said very plainly that the question was pointless, a drain to circle. "Can you?" I pressed my lips together. There were 2 guns, as she'd said, and the answer to that question could fire either of them. It was safest to say nothing. It wasn't that I didn't believe Polly. She seemed as reluctant as me, someone with no real loyalty to Tanner, someone who, like me, had no interest in tearing this town apart. But Patrick's voice had arisen from some hidden depth.
"Trust no one,"
it said. She watched me for a moment, then stood and waved to Otto. The piano belted a new melody at that exact moment, and the drinkers and dancers brayed. I thought of Polly traipsing from town to town, leaving fire and ashes in her wake. Patrick re-entered the pub when it was at its most raucous. I didn't see him so much as sense him. I felt the crowd disperse, the air stricken, the music slow for half a second. Or perhaps it was all in my mind. the pressure mounting atop me showing its first effects. He grinned when he saw me. It was small and fleeting. He tore his eyes away to hide it, took off his coat, addressed a few patrons who slapped his shoulder or raised their glasses and hollered. He made his way slowly through the swarm, quickly nodding and untangling himself from the people who sought to speak to him, until finally, he was close enough to touch. He lowered his mouth to my ear.
"Come on,"
he said, his voice drowning all the others.
"It's about time I brought you a drink."
I narrowed my eyes at him, trying to appear unaffected by how close his face was to mine. "You own all the liquor," I reminded him.
"Then I'll buy it twice."
He pulled me to the bar, then disappeared behind it, pouring 2 glasses of whiskey. He left bills beneath the till drawer. Tessa Coulson was noticeably absent. The bar was tended instead by a burly man, with a low-slung apron and a spotty teenage boy. "Where's your mother?" I asked. "Is she well?" Patrick passed me a glass.
"Everyone deserves a day off sometimes,"
he said. He held his drink up.
"To topside."
An old miner's toast. He clinked his glass against mine and swallowed the liquor in one gulp. I watched it disappear with wide eyes. "God, you'll be dancing on the counter by the top of the hour."
"Have some faith, Nina."
He reached back to retrieve the bottle.
"I can hold off for at least another 2.
I laughed. He appraised me furtively.
"I should ask you if you're all right,"
he said then.
"After the events of the day."
I thought of those flashes of light and the smell of gunpowder, Lionel dropping in a heap with a single hole in his forehead. I repressed a shudder. I shouldn't have expected much else from a gangster.
"Revolutionary,"
he corrected.
"In any case, it was the opposite of what I wanted you to see."
The regret rung clearly. My answering grin was weak. "Don't mind me, Patrick. I insisted on coming, and I've seen men shot before."
"But I do mind you,"
he said simply, and the heat of his gaze was too intense to hold. I looked away, warmth creeping up my neck.
"Come on,"
he said.
"Sit with me."
We returned to a table occupied by Donnie and Gunnar, engaged in an arm wrestle. The surrounding onlookers were placing bets, shouting at either brother with increasing frenzy. As Patrick and I sat, Gunnar smashed Donnie's hand down onto the tabletop, cracking it down its middle, and half the spectators exulted, while the other half groaned. Money was snatched. The winners quickly dispersed with their take.
"I let you win,"
Donnie said, swiveling in the direction of Patrick and me.
"Who's this?"
he asked. Patrick rolled his eyes.
"Who'd you think?"
"Not you, you pouty bastard."
I suppressed a laugh. "It's Nina." Donnie grinned rather suspiciously and pulled a chair out with too much grandeur. Gunnar stared at me in a way that told me I was not welcome at his table. This wasn't a revelation. I hadn't been oblivious to Gunnar's quiet contempt. I sat in Donnie's offered chair and stared straight at the oldest Coulson brother. When the silence stretched, I gathered myself and said, "Is there something you wish to say to me?" In my periphery, I saw Patrick lean back in his chair with a smirk.
"Good luck, brother,"
he said. Gunnar waved me away, a vein pulsing in his neck.
"Why don't you go on up to your room? I ain't in the mood for any swank bullshit tonight."
I sniffed. "That's a shame. I'd written a poem just for you." Donnie smirked and shifted to the edge of his seat.
"Yeah?"
Gunnar chuckled darkly.
"Then you can recite it to your pillow, darling."
"I want to hear it,"
Donnie said immediately, and Gunnar kicked him.
"Fuck! Ouch!"
I cleared my throat exuberantly. "In Old Town Kenton, come quick, while Gunnar boy swings his dick, and the ladies will sigh, for his balls have gone dry, and his cock is the size of a prick." What followed was a ripple of shocked silence, first broken by Patrick, who laughed around the rim of his glass and watched Gunnar closely. Then Donnie slapped the table and hooted, startling the patrons nearby. Gunnar, for all he was worth, did his best to remain stoic. But seconds passed, and I refused to look away. Donnie almost slid off his chair in hysterics, and eventually, Gunner's lips twitched upward despite himself. His eyes brightened.
"She's got some bollocks on her, Pat. I'll give you that,"
he said, finally lifting his stare from me. He shook his head and lit a cigarette. I turned to see Patrick quietly chuckling, watching me.
"Bet they didn't teach you that at your fancy school,"
Gunner continued. He had turned his body just slightly, now including me in the fold. This was how Brinkmen often were. Hard and calloused, but simply won over if you showed them your mettle. "Not quite," I allowed.
"Then you learned it from some dirty craftsman,"
he tisked.
"What would your ma and pa say?"
"My father was a miner," I said, and watched Gunner's eyes pop. "He taught me that poem when I was 4.
"Nina's from Scurry,"
Patrick offered.
"Scurry?"
Gunner replied, his interest seemingly piqued.
"What do they dig for over there?"
"Terranium,"
"Ah,"
Gunner grumbled.
"Nasty fucking work. All that rock and dynamite."
I shrugged. "Soot isn't much better."
"Aye, but I'd take it any day over bloody terranium."
He saluted me with his pint.
"To your dad,"
he said, and took a swill. I kept my features measured and brought my own drink to my lips, taking the barest of sips. Otto and Polly joined the table then, falling into chairs with flushed faces and wide smiles. The shadows darkening Polly's eyes had disappeared. Otto spoke to her conspiratorially, and she laughed.
"What are you laughing about?" Donnie said. "I heard you say my name, Otto. I was telling Polly about the time we stole horses from old Parker's barn, and you accidentally saddled a donkey."
Otto chuckled.
"This was back when we were kids, and Donnie could still see a lick. Not enough to tell the difference between a horse and an arse, obviously."
The table fell into a fit of laughter.
"But you're forgetting the rest of the story, Otto," Donnie grumbled. "The part where you fell clear of your horse with your trousers caught in the stirrups, had to walk back into town in his underwear."
Otto sobered, and the rest roared harder, even Patrick, who mussed Otto's hair.
"How you two weren't thrown into the fucking clink astounds me,"
Gunner guffawed.
Patty took 2 bottles of whiskey from the bar and walked it over to old Parker. "Made me take the donkey back too," Donnie said. "He promised not to go to the coppers."
My lips felt as though they might crack from overuse. I realised I hadn't smiled often over the past 7 years, and something else was thawing away, releasing me. I watched them all taunt and pick at one another, listened to the stories of their younger selves. Every so often, Polly and I locked eyes, and I remembered what she'd said about trying not to see it, this patchwork affection among them all. I found I was jealous. During an interval of conversation, Patrick reached over and took the bottom of my chair. In one smooth movement, he scooted it closer to his own, so that parts of our arms glanced each other's, though to look at it would be to see nothing of consequence. The pub was brimming, and there was hardly much room for anyone to stand without touching another. But a current flared to life beneath my skin. I couldn't help but steal glances up at him, and each time I was struck with how engrossingly handsome he was. Had I ever suffered an attraction so devastating? I hadn't. And the realization hit me like a freight train. I knew then that I couldn't do it. I looked at the long-standing friendships before me, in this pub alone. In the market and hills beyond, there were whole families, neighbours greeting neighbours, freedom and dancing, all this good among the bad. And then there was Patrick. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't. But then what? 2 guns, Polly had said. Amid the chorus to "Sleep, whistle, sleep," Theo arrived. The pub was a din of off-key singing. Patrons had their eyes closed, and their arms over one another's shoulders, swaying back and forth in time with the piano. Polly was sitting on Otto's lap, and I with my arm pressed tightly to Patrick's. Theo was covered head to toe in mud. It caked on his face and cracked where he frowned. His eyes were rimmed red, and he looked bone-tired. He measured Polly and me and the drinks in our hands in a deadened way. Warily, I put an inch between Patrick's arm and mine, and Patrick noticed. I felt his eyes land heavily on me, then bounced to Theo. The din receded.
Theodore,
Patrick said casually, though surely he'd noticed the fissure down Theo's face.
get a drink. Join us.
But Theo's eyes only skittered as far as Patrick's hand, which had reached around the back of my chair and rested just short of my shoulder, not touching, but sending a message as clear as if it were. Theo reserved his response for me.
Enjoying your evening?
He asked, voice empty of emotion. Next he addressed Polly.
And you?
Polly swallowed. She stood from Otto's lap and smoothed out her dress. I should be off to bed.
Sit down,
Theo said, more aggressively than anyone ought to among so many minors. All three Coulson brothers stood from their seats, as did Otto, a more menacing sight I'd rarely seen. The pub quieted.
You've had a long day, Teddy,
Patrick said, in that low, rumbling voice.
Perhaps you'd better turn in, eh?
But Theo's anger seemed to evaporate right there on the spot. Perhaps it was the hulking figures that stood taller than him, shoulders wider than his, that cooled his blood. He smiled genially.
I've only just arrived,
he said, ignoring Gunnar at his shoulder with great effort. Theo sat.
Stay a while longer, Polly,
he said with faux politeness.
Let's have a drink.
Slowly, the Coulsons and Otto sat, though Patrick and Gunnar traded wary looks.
Why don't you get everyone a beer, Otto?
Patrick said.
You owe us about 100 of them.
I'll get them, I said, immediately standing. In truth, I needed a moment of reprieve. I left before anyone could stop me. At the bar, the keep didn't ask for payment. He placed a tray of pints on the counter with a meek, "Here you go, miss," and hurried on to the next customer. I downed an entire drink before stepping away, wiping my mouth on my sleeve. When I turned, it was only to nearly upturn the entire tray on Theo's chest. I froze. The same tightness remained around his mouth, his eyes. He stood not half a foot away from me.
Had a productive day, did you?
He asked. My gaze shifted to the patrons nearest, then over his shoulder.
Yes, he's watching you,
Theo said icily.
So smile. Offer me a drink.
He was right. I smiled at Theo, lifted the tray for him to take a pint.
Make any progress?
Theo said now.
Or did you and Polly simply sit on their laps all day?
Don't, I said, my smile wavering slightly. You don't get to say that to me.
Forgive me. I've been in a hole all day. My patience is a little spent.
He waited expectantly, and for a moment I was torn. Telling him everything and telling him nothing both felt like a betrayal. They met a man in Dorset who gave them guns, I said quietly. That's all.
That's all?
Theo queried.
And what of the person we were sent to find?
It's not as though I can simply ask him where he's hiding an alchemist, Theo. I laughed as though we were exchanging jokes. I hoped from this distance that Patrick couldn't see the strain beneath the surface.
And I can't keep creating leaks and pretending I don't know how to fix them.
Theo gritted out.
I've bought you these extra days, Nina. Use them. The sooner we can leave this hellhole, the better.
The sooner I demolish it, you mean? I said it beneath my breath, but he heard it still. How was it that voices could crest and fall all around us, but be of no consequence to him? Had he already buried them in his mind?
I'm aware of the enormity of the task, Nina.
His voice had grown softer. He sighed, and his shoulders fell.
Perhaps I can...
But Patrick had risen from his seat, and his intention was clear. This isn't the time to discuss it, I interjected.
When is the time?
Patrick drew nearer. I don't know. Tomorrow night?
I can't keep this up forever, Nina.
I just had to find a way out of this mess, lure the two guns away. I need more time. Theo leaned down nearer to my ear.
Then use it wisely, Clark, and be careful.
I nodded, and before Patrick could arrive and Theo could melt into the crowd, I finished another pint. Patrick watched the ale disappear with suspicion. His eyes stuck to Theo's retreating back. I wiped my chin furtively and tried to plaster on a smile.
Are you all right?
He asked without looking my way. Fine, I said. Theo was just apologizing. He becomes ill-tempered when he's tired.
Does he?
Patrick said, looking down at me.
In 2 years, he's not so much as raised his voice.
I gave a little shrug. Using your medium is exhausting. I suppose it got the better of him today. But Patrick's attention was on the swinging door Theo had disappeared behind. His head tilted to the side.
When we caught up to him in Dunwich, he told us he was searching for a girl,
he said.
He meant you.
It brooked no argument, no room for denial. I shifted uncomfortably. Perhaps.
He's still in love with you,
Patrick continued, sounding oddly contemplative.
I've gathered that much, but I'm having trouble with the probability of it.
And this time, there was black suspicion. My stomach roiled. The probability?
Of the two of you ending up here, of all places,
he said.
In a town the rest of the country has forgotten about. How unlikely it is that he found you after all.
The tray in my hand slipped an inch, and his eyes tracked the movement. I tried to look indignant. You brought me here, I reminded him. He nodded, taking the tray from my hands and placing it back on the bar.
Like I said, it's the probability of it. Perhaps you were destined to find each other.
I laughed, the first swells of giddiness bubbling up my throat. God, I hope destiny has something more in store for me than the boy I loved when I was 18. Patrick simply watched me, eyes on my lips, following the next drink I tipped into my mouth. I was sweating. The room seemed hot as a furnace. Noise clambered the walls in my ear, and the fabric of my blouse suddenly itched unbearably. Patrick would see my flushed skin and think me drunk. He didn't suspect, didn't know, would never hold a gun to my temple with his finger on the trigger. Bang! I took another drink.
Go easy,
Patrick warned, brows pinching.
You'll drown yourself.
And indeed, I had begun to feel as though I was underwater, where all sound was transmuted and dull. It was very inviting.
If he is who you want,
Patrick said next, nothing but blue eyes expanding and retracting in my vision.
I'll step out of your way, but you'd better tell me now, Nina.
I shook my head. No, I might have said. It was difficult to tell. I took his hand without making the conscious decision to do so, and perhaps I overbalanced, because his other came to my shoulder and he said,
"Whoa there."
In my periphery, I saw Ollie and Otto dancing again, and her arms were wrapped around his neck. The pianist made room on his bench for Scotty, who thrashed on the keys. I found a half glass of abandoned whiskey on the table. Patrick said,
"You'll regret that,"
and made to take it away, but I held on. I found his face in the soup of faces, and drank the lot while he watched warily. "You're very handsome," I told him, "even when you scowl." Perhaps I told him again about those drawings of him in the rubble of the artisan school. Perhaps I told him other things too, like how scared I had always been in those halls, how scared I was still, utterly terrified every second of the day. I had no idea if any sensible thought colluded with speech. It was so difficult to tell while underwater. At some point in the night, however long it lasted, his arms came around me. Were we dancing again? Faces spun on a carousel. The ground had fallen away. I shut my eyes and leaned my head against his chest, and was struck by the steadiness of his heartbeat. How did we get here? I thought.
God knows, Scurry girl. But here we are,
he said. And I wondered if he'd somehow found the lock to my chest and was bleeding it of every good and terrible thing I'd ever done. Chapter 41. Nina. I had strange dreams. Gun barrels coughing smoke in the air, shaped into portraits by Theo and his precise hands. A rendition of my own face with two different sides to it. There were trolleys and tunnels, and Isaiah, who brushed against my legs and frolicked away. Patrick and Polly, and Theo and me, all seated on a train tumbling onward beyond our control. One by one, they jumped from the moving carriage at uncertain intervals, beckoning for me to follow, while I plucked the spokes of a dandelion clock and hoped it would tell me when to go. I awoke to lurid light filtering through the curtains, cutting my face in two. Dust mote scored in the beam. The air felt heavy, the bedding too oppressive, and I shucked it off with sudden, violent desperation. I groaned quietly and pressed the heels of my hands to my eyes. Slowly, my mind churned, presenting me with snatches of the evening prior in frightening distortion. It had been a long time since liquor had gotten the better of me. My leaden arms fell to my sides, and my hand met with coarse, stringy fur. It moved up and down beneath my touch. My eyes snapped open. Isaiah waited several inches from my face, his body as tall as the bed frame, his head on the mattress, stretching to reach me. "Hello?" I rasped uncertainly, and his tongue unfurled from his head. Beyond Isaiah, another sound found me. Soft breath, in and out. I bolted upright. In an armchair before the hearth, Patrick slept with his chin on his chest. My slamming pulse slowed at the sight of him. Purple eyelids, crossed arms, legs slack and too long for comfort. He seemed softer like this, the sharp edges of him muted in sleep. I suddenly recalled a whisper in my ear telling me to lay down, to sleep. He must have carried me to my bed, up all those flights of stairs. I was dressed in the same clothes I'd worn the night before, less my shoes. There was a jug of water and a waiting glass at my bedside, a pocket watch with his initials etched into the back. The time was nearly noon. "Lord," I mumbled. I'd slept half the day through. Patrick sighed in his sleep, shifted slightly. Isaiah went to him and pulled at his feet. The fire behind him sputtered weakly. In the artisan school, there'd been many male and female models cycled through the classrooms for us to draw or carve or sculpt to learn the human form. But mostly, the bodies had just been bodies. I'd often struggled to see their splendor. But I thought this man before me ought to be carved into stone. My fingers itched to recreate him. I wondered if it was because he was truly special, or if it was that tether between us. Perhaps it colored my view. I looked at the hands wringing in my lap. How intolerable it was to think of cutting him away while he was so close.
"You speak to yourself when you frown,"
came his voice. I startled, gripped my chest in fright. Patrick watched me beneath heavy eyelids.
"Always mouthing things under your breath, like you're having an argument with yourself."
I exhaled in a gust, sparks of floating light igniting. "Sometimes I am."
Don't imagine anyone wins."
The timbre of his voice did damning things to my insides. My blood raced. His eyes swept the length of me, and everywhere his gaze touched, warmth followed.
"How do you feel?"
Like I'd been trampled, like I wanted to feel his mouth on mine. "Fine."
"Drink the water,"
he said, gesturing to the bedside table.
"It'll stave the headache."
There was, indeed, a pick grinding a fine hole into my skull. "Thank you." I swallowed it gratefully. Then, self-consciously, I said, "You slept here all night?"
"Sam had the evening off,"
he explained. I frowned. And you think I'll disappear if I'm not guarded?
It's not a matter of keeping you locked in,
He sighed.
It's keeping others locked out. But in this case, you insisted I stay.
I did? He nodded, his eyes travelling down to my waist.
Many times.
Mortification flooded me. He gave a weak smile.
I'll leave if you want me to.
No, I said too quickly. Already I'd wasted half the day. Theo couldn't flood the tunnels forever. Unless, I stumbled, you have somewhere to be?
Usually,
He admitted.
but not today. Gunnar is taking a shift in the East Mines. I've left Donnie in charge of the market. I heard from Briggs at dawn. There's a new leak in the tunnel. The charmer will need another day to patch it.
Theo?
Yes, him.
Guilt and gratitude mixed together, quelling the warmth in my middle, though not completely. I shook them away.
Use these days wisely. You speak in your sleep too,
Patrick said then.
I'm starting to think you might never shut up.
I rolled my eyes. What did I say?
Something about guns.
He said, repositioning.
2 guns.
Dread pulled in my mouth.
After that, I couldn't say. I fell asleep. Didn't wake up until Briggs came to the door.
I tried not to show my relief, tried to breathe normally. Patrick didn't seem suspicious in the least. In fact, he seemed satisfied. You sound surprised at the thought of sleeping, I noted.
I don't sleep well,
He reminded me, and I wondered if what he meant was that he didn't sleep at all, that there was never enough peace for him to sleep. He exhaled in a gust and looked my way, and I returned my gaze to my lap. I couldn't quite explain the fear that lingered, only that it wasn't a fear for my life. It was the anxiousness of being alone with someone who makes your blood sprint. I fear I made a fool of myself last night, I uttered. But he shook his head.
It was a trying day. You were only letting off steam.
Perhaps. But hadn't I forbidden myself from drinking long ago? Wasn't there enough danger without liquor loosening my tongue? I should count myself lucky I hadn't said something incriminating and awoken, or not, at the bottom of a canal.
I want to ask you something,
Patrick said, and it brought my gaze back to his. I wondered if it was always his intention to swallow me whole. I have questions too, I said, and here it was, that irreversible moment. He pulled that damned coin from his pocket.
Shall we flip to see who gets the first one?
That depends, I said without humour. Will it be a fair toss, or will you use your medium to manipulate the outcome again? Silence. I thought I felt the tick of his heart. He rolled his jaw slowly before speaking. I counted 1 breath, 2.
What gave me away?
Besides the blatant cheating, I asked, and the bullets that didn't hit. He tilted his head. I sighed. You went home with a bottle of magic in your pocket, Patrick. What 12-year-old boy could resist the temptation? He nodded, even smiled at the accusation. I used to imagine you on that train back here, I said. I wondered if you'd thrown the ink out the window, or given it to someone else. Stupid, isn't it? I asked him.
No,
he said.
It's likely the only sensible choice there was.
But you were only 12.
I was,
he agreed.
and angry as a bull.
I nodded. You're a smith?
An untrained one,
he said with a shrug. Of lead, I presume. Or perhaps steel? Why keep that from me? He looked into the fire, perhaps to give himself a moment to cultivate an answer.
You asked me last night if I trusted you,
he said.
I confess. I don't come by trust so easily.
Do your men know?
They do.
Theo and Polly?
They suspect. But I don't tell them everything.
I fell quiet. I let the knowledge settle around me and took him in anew. So then, we're both kids from the brink turned artisan imposters. His mouth twitched.
You're smiling, he said. Why?
It's nice not being the only one. I paused. Can I ask one last question? He nodded warily. The last alchemist is alive. He didn't answer, only turned that coin over in his fingers a few times.
Sounds like you're telling me, not asking.
Is that a yes?
You'll need to give me an answer to get an answer.
I braced myself. For one fleeting moment, I thought he might ask me something with a catastrophic answer, and I wasn't sure I could lie. He weighed his words carefully.
I promised you a ticket out of here, to somewhere safe, away from the trench.
I waited, his question banking up in the silence.
I wondered if I could prove to you that I could protect you, if you'd ever consider this place, here with me, as somewhere safe.
He didn't rise from the chair, didn't adjust his position, and yet it felt as though he had just grabbed me by the ribcage and squeezed. You want me to stay in Kenton Hill? He nodded slowly, and in the following seconds I felt completely translucent, as though a mere bob of my throat or the flicker of an eyelid would be too telling. But he had cast his own veneer aside. Behind those simple words was a deep wanting, and I saw it plainly. It mimicked my own. How did we get here? I asked aloud, the question genuine. I could no longer see the paths behind us. He smirked, though his eyes remained tight.
You're making a habit of asking me that.
His tone implied he didn't much care how we'd arrived. He waited patiently for my answer. I knew I should tell him yes, that I'd consider him. It was the obvious answer. Theo and Polly would want it. Get closer to him, make him trust you, find the alchemist. I could see how quickly he would fall in love with me. It seemed almost as though he were predisposed to it, that his mind was already made. What I could not fathom was how I was not to fall in love with him. I was failing already, tumbling into it. Somewhere in Bellavere City, Lord Tanner stalked some government parlour, and my mother sat waiting in a cold cell. And I was here, unable to do what I must. So, I did nothing. I remained here plucking at dandelion petals, and hoping the correct course would present itself. I had pulled Patrick willfully into a trap without ever deciding to do so. I was sinking, and soon there wouldn't be a way back. But there had to be somehow. Surely there was a way through. Patrick waited, just feet away, and he remained a force to be reckoned with, taking my hand and pulling me through the throng, whispering reassurances and sinking a vial of promises into my pocket. If there was a way out, surely it was with him.
Chapter 42. Patrick. He felt every second passing like a stone added to a pail. It grew steadily heavier in his grip, harder to hold. But there was no rebuff yet, just a maelstrom behind her eyes, flushed cheeks, wild blonde hair strewn around her face, full lips parted in indecision. It was the longest he had seen her survive a silence. She was, to him, a walking contradiction. Crafter and artisan, soft and strong, vulnerable, yet difficult to read, wickedly smart and painfully beautiful. A headache to any man trying to divulge all the secrets she was made of. He was a selfish creature, he knew. Was it not enough to try and persuade her to his side of the fight? Did he truly need to keep her when what she wanted was escape? No, not escape. Freedom. It was a long time she'd spent in hiding. In Kenton Hill, she was finally unfurling. He could see it. She had come alive here. If it was freedom she sought, he could offer her that. Maybe it would be enough for her to stay. He hadn't meant to ask it of her yet. There'd been a plan in mind, a more extended period in which to draw her in. Perhaps he'd fumbled things now. But he didn't think so. Difficult as she might be to understand, he wasn't misreading her when she admired the hills and laughed at his brothers and marvelled at Kenton's machinations. She no longer resembled a tightly wound spring. She went quiet when she looked at him, and that was how he knew. In truth, he had never considered a wife. No one had ever enticed the idea for him. His devotion was spent on his family, his town, his people. He'd imagined his life would dwindle on that way, him expending himself on their behalf. On and on the fighting would go, deals and tunnels and problems, and he would die eventually, somewhere amid all the noise with no great love to leave behind. Just the pub, the stacks, the mills, the mines. Kenton and the rest of the world churning on without him. There was no room for a wife in all that. But if he could find his father and end this war, perhaps room could be made. No more blood or interminable problems to solve. No need to worry that someone he loved might be tangled up in the mess. Lately, he really thought it might be possible. He held on to more hope than he'd admit to Nina, who still hadn't answered the fucking question. He imagined her in his bed each night, lying with her head on his chest, all those curls splayed over his skin. Then he imagined her in someone else's bed, and felt every muscle in his body seize. Blood pooled in his mouth. Yes, he'd have to make room for a wife. He'd find a way. Suddenly, Nina's eyes glazed, tears threatening the rims, and Patrick stood. "Wait," she said, holding a hand toward him, staving him off. There's something I need to tell you first." She moved her legs to the edge of the bed and stood, beginning to pace. She pulled her blouse at the throat and said, "It's too hot in here," despite the frost on the window, the dying fire in the hearth. Her cheeks had turned ruddy and splotched. Patrick closed the gate on the fire to snuff it, went to open the window. She didn't speak, only breathed heavily. Isaiah watched her from the rug with a tilted head. "Just tell me," Patrick said. He was nearing insanity. Lord, but being near her was a descent into madness. "My mother fled scurry when I was a girl," she began, wiping her palms over her hips nervously. Patrick's chest tightened. "I'm sorry. But she was a good mother," she said, eyes flashing defensively. Before she left." Nina seemed to hover on the edge of something. Patrick waited, uncertain what to do. "She was a beautiful artist, and she taught me to draw and paint. She would steal coins out of my father's pockets while he slept to buy supplies." She used to insist that I was made for bigger places, and I knew she meant the artisan school. She filled my head with dreams of going there when I came of age. And then she left, and I never understood why. She didn't go on. Didn't seem able to. She swallowed and shut her eyes. She'd been taken prisoner by the house, she said then. As a way to punish me, I suppose. Patrick exhaled. His chest a cage, his heart sought to break out of. He felt awash in that old hatred again, for the house and Tanner and every peer who'd come before him. Tanner is a monster, he said, his loathing plain and hot to the touch. He wondered why she'd never mentioned her mother before, or if she just decided this day that she trusted him enough. Nina picked at her fingernails. Her eyes flitted to the ceiling as though searching for something. Resolve, perhaps. I'm telling you, because you have something that can free her, as well as your own father. Patrick frowned. Of course I'm not talking about tunnels, she said, impatient now. Patrick, I'm talking about the alchemist, Demelius Becker. Patrick stilled. He saw the direction of her thoughts without her needing to speak them. Nina, he can be traded, Patrick. There is nothing more important to the House of Lords than idiom. Give them their alchemist, and Tanner will give you every last prisoner, our parents included. But already Patrick shook his head. She didn't understand war games, how to transact with politicians. I can't do that, scurry girl. She visibly deflated at the words. Please, she said, desperate. You can. You're just choosing not to. There's another way to get them out. She let loose a sound of frustration. Is idiom more important to you than their lives, Patrick? Nina, answer the question, she insisted. She didn't yell or scream, but her voice shook, quaked. Is idiom more important than your father? Than my mother? He wished he could tell her something different. Idiom is everything, he told her. It's the key to this war, Nina. To progress. I wish it weren't so. Believe me. Her eyes welled, and she nodded, turned her body away from him. Surely she understood. She wanted the same thing as him, after all. True freedom. She knew what he knew, didn't she? There was no other way to win than to utilize the artisan's very weapons against them. Patrick stepped toward her, eyes on the sweeping curve of her neck and shoulders. I'll get them both out, Nina. I swear it. And he wasn't one to make promises he couldn't keep. You're confident you can do it? She whispered. And when she turned her face to him, there were tears spilling onto her lashes. And come back. He had to come back. There was no other choice. For Coulson and Sons, and the Miners' Union, and Nina. There would be life after the fighting stopped. There was room for more. If your mother is alive and willing, he said, then I'll bring her back. Her hands shook. She brushed the tears away from under her eyes. Then she nodded and squared her shoulders, shaking off the maelstrom. Then I'll stay here. With me, Patrick added, stepping closer. To be clear. She peered up at him, and he was moments away from abandoning honour. Say it. I'll stay with you. Because I won't be able to leave you alone if you're close by, he said, reaching her at last, tracing the underside of her jaw. She shivered. Heat crept up her neck from beneath her shirt. When it's all finished, Nina, I'll come knocking on your door. Do you understand? She swallowed. Nodded. He wondered if she was aware that she was rocking on her toes, stretching upward. I'll keep everyone safe, and when it's done, you'll be with me. He kept his lips a hair's breadth from hers, watching her eyes close and her breaths shorten. He needed to be sure it was the same for her. This need, this incessant fucking desire. He thought he might come undone, right there, to see her so wanting. Is this what you want? Yes, she said on an exhale, her hands slithering into his collar. It was all the assurance he needed. He closed that last inch, and his mouth finally, blissfully, descended upon hers again. It wasn't like their other kisses, hesitant and whisper soft. This was unrestrained, crushing. He pressed his tongue to the seam of her lips, and they parted on a gasp. Gold bloomed behind his eyelids. She tasted like victory, the sum of all he'd ever craved. How many moments had he imagined her in his hands? 100? 1,000? Could she feel the core of him rearing, clawing her into its recess? What will I do, he thought, if she claws her way out?
Chapter 43. Nina. He left me in the room to wash, to change my clothes.
Meet me downstairs,
He said.
I want to take you somewhere.
He took his fingers slowly away from my face, like it hurt to do so, and shook his head to himself as he led Isaiah out the door. Afterward, I stood there alone with my thrumming heart. I traced my lips to check if they were real. Perhaps they would dissolve, and I'd come awake from a dream so cruelly vivid it left marks. I smiled. I buried my face in my palms and relished in the lingering adrenaline until it ebbed away. You'll stay, I told myself. You've picked your side. You will stick to it. I'd open a tunnel all the way to Bellevere City and free my mother. I'd remove Tanner's leverage, then be free to do as I pleased. I didn't know if there was a true end to this conflict. But even if it continued, I'd be safe here in Kenton Hill, where the people knew me as Nina Harrow, and the threat of killing the last alchemist kept the house from crushing it flat. There was a way to save this place. And what of Theo? Invaded sense. Polly? Polly didn't necessarily want to betray the Coulsons any more than I did. Theodore, however, was another case entirely. He came from a life of artisan privilege, and it was clear that Kenton's charms had made little impression on him, not to mention Patrick, whom he sometimes looked at as though he'd like nothing more than to bury him himself. So I couldn't tell Theo. He might care about me enough not to throw me at Lord Tanner's feet, but he would certainly never see Patrick's plan executed without trying to stop it. Polly was the key then. She was the sole channel of communication between us and the house. If Tanner could be misled, then Patrick and his men had a chance. I'd watched him deflect those bullets, hadn't I? He was a smith, and I a charmer. We had the alchemist. We had a way in. I just had to show Polly there was a way to remove one of those 2 guns pointed at her. But the Coulson brothers could never learn why we had come here. If they ever believed themselves betrayed, our safety was forfeit. Patrick's affections for me, however strong they might be, were not strong enough for that. I would seek out Polly and speak with her. A new plan would be made. And Theo? I saw no hope that he would abandon his loyalties to the house. He was angry, eager to leave. I reasoned that he had to be kept in the dark, and that when the moment came, he would have to accept that we were on different sides of a war, that he would take the opportunity to leave safely, at a time that would not completely hobble Patrick's plans. He only needed to be kept ignorant for a while longer. I hoped enough of the old Theo lingered that he would allow me this choice. Hope erupted. I bathed hurriedly with warm water that chugged out of the brass pipes. I emptied the basin with the pump and lever. Genius! I wore a dress too thin for the cold air, but in a pleasant pale blue. I defined the curls of my hair and pinned them up as I always did. When I was done, my reflection in the armoire mirror didn't seem all that terrible for someone whose liver had pickled overnight. Sam was waiting in his chair outside the door.
Hello, miss,
he yawned, tossing a polished ball from hand to hand. Hello, I said, hesitating. The ball rose and fell, rose and fell. You must be tired of sitting there, he shrugged.
Better than mining.
I grimaced. Is Patrick really so worried someone might come to attack us?
Nah,
Sam said.
Ain't no one stupid enough.
He doesn't trust us, I said aloud.
Of course not. You're artisans. But I don't think it's exactly that.
Then what is it? I asked. If it's not to keep us in, or to keep others out.
I think it's to keep me off the street, miss, he said. Me dad got buried in the tunnels. Sometimes Patty invents jobs to keep people paid.
I considered the burden of it, of ensuring everyone had what they needed. Sometimes I can't tell if he's as good as he is bad. I wasn't sure why I admitted as much to a boy. But the boy in question seemed to take care in his answer. For a moment, his face tightened in thought.
He's bad to those who are bad. No idea if that makes him good, though.
Perhaps Sam and I weren't of the authority to decide who was good or not. But I thought Sam's father might be thankful that Patrick had kept his son out of the tunnels and off the streets. Goodbye, Sam. He nodded, lit a cigarette. I descended the flights of stairs with a genuine grin, and my limbs felt lighter. I got the strange urge to jump down to the landings, slide down the rails. I was eager to be near him again. Too eager. I could still feel the sensation of his lips traveling over my mouth, my throat. In my mind, I crashed out of the stairwell, and Patrick was waiting, already taking my weight in his hands and kissing me again. I pushed the swinging door open to the pub, and there he was, his hands in his pockets and his back to the bar top. He turned at the sound of my footsteps. For a brief moment, a spell was cast wherein only Patrick and I existed. The rest of the universe reduced to a slither. He grinned and offered his hand. I blushed as I reached to take it. And then, the illusion was blown to pieces. From some distant rooftop, a familiar siren word. The sound grew, stampeding down the lanes, permeating walls and rib cages. It droned outward, upward, pitching. I was transported back to childhood, sitting beneath a kitchen table, my back mashed against a brick wall. Patrick's face drained of colour. On the street, voices shouted, "Collapse! Collapse!" Patrick whispered, and sprinted for the door.
Chapter 44. Patrick. When Patrick was a boy, and the siren sounded, he thought of monsters rising from the depths of vast seas and swallowing ships, fire raining from the sky, titanic gods slinging bolts of lightning to the anthill towns beneath, His thoughts weren't so different as a man. That sound, it rendered muscle from bone, squeezed your heart of every last drop of blood. The door's window popped on its recoil, his boots hitting the cobblestones in the next moment. Someone shouted to him, "East mine, Pat! East!" As though he couldn't see the frantic crowd funneling in that direction, disappearing down alleyways, shovels already in hand, screaming to the windows above. "East!" they shouted. "Hurry! Hurry!" How many would be lost this time? 10? 20? Would Gunnar be among them? No. Patrick thought, over and over. He cleared one alley, ran full out down Citadel Street, then Penance. The siren droned, doors crashed open, and people erupted from the depths of buildings with pails and spades and anything that could break earth. All of it was carried to the edge of town, to the foot of a yellow hill. Already there were people racing up its side to the pit above. Patrick ran to do the same. The people trapped below had minutes, seconds left in the hourglass. No air to breathe. Just a thin hope that someone would dig deep enough. Even from this distance, Patrick could see the frame of the pit entrance had caved inward, the ground beneath it bowled, and suddenly the yellow hill came alive. It shifted, awakening from a long, deadened sleep, shelves of grass sliding away. The entire fabric of the hill distorting before Patrick's eyes. A wave of black hurtled towards them, flowing from the summit, slipping down, down. "Landslide!" Patrick bellowed at the same time as 20 others, 50. Patrick grabbed the jacket of a man running by to pull him back. There were already too many on the hill, too many falling as the earth beneath them fluxed. Soon they'd be trapped too, devoured by the mud swarming their ankles. "Run!" Patrick shouted, for the wall of mud wouldn't stop there. It would barrage over the fence and through the alleys, through windows and doors. It would buckle walls and bury those too. He saw Scotty struck dumb, mouth horridly agape. "Holy fucking God!" he intoned as Patrick grabbed his arm. "Go!" Patrick begged, pushing, herding as many as his arm span would allow. He shoved them backward until their minds caught up with their feet. Screams rent the drums in his ears. "Back over the fence, fall, stand up, run." The roar of a terrible beast intoned behind them, harrying its prey. And then Nina appeared, sweat slickened and breathing at a tremendous pace. She ran with her skirt scrunched in her hand toward the landslide rather than away from it. "Nina!" Patrick shouted, scrambling for her through the river of scattering bodies. "Nina! Stop!" But Nina was now clear of the crush. She clambered over the fence, her dress ripping. She grounded her feet in the grass and lifted her chin, as though the wave of mud about to eclipse her was an old friend and she was there to greet it. The earth shook.
Chapter 45. Nina. The wall of dirt came crashing downward, ripping tree roots in its path, ever closer. Strong enough, I knew, to demolish buildings. Behind me, at the town's border, was the fenced yard of a school, the children within shoving through the door, hiding beneath their desks. Nothing to save them now but brick and mortar. I climbed over a low fence, ripped my skirt free when it caught, and wove through the torrid sea of bodies rushing in the other direction, abandoning their shovels and picks. I heard Patrick shout my name, again and again. But the crush of dirt was nearly upon us, close enough to swallow us all. Specks of it hit my face, sharp as knives. Seconds left. Adrenaline flooded my chest, coated my tongue. Idiom bloomed in my blood. If someone had asked me in that moment, I could have told them the precise texture of all that earth, the way it would taste. Copper, grit, sharp and mired. Its smell and the colour and exact weight, all of it burst into my mind. I felt its ridges and planes, and the exact points of momentum. I raised my hands, felt the expanse of all that earth in the widths of my fingers. Then I bent it all. I crushed it in on itself, brought billions of tumbling particles to a grinding halt. They were impossibly heavy, heavier than anything I'd commanded before. I gasped beneath the weight of it. It rose up before me like a wave, and I shuddered beneath it, holding it steady. But then, slowly, ground shaking, I forced it back, then held it steady. I held it until the rumbling stopped, until I felt my mind might burst, stray pebbles and clumps tumbling to my feet. It settled in enormous mounds a foot from the fence line, splaying up the hill. But it did not breach the town. And all went silent. The ground no longer shuddering, no longer roaring. Only the scream of the siren from Kenton's belly.
"Nina!"
called Patrick. And quite badly, I wanted to heed that call. But instead, I climbed. I climbed and climbed, my shoes sinking into the mud, up and over the mounds. And behind me, I heard others follow, climbing through the formicaries and shouting to one another again.
"Get to the pit! Dig! Idia, please, grant them a few minutes more."
Halfway up, and a man's fingers wriggled their way out of the soil, grasping at air. I forced the dirt to reveal him until he was uncovered to his waist. He slumped forward, and I didn't stop to slap the dust from his lungs or offer my hand. There were so many others. I heard shouts of,
"Here! Here!"
and the thwack of shovels slicing the dirt. All those people swallowed up in the landslide, somehow reaching for the surface. But I tracked on, my legs screaming, up, until the summit was reached, the ground a concave, sunken atop whatever maze existed below. I sunk to the ground, my hands to the earth, closed my eyes.
"Get the horses! The baddos!"
A voice shouted. Patrick's. He was running for the pit entrance, half destroyed as it was. He wound rope around his waist and secured it tightly. Scotty followed, donning a strange hat with a burning filament in its front. He passed one to Patrick. "Wait!" I said. Was I shouting? "Wait!" Patrick turned, his expression firm.
"Stay here."
"I can help," I said, nearly tripping on my skirt. "I'm going with you."
"No."
He heaved, adjusting the lamp on his head. The look he gave me was stricken.
"You will stay right fucking here. You hear me? Are you mad, Pat? She's an earth charmer."
Scotty blustered, his voice rising over the din of the rest. "Your brother's down there," I said forcefully. "I can get him out."
"We've got minutes, Pat,"
Scotty shouted, his face ruddy, spittle flying.
"Minutes!"
Patrick only eyed me a second longer. Then he squared his chin. A veil came over him.
"You stay behind me,"
he said, the words bitten out through the cage of his teeth.
"If I tell you to go back, you go back."
"Let's go," I gritted out. "We're wasting time."
"Come on!"
Scotty begged, pulling on Patrick's shoulder.
"No, boss, the horses will pull you back."
Patrick closed his eyes and shook his head. He spoke while winding the same length of rope around my middle and tying it tightly.
"There's 2 shafts. Sometimes they can withstand a collapse. If we're lucky, some of the boys will have made it back inside the one nearest. We need to crawl to the pulleys, find the cables, and bring them out. The horses will pull them up."
"How many?"
25, give or take,"
he said, and it sounded like a knife was twisting inside his chest. He gave me one last strained look.
"Protect yourself, please."
I nodded. Scotty fed in the rope we were tethered to as we ducked beneath the splintered rafters. Patrick hurried ahead of me with his head bowed. The earth slanted violently downward. The ceiling had crumbled, leaving little room to move in. Within a few feet, Patrick was on his haunches. I felt the groans in the walls, smelt the freshly aerated earth. I smelled gas.
"If you feel yourself getting dizzy, tell me,"
Patrick panted.
"I'll get you out."
His hands felt along the ceiling, the sides, the ground. His headlamp blinked off and on.
"We crawl from here."
"I can widen it," I said.
"There's a seam beneath us. It might not be safe."
"You just watched me stop 100,000 tons of earth from flattening your parish, Patrick. I know what I'm doing."
"One small disturbance, and it all comes down on top of us,"
he rasped.
"You won't be able to charm us out if you can't breathe."
"We don't have time to crawl, Patrick." My breathing felt laboured, the gas finding me already. "Move out of the way."
"If we get this wrong, they die. You die."
"Trust me, Patrick," I begged, exasperated. He gave me a look of wild desperation and cursed.
"All right,"
he panted. He flattened himself against the wall and grabbed my wrist.
"All right."
He helped me forward until my shoulder was pressed to his chest, as close to the hole as I could get. I realized that he was shaking badly, that he was terrified. Beneath his breath, it seemed he was praying. There was no time for reassurances. Somewhere beneath us, 90 fathoms below, men waited in the earth. I carved away at the walls, pushed the ceiling up, gently, carefully. I listened for the moans of the earth, for any telltale splits. But it all melded away at the bit of my mind, until it was wide enough to walk through at a crouch. Patrick let me lead him down, holding the loop of rope at the small of my back. We hurried through, 2 mice and a maze, slipping, panting, growing more and more woozy with each small descent. Finally, Patrick's headlamp caught the glint of steel, the shaft, mostly barricaded in clay. My mind pulled at it with waning strength, the earth slower to move now. Patrick took to it with his hands, clawing clods of it away with manic determination until the void could be seen, still there, its frame holding. Echoing up from the depths, I thought I heard a soft plea. "Help," it said, and evaporated quickly. Patrick fished the cables hanging from the pulleys. He unwound them from their anchor point, fingers fumbling.
"Carry these out to Scotty,"
he huffed, his chest heaving.
"Be as quick as you can."
"What of you?"
"The gate jams in a collapse,"
he said.
"I need to be here to let them out."
"It should be me who stays," I panted. It seemed there wasn't enough oxygen. "If the ceiling falls, I can charm it." He shook his head, sweat trickling over his jaw.
"If you think I can leave you here—"
"Patrick," I spat, grabbing his shirt in one fist. "I can do this. I promise I'll come back." And perhaps he saw the blaze in my eyes, felt the idiom pulsing through me. "There's no time. Go!" And though it seemed to tear at every fibre of his being, he swallowed, nodded. He grabbed the cables in his hand, gripped my neck in the other, and his lips met mine for one fervent moment. And then they were gone. He ripped the strange lighted hat from his head and put it on my own.
"I think I've fallen in love with you,"
he said gruffly.
"So you'd better fucking come out, Nina. Promise me. No."
I blustered. I promise." And then he disappeared into the gloom. and I crouched in the dark and waited, my heart thrown from one wall to the next. There was little time to recover. It didn't take long for the cables to become taut, stretched to capacity. I flattened myself against the outer wall and waited the interminable wait for them to move. What seemed like a millennia later, the pulley screeched, the cable within forced over its wheels. It moved in painful increments, the void filling with an awful grating sound, the clanks of steel and the groan of timber reaching me. But the lift was rising. The wheels spun in their mechanisms. The cable sped by. The clanking grew closer and closer. And then I could feel it beneath my feet. Something heavy rising from the belly of the world, forced from its middle. The lift ground to a halt when it hit the ceiling, and the cable couldn't pull it any further. Dizzy, I scrambled to the lift's doors. I pulled on the steel lever that clamped the gate shut. Moans within, shouts. I threw all the weight I had onto the lever, and inch by inch, it moved. A crack appeared, widened. 20, 30 fingers fed through the gap, prying the gates apart. And then Gunnar spilled out, landing on his knees, coughing violently. Blood seeped from his eyebrow into his beard, already black with soot. Behind him, 20 or so men appeared in the weak glow of my lamplight. Some held up by others, some slumped to the floor with their back against the walls. All of them gasping for breath, blackened by the earth, visible only by the stark reflections of their eyes.
He sent the charmer in,
Gunnar panted, his voice nothing more than a scratch. But he smiled up at me, spitting a gob of soot to the ground.
Figures.
I swayed, seeing two of him. This charmer is going to get you out, I told him, unless you'd rather stay. He exhaled, and it might have been a laugh. He accepted the hand I offered to stand on shaking legs. I glanced over his shoulder, to the men behind him. Can they walk?
They'll fucking crawl, if they must,
he rasped.
Lead the way.
I kept my hands to the walls as I ascended again, looking over my shoulder constantly to the train of miners following. The unconscious men were carried on backs. The conscious dragged their feet and sucked breath through hollowed cheeks. I thought of things my father said when I was a child, about air temperature and gas in the head, and lead feet that wouldn't move when commanded.
That's what the tunnels do,
he'd told me.
They make it so you can't run, can't see right. When you realise it, it's already too late.
I hastened, feeling my brain slosh to one side. I couldn't get enough oxygen.
Easy there,
Gunnar said at my back.
1 foot in front of the other, girl. It's just a bit of gas.
I nodded, though it distorted my vision, sent fragments of picture into a moving kaleidoscope. I fell down and felt no pain, just hands pulling me upright again. Men moaned. The walls sung a dirge. The tunnel extended on and on, its length somehow doubling, then tripling. Almost there, I said aloud. And then, in a cage swinging from the hand of a miner, a canary gave its last warbling titter and became silent.
Stop,
Gunnar said, his hand grasping my shoulder. My lamplight fell onto his stricken face, his slackening mouth. It made a ghost of him. Then, from deep in the earth, there was a catastrophic shudder. It rippled first from somewhere deep below, then through my fingertips, the soles of my feet. In my mind, a billion separate and connected sparks sputtered.
Gas!
One man yelled.
A blast!
Another heaved.
Go!
Gunnar growled, shoving me forward with all the strength his arms allowed, and I was pitched headfirst into the gloom ahead, the walls around us trembling. Rafts of dirt fell from the ceiling, clodding the path, filling it with rock. I blasted each blockade backward, again. The walls held so long as my hands glanced them, then collapsed soon after. Twice I heard the bellow of a man struck, the shouts of the others to keep moving. Keep moving. Too heavy. It was too heavy. If it all fell at once, I wouldn't be able to lift it away. And then, ahead, There was a light. It permeated the dust and the falling rock. And Gunnar pushed at my back, screamed, "Run!" into my ear, and the walls descended and crumbled all around. But I pressed my back to the wall, my palms to the ceiling, and I let him pass me by. I counted the men who barreled through and held the hill atop us, refusing to let it cave in. Just a few more men, I told myself. 9, 10, 11 men. Stay standing, Nina. But the mind can only hold so much, and I lost count of the bodies that collided with mine as they passed. Lost sight as the grit poured into my eyes, and inch by inch, my mind slackened. There was simply too much. So I let it go, and I bolted for that shrinking light ahead. I felt rocks slamming into my back, my calves, piercing my skin, and I let it all crumble in my wake. I forced my muddied eyes to stay open, and begged my legs to carry me out into the air. Chapter 46. Nina. I remember this. Broken clouds scudding overhead. A strange, muted ring spiraling in my ears. Dirt beneath my nails. A hand on my heart. Then my neck. Patrick's face. Gunnar's. Time lagged. I heard speech disconnected from lips. Felt touch long after fingers were gone. I blinked, but darkness lingered.
Nina, she took too much gas to the head. Give her a minute. She held up the whole hill gun, the whole fucking thing. I know, Pat. Nina, can you hear me? No, don't get up. Just lie there a minute. Breathe.
I thought I might lie there for an eternity. Let those clouds sail by while I slept and slept and slept. My limbs had never felt heavier, less familiar. But slowly, the rest trickled in. I smelled the gas on the air. I frowned at Patrick's tormented face. "How many?" I tried to ask, and it seemed he heard it. He sighed. Relief slackened his face. Gunnar slapped him on the shoulder and smiled.
See, she's all right.
"How many?" I asked again. Patrick was close enough that I could count flecks in his irises, spaces between his lashes.
All of them, Nina, he told me. You got them all out.
Then he pressed his lips to mine, with no mind paid to his brother beside him, and I felt the warmth flow from him into me. When he drew back, I saw something new in his expression. A sunbeam in all that darkness. I wondered if it was a picture I'd ever be adept enough to paint. Clouds, skies, muddied skin, and a man who might be, at that very instant, declining into love.
Take her home for me, Gunnar. Please.
Gunnar nodded without argument. His arm slipped beneath my knees. "I can walk," I said. Then when I sat upright, everything tilted, the world slipping sideways off a plate.
It's the gas,
Patrick said unnecessarily.
Gunnar will carry you.
"No, he won't," I protested.
He will, and you'll let him.
I groaned. "You aren't coming?"
I need to stay,
he said.
There were others caught under the mud in the slide. Some unaccounted for.
"They'll be dead by now."
Aye,
Gunnar answered.
But it would have been half the parish without you, Harrow. Myself included. Know that.
My throat constricted, the trembling earth and screams and pounding feet returning to me. Those poor people. Tears pricked at my eyes. Patrick took my chin in his hand, the grit on the pads of his thumbs pressing into my skin.
Breathe,
he said. A command.
I'll come find you after.
After he dug up those bodies, delivered them to their families. A sob escaped. He was nothing but blue ice, a strong grip.
No falling apart until I get back. You hear me?
Yes,
I answered, mind still awash, the ache in my throat dulling.
You go and rest. Wait for me.
Yes, I thought as he faded into shadow. Of course I'll wait. I awoke in Coulson's to the clamour of many voices, the uneven gait of Gunnar, the scratch of his shirt buttons against my cheek.
Gunnar, you're alive! How many came up, Gun? We heard from Donny they all got out. But it can't be true, can it?
Who's that? Is that the charmer?
Nina?
This last voice was the only familiar one. Theo.
Good God, Nina!
I was suddenly jostled. Gunnar grunted.
Watch it, Teddy. You want me to fucking drop her? What happened to her? Nothing. Just got a bit of gas rattling round her head. She'll be good as new in a couple hours. Leave her be.
I groaned, tried to force my eyelids open.
Give her to me,
Theo persisted, incensed.
I'll take her. Get out of the fucking way, Ted.
Stop, I tried to say, but it was barely a whisper. I blinked at the underside of Gunnar's beard, then at Theo. Put me down. I'll walk. Theo's face flushed. His pupils dilated.
What happened to her?
He repeated.
She saved a whole lot of people, that's what.
Gunnar grunted. Theo's eyes pierced mine.
You went into a collapsing mine?
He asked, as though I were a reckless child.
She held up the whole fucking hill, you little shit.
Gunnar spat.
Get out of the way. I said I'd take her.
Theo made to pull me from Gunnar's arms. Put me down.
You want to keep all your teeth, Teddy?
For God's sake, came another recognisable voice, this one harsher. Tess Coulson came into view, the cords of her throat tight and pulsing. Put the girl down. She's not a grenade. Gunnar sighed deeply, grumbled something under his breath. Theo released his hold on me and allowed Gunnar to settle my feet on the ground. I stood on loose limbs. Thank you. Get out of my sight, boys, Tess said, though her eyes were pinned on me. And Gunnar, leave the charmer boy alone. Pat's orders, as you well know.
She's unsteady on her feet, Ma.
I've got her. And her stare cut so severely that no further argument could possibly be broached. Gunnar rolled his eyes, sneered at Theodore, and dropped my wrist from his grasp.
I ought to thank you, Nina,
he told me, inclining his head.
I was thinking I'd die down there.
And though he said it to me, I was sure I saw Tess's chin wobble, her eyes gloss over. By the time Gunnar turned to face his mother, it had gone. She patted him on the shoulder as he passed by, averting her eyes, and Gunnar paused to lay a swift kiss in her hair.
I'm all right, Ma. You ain't got to cry.
Go home, she warned him. Now.
Nina,
Theo said.
Let me get you upstairs.
Off you go, charmer, Tess said cuttingly, knocking her shoulder into his arm as she passed. Surely there's some other way you can make yourself useful. Tess took my elbow, and before I could glance at Theo again, she ushered me through the swinging door. Her arm went around my waist as we ascended the stairs, and I at least had the wherewithal to hide my surprise.
Come on, darling,
she motioned, allowing me to lean my full weight against her side. On the third flight, she cleared her throat, adjusting my arm across her shoulders.
Is it true?
She asked.
You stopped that landslide?
I tried not to think of the weight of the hill on top of me. Of course, I said. I had to. She said, and nothing more. In room number 15, Tess deposited me gingerly onto the bed, then turned the mismatched knobs over the bath, filling it first with steaming water, then cool. She helped me out of my dirt-encrusted dress. She held my hands as I lowered myself into the water. The scowl it seemed she'd been born with never left her face.
Tip your head back,
she instructed, then doused my hair with a pitcher. I suppressed a moan at the mercy of it. To feel the grime slipping free of my skin, to luxuriate. Somewhere in the trenches of my memory, My mother had done as Tess Coulson did. She combed fingers through the snarls of my hair. She added scented oil to the water. I closed my eyes, half there in Scurry, half here in Kenton.
The gas don't linger too long,
Tess said, perhaps as softly as she was capable of.
The room will stop spinning soon.
It's not the gas, I replied. I've just overextended myself. When Tess didn't reply, I almost slipped away into sleep. The water lapped at my throat. She washed the mud from my hair. My ears filled with nothing but a gentle, rhythmic pulsing.
I've always envied artisans,
she said suddenly. It was a curious enough comment for me to lift my eyelids. You envy artisans?
You sound surprised,
Tess smirked.
Don't all artisans assume we crafters envy them?
I delayed my reply. It seemed important to get it right. Artisans are arrogant by nature, I said. They believe even the sky envies them.
You don't count yourself among them?
No, I said simply, chewing over my next words. I know your son has the alchemist holed up somewhere, and that the Union managed to steal a certain amount of terranium in the south. Tess's eyebrow quirked.
Is there a question in there?
Have you never been tempted to take some idiom for yourself? Surely Patrick would—
I'd never allow him to waste ink on an old woman like me,
she said easily.
There's not much in reserve. Very little, in fact, and Bad doesn't trust many people.
I considered what her words could mean. Tess tipped warm water over the crown of my head again.
My son said you were there with him at his siphoning, that you found the idiom together.
I couldn't quite interpret the intensity in her gaze. Yes.
Only you picked the artisan ink, eh? And you stayed in the city.
I frowned, nodded. I wondered if an insult were to follow. How dare a craft girl betray her very blood? But Tess sighed.
I would have done the same in your shoes. There was a time I would have swallowed anything to get me out of this place.
She grimaced, replaced the picture to the floor.
You look around old Kenton now, and you wouldn't recognise it. But once, it was just soot and misery. I was jealous of the artisans in their sparkling buildings, jealous of their other finery too. The dresses and coaches and balls and feasts, their magic. It all seemed like such a dream, didn't it? You must have imagined the same.
I nodded, but didn't speak.
I've never been to Bellevere City, she said then. Never left Kenton, in fact. Girls weren't allowed to siphon when I was young, only boys. So I cut my hair with shears and tried to muscle my way onto a carriage in my brother's clothes. Didn't work, of course. I was thrown out of my arse before I could make it to a seat.
I laughed at the story despite myself, and Tess grinned.
Was worth a try.
She shrugged.
My best hope after that was to find a good husband. One that wasn't quick to anger. One that wouldn't waste away on bad bluff. And even if I was lucky enough to find a good man, it was still likely the mines would take him, like they'd taken my father.
And then you met John Coulson, I guessed.
The innkeeper's son.
She nodded, passing me a washcloth, a nail brush, a bar of soap.
He promised me a lot of things, let me tell you. He were a crafter through and through. But I always thought he might have had an artisan's imagination. He was always making something out of nothing. He promised me an easier life, a life free of the mines. He'd take over his family's wasted business, sell his inventions and oddities on the side. Our children would never step foot beneath ground, he promised.
Tess shook her head.
I was a fool, and I believed him. I'd always prayed for daughters, but when Gunnar came, then Patrick and Donnie, all I wanted was to keep them out of the mines.
I braced myself. I knew the ending to this story already.
But you can't rise above the mines out here in the brink.
Tess stared out the window, eyes glazed.
It's not designed that way for us crafters. The money is always too tight. By the time Gunnar came of age, we weren't a penny better off than the day we'd married. Coulson and Sons was barely holding on, and there wasn't any other choice but for Gunnar to go into that damned pit with his father.
Here Tess's lip trembled, just as it had downstairs when her eldest son turned his back.
There was a collapse on his very first day. Did Patrick tell you that?
She asked. I shook my head, my heart pounding hard enough to disrupt the bath water.
That's why he is the way he is.
Tess closed her eyes.
Got stuck in an air pocket and almost died. His father kicked his way through a wall and dragged him out.
And you know the cruelest thing in all of it, Nina?
The worst part is...
They have to go back down the next day, I answered. And cheat death again. She nodded, jaw tense.
Most of the men here, they never admit it, but they spend most of their lives afraid. Afraid of the dark, of small spaces. Their lot in life is to live and work in fear. For crafter women, we live our lives listening for the whistles, the sirens. We make plans for what will happen to us after our fathers and husbands die.
Tess shook her head as the corners of her eyes grew wet. She blinked away the tears.
I don't envy the artisans their dresses and parties any longer. But I envy them their sons and daughters who'll never step foot in a pit. I envy them their clear-headed men. I envy them the ease of sleep.
She sighed.
I owe you my sleep tonight, Nina. You saved my son.
She didn't look at me as she said it. You don't need to thank me, I told her. Something oily and foul slithered into my stomach as I said it, reminding me of what I'd once intended to do to Kenton Hill. Tess wiped her eyes, dried her hands in her apron and stood.
Patty, I think he might be in love with you. Has he said as much to you yet?
I pressed my lips together and said nothing, staring at the reflection of the light on the water.
He will,
Tess told me.
You ought to start preparing your response now. Once that boy sets his sights on something, mountains won't move him.
He asked me to stay, I admitted, sinking a few inches deeper into the bath. Tess mumbled. I wasn't brave enough to observe her expression.
Then I'd ask you to break his heart sooner rather than later, if indeed you intend to break it.
My eyes snapped to hers. I don't intend to.
Good, she said, grinning slightly. I doubt he'll let you leave now in any case. I've never seen him so infatuated.
I think I mostly infuriate him.
Trust me, darling. He's always looking at you, even when you think he's not.
I looked down at the water again, holding back a smile. It still seemed unbelievable that I should be the one to enthrall a man as enthralling as Patrick. Tess sighed.
You should know he's intent on seeing this war through to its end, come what may. A smart woman would factor that into their decision-making. He won't be convinced to sit it out, especially after coming this far.
I nodded. He is determined to rescue your husband.
My husband is gone,
she said, and it was not cutting, or bitter, or devastating. It simply was. The ghosts in her eyes swirled on.
He was dead the moment he founded the Miners' Union, Nina. There ain't a damn thing waiting for my son in that city, but more blood. And he won't stop until he's won, or he's dead.
It was a story with a sad ending no matter the outcome. She read from it as though it were imprinted on the walls of her chest, a future she couldn't avoid.
It ain't our lot in life to live easy, Nina, she said. Men like Patrick die young, and the people who love 'em live on without him.
She retrieved clothes from the wardrobe and laid them on the bed. She looked back at me one last time.
Don't fall asleep in that water. Best you get out soon.
Then she left, taking her ghosts with her. She's wrong about men like Patrick, I thought. She's wrong about women like me. The bathwater became still as a lake, monsters hiding beneath the surface.
Chapter 47. Patrick. All the people who'd gone under the mud came back up. 4 came up dead. Their bodies were with their families, in their kitchens or laid out on their beds. The grievers sobbing, whispering prayers on their knees on the side of corpses. But only 4 this night. Only 4, when it ought to have been 100, perhaps 2. A crew of trapped miners, a school, and a row of housing before that raging landslide. It was midnight before Patrick persuaded his tired body up those stairs. He'd had the good sense to wash, redress before he went to find her. He felt he could never again stand the stench of wet earth. He'd scrubbed and scrubbed until every particle was lifted from his skin, nails, hair, and still he felt gritty with it. Sam was asleep in his chair, and Patrick passed him by like a phantom, his feet dragging, his heart pounding. The door was unlocked. He pushed it inward. Nina was curled up in sleep. Moonbeams found her through the window and left squares of light on the blankets. She breathed softly, her parted lips so achingly perfect it made his stomach tighten. He closed the door silently, and she didn't stir. Patrick laid himself beside her, the shape of his body mimicking hers. He thought he could waste away hours looking at her. This close, he could trace the ridge of her cheekbone, touch the small scar on her jaw, be awed by all the finer pieces of the picture. She blinked away dreams, and he was grateful to have her hazel eyes now, too. It was quite a relief to drown in them. "Ask me again, if I trust you," he whispered, burying the fingers of one hand into the light curls behind her ear. He could hear her swallow. "Do you trust me?" "There's no one I trust more," he said. And when she finally settled against his chest, he held her, and it was the easiest thing in the world to do. Even as she shook with the day's dealings, even when she finally broke apart under the tremendous enormity of all those lives and all that darkness. "Thank you," Patrick told her again and again, until his eyes closed and her shuddering slowed. "Shh, I'll keep you safe." And then he slept. He slept like a man who'd never seen the winding snake of a tunnel, who had never felt the darkness as a vice, pressing in from all sides, pulverizing bones to dust.
Chapter 48. Nina. I awoke wrapped in Patrick, his breath on my neck, my back to his chest, his hand on my stomach, my nightdress bunched indecently high. I felt all the hard planes of him against me, and had never felt as restful. How little it would take to shut my eyes and sleep another day. My stomach, however, would not be ignored. It growled insistently. I rose with the intention of finding food for the both of us. Surely Patrick would be hungry when he woke. God knew when he'd last eaten. His discarded pocket watch on the bedside table read just before 6. Dawn broke beyond the rooftops. I would likely meet no one but Sam in the stairwell, nor in the pub or the kitchen. I slipped a coat over my clothes without bothering to dress properly. Sam was snoring with his head lolling on his chest. The stairs creaked as I descended, but the rooms on each landing were quiet. Barely any sounds from the street permeated. I was almost to the bottom when I heard a thundering from above. Feet pounded the steps as they descended, intensifying as they neared. I frowned at the way I had come, watching a window shudder in its frame. Patrick appeared, barreling around the banister, his hair stuck up at every angle. He remained shirtless, as he had been in sleep, trousers unbelted and hanging loose on his hips. The way he panted made the muscles of his chest and stomach expand in distracting ways. Truly, I had never seen a man more magnificent. I swallowed, blinked rapidly, then said, "Is someone chasing you?" He braced his arms against the wall and hung his head, cursing.
God almighty, Nina. It's barely daybreak. I thought...
What? I asked. That I'd left. His cheeks hollowed and filled.
No,
I'm only finding breakfast, I told him, trying not to stare at his body, trying to ignore the warmth pooling low in my stomach at the sight of him. I'll return soon. But Patrick shook his head, descending the last of the stairs.
I'll have it brought up,
he said.
That's what I pay the cooks for.
I'm capable of procuring some toast, I argued. And I'm hungry.
You aren't even properly dressed,
he countered.
And your feet are turning purple with the cold.
So are yours.
Come back upstairs with me.
He drew closer, and I stopped breathing. Like all his commands, this one was difficult to ignore. He was close enough that I could feel the heat emanating off his body. His fingers reached and threaded slowly with mine, tempting me back to him. But I was, in fact, very hungry. I'll only be a moment.
I can think of better ways to fill the moments,
he said in a voice like smoke. His other hand wound gently around my lower back. I inhaled sharply, my thighs squeezing together as he closed the space between us, and his scent overwhelmed me. It felt like coercion, a very effective coercion. I realize that everyone else around here does whatever you ask of them, Patrick, but if you think I've agreed to stay here just to fall in line and obey orders, then... He sighed at the ceiling, cursed under his breath. Then you'll be disappointed to learn that I'm not that kind of woman. And he kissed me, took my waist in both hands, and pressed me back against the wall. His lips covered mine, stunning me, and then unraveled me entirely. The seam of my lips parted on a gasp, and he took advantage. His tongue stole my breath in long, luscious sweeps, forced a gasp from my chest. Then his hips pinned me there, and hot, liquid wanting filled my core, disintegrated every other thought. Somehow, my legs found his waist and wound around him. My hands delved into his hair. The coat I'd thrown on puddled around my elbows, and when his lips disentangled from mine, a sound of longing escaped me.
Oh, it's early,
he murmured, and his voice was thick with need, heavy with it. The hard ridge of his arousal pressed into me.
Come back upstairs with me.
I nodded, not caring much if he took me here in the stairwell. On the top floor landing, Patrick barked at Sam to go home, and the boy went wide-eyed and fled, possibly mistaking the urgency on Patrick's face for something else. Patrick pulled me back into the room I'd just escaped, and it seemed we were both taken by something uncontrollable. A spring tension pushed to the limits of its constructs before it broke, gave way. He pulled me off the ground and onto his chest so that my mouth was aligned with his, so that our lips could connect again. We were drunk, desperate. I let my coat fall to the floor, then wrapped my arms around his neck, urgently pressing my body against his. He cursed against my lips. I found my back pressed onto the bed, the wide span of his chest hovering above my own. He braced his arms on either side of my head, and my fingers found the valleys between the panes of his chest, then his stomach. I felt him shiver.
Last chance to change your mind, Nina,
he said, drowning me in perfect blue. As he spoke, a finger glanced the column of my throat, drew a line down my chest to the ribbons of my nightgown, pulled them free. I watched those eyes turn wild, ravenous.
You've got this one last second to tell me to leave.
In answer, I kissed him. Amid all the noise, the endless machinations of this world, there was little else I knew better than that I wanted Patrick Coulson, that I was willing to do whatever it took to stay here, like this. I'd travelled to every village and parish on the continent, but that any other man might have captured my attention seemed unfathomable to me now. None came close. There was only Patrick and his secrets and these walls. How had that happened? How had he eclipsed everything so swiftly? He pulled the ribbons down until the bust followed, the cotton sleeves slipping free of my shoulders, the lace hem creeping slowly over the swell of my chest until it caught on the peaks of my nipples. Patrick's eyes ignited. 1,000 brilliant bursts of light ruptured in me when he looked at me this way, like I was crafted precisely for him, like I was the only woman who had ever existed. I whispered, "What have you done to me?" He shook his head once, jaw flexing.
No,
he groaned.
What have you done to me?
He lowered his head to my chest and gently pressed his lips to the curves, making a reverent path to my throat, and something inside me surged, clawed for the surface. "Undress me," I begged him. "Please." A sound of deep relief escaped his lips, and he sat upright on the bed, pulling me with him. With deliberate slowness, he drew the hem of my nightgown back over my thighs, his hands bunching the fabric at my hips, skating over my sides as he lifted it higher, and all the while, his eyes followed the trail. Lust fluttered across his features as each new part of me was exposed, his hands tensing, jaw tightening. I wondered if he could feel how heavy my breasts became under his eyes, how the blood quickened beneath my skin. Soon the nightgown fell away, and Patrick curled his hand around my jaw.
I've never seen anything so perfect,
he told me. And perhaps 1,000,000 men had said just the same to 1,000,000 lovers, but never quite like Patrick, whispering it into my skin, lifting my wrist and sealing his lips over the mottled scar where a brand had once been, making every nerve ending writhe beneath it. He left me alone in the middle of the bed and stood at its side, fingers making quick work of the buttons at his trousers, and they fell away. It seemed every inch of him had been carefully drawn, precisely carved, and I could hardly stand to look away from him. But there was something more I needed. I met his stare. "Touch me," I said. There was no waver in my voice. I saw his eyes flash with hunger. And I was sure he could see the same in me, how I breathed too fast, squirmed as he stood there, too far away, too devastatingly masculine. He bore down over my body slowly, holding himself just slightly out of reach, as though inspecting which part of me he would take first.
"Where, Scurry girl?"
he murmured, and it thundered through my own chest. His fingers skimmed over the hollow of my stomach, and even this simple touch made me tremble.
"Here?"
he asked, and he watched me closely as his roughened hand travelled lower, lower, down to my sex, fingers teasing. He watched my back arch, my mouth fall open, and it seemed to unleash something wild in him. His mouth sank to my collarbone, then to my breasts, lips closing on one peak. I moaned his name. I gripped his head in my hands and held him there, his fingers still massaging expertly, learning me instantly. Please, I said, and I undulated against the pressure of his palm, seeking more, desperate for him.
How I'd hoped you'd beg, just like this,
he said against my skin, and his palm pressed down hard. Patrick!
Hoped you'd whine like that too.
I was shivering, legs trembling, my hips moving instinctually, needing more. His smoky voice was a drug to me.
Do you know how many times I've imagined fucking you?
I forgot how to breathe, how to think. There was only this, only him. He guided the head of his erection inside me, and my head fell back, my mouth opened in shock.
Holy God,
he uttered. Only he was looking at me, like I was some divine entity. For an eternity I was lost in all those devastating sensations. The shudder of his chest, the urgent pulsating of my hips, begging him, pleading with him to satiate this burning. Each time I thought the ends of the earth had been found, the intensity increased. Each thrust pushed me farther into insanity, made my nails dig into his shoulders. My body moved in discordant ways, hungry, ravenous.
This is how I want you every single time,
he told me, his tongue playing with the skin behind my ear.
Just like this, undone, wild.
My inner walls were tightening, and I watched his face transform into one of agony, acute pleasure. He captured my mouth and growled my name. And I turned to shafts of light, rivulets of music, the shiver of stars, misaligning.
Chapter 49. Patrick. Patrick had never understood the possessive tendencies of men in love. Possession was for gold, land, idiom. But something primitive and marrow deep lashed against his ribcage when Nina looked at him, and he thought he knew it was brutish, that he wished to claim her. He took every measure to delay the moment they would have to leave that room. He had food brought to them, fruit and toast and pastries, and he watched every crumb disappear into her mouth. As soon as it seemed she was done, he pushed the tray aside and lifted her into his lap while she laughed at his impatience. He claimed all of her that he could, while he could, in this 6 by 9 foot realm of theirs. Eventually, the world beyond would come flooding in. The moment wouldn't keep. He had a town to tend to. It seemed an unbearable task. How quickly he had become addicted to hearing her breathe his name, the sounds of her climax, the pinch of her nails digging into his back. He took her again, then again, marveling at the many curves and valleys of her. He wondered if he'd ever feel fully satiated, or if he would always walk around with this yearning now, this knowledge of her entire body and the way it felt, and if so, whether it was possible to accomplish anything ever again, or if she had ruined him. The rest of the day's intentions had been laid to waste. Twice, Donnie had come knocking at the door asking for Patrick, and twice Patrick and Nina had ignored him. "Brother, if you need me to break down this door and save you, just use the safe word." "Has the charmer bested you?" "Fuck off, Donnie," Patrick had called, and Donnie had snickered on the other side of the doorframe. Nina lay naked against him, one leg entangled with his, her stomach pressed to his hip. She had her eyes closed but didn't sleep. She smiled as Donnie's footsteps receded. One of Nina's fingers drew patterns on Patrick's chest. Swirls, mazes perhaps. He'd never felt quite so peaceful.
I wish I could draw you, she murmured sleepily. I'd be able to get it right this time.
He frowned. You must miss it, he said. Art, I mean. A pause.
A little.
I'll find you some supplies, he said immediately. You can paint and draw until your fingers fall off.
Awfully generous of you.
I've a mind to keep you here by any means, he murmured, following the underside of her breast with his fingers. She shuddered. Bribery included? He felt her body surge slightly beneath his touch. He was quickly learning all the ways to make it respond to him. It was the most enthralling puzzle he'd ever encountered. A kiss beneath her jaw tipped her head back. Her hips were ticklish, her inner thighs especially sensitive. She gasped every time. He suspected she was marking him just as quickly. It seemed every place her fingers travelled set him on fire. With nothing to stop him, he lowered his mouth to one pert nipple, delectably pink. His groin tightened painfully at the sound of the moans she emitted. Truly, if he had his way, he might hold her hostage in this bed forever, so he could elicit these songs from her at any moment. Her chest flushed, her stomach dipped and rose with need. She tried to pull his face to hers, but instead, he resisted. He travelled lower, skating down the length of her body until her legs rose on either side of his head, and his tongue parted her.
Patrick,
she whimpered again and again, eyelids fluttering. It was his favourite picture of her, he'd decided. Lips wet and glistening, throat exposed with her head back, cheeks pinkened, those fall-coloured eyes becoming uncontrolled. He brought her to the very cusp, where it seemed the fall into blissful oblivion were inevitable, then watched her lunge for him, pushing him upright. She wrapped her legs around his waist and lowered herself onto the hard length of him, immediately picking up a rhythm that had already become intuitive to them both. He relished the way her body slid up and down his, how her stuttered whimpers collected in his mouth. He braced his arm around the small of her back and angled up into her, pulling her down as tightly as he could, as close as he could, and watched her rapture cascade. He followed soon after, groaning her name into the hollow of her throat, tangling his fist into her hair. If there were pleasures greater than this, he'd never heard them told. He descended back into himself with languid reluctance and found her still here, wrapped around him. They fell in a tangle onto their sides. It was peaceful enough here that he thought he might be able to sleep. He closed his eyes. "Tell me a story," he whispered into her ear. She stirred lazily, half-dazed. "What kind of story?" "A story about you, before we met. Scurry." Her eyes opened, a line appearing between her brows. "Wouldn't you prefer a happier story?" He shook his head slowly, dropped a soft kiss to her throat. "I want a real one." "If you insist on touching me like that, I shouldn't be expected to speak." He noted her hesitancy and was unsurprised. In the brink, childhood was a balled-up wad of troublesome things. Watery dinners and long winters and red, raw palms.
Policemen with swinging batons, mothers who cried, fathers who shouted and split their knuckles against the wall. From the little Patrick had gathered, Nina's upbringing had been no different. She stalled at first, and Patrick wondered if he'd accidentally broken the spell they'd cast. But she didn't withdraw, didn't turn her face. She closed her eyes, and through their touching flesh, he felt her heart race. "There was a river behind our house," she said. "My mother used to take me swimming in it. Taught me to pick the mint leaves along its edge and make tea with them. We watched the narrow boats, and she tried to teach me to sketch or paint them. She told me the boats were headed for Bellavere City. She promised we'd go there together one day." Patrick stayed very quiet. He sensed pain laced into the words, a pain that wrenched at her even now. "One day, I woke up at dawn and she wasn't in her bed. She wasn't in the kitchen either. And somehow, I knew she was on one of those boats headed for the city. I ran to the river just as she was passing. I chased it for a mile at least, screaming for her. All the other passengers staring at me. All except for her. She didn't even have the courage to look at me one last time. She hid her face beneath her hat and turned her head away." Patrick's fingers had become clamps. He swallowed the knot caught in his throat. "I still wonder sometimes how she could do that. How could someone leave their child without a word, without a single glance? I know now that she wanted to give me a chance, another kind of life, but she didn't look back." I stood on that bank until sunset. Then I went back out the next morning, and the next. For the longest time, I was sure she would come back. That's the cruelest part of childhood, I think. You don't know how to stop hoping. There was no tension in Nina's body as she spoke. No severity in her tone. Only acceptance. She spoke as though the story belonged to someone else. Patrick thought of that small girl on the scurry riverbank, waiting for her mother to return, and was incensed. The troubles he'd traversed as a child paled compared to this. Patrick looked at Nina, at her blonde curls and rose-stained lips, and imagined her as a girl. The breaking of her heart a gradual progression. He wondered whether, if it were possible to go back in time and hold her hand, it would have made any difference. Patrick drew Nina close until she was curved perfectly around him. He kissed her shoulder, her jaw, the space between her eyes. He muttered, "She was a fool," and "I'm sorry," and "Thank you." "For what?" she asked, her lips a hair's breadth from his. "For giving me that piece of yourself," he said. "I swear to you, I'll look after it." And then he kissed her endlessly, until it seemed she'd forgotten the river and its bank, until she'd forgotten anything but this small world. Patrick Coulson and Nina Harrow, succumbing to that which had simmered and seethed between them, like a growing tidal wave.
Chapter 50. Nina. At dusk, Donnie came again to pound on the door. He threatened to break it in and drag Patrick out.
"In case you forgot, Pat, an entire fucking pig caved in day afore. The whole town's waiting downstairs for you."
The bath Patrick and I shared had become tepid, yet neither of us made any move to rise.
"I'll be down in a moment,"
Patrick called, sighing with tremendous reluctance.
Hold him off for a bit, will you? They've come to hear you speak, Patty. What am I supposed to do? Play 'em a song,
Patrick suggested, playing with a tendril of my hair.
Pass out a round of drinks. They're 4 deep already, Pat. Hurry up!
He hit his fist against the door one last time, then stomped away, cursing us both loudly.
And so it ends,
Patrick muttered beneath his breath. He held my fingers in his beneath the water, but now rose them to press his lips to their pads. Then he lifted himself from the water, the streams running down all those fine muscles. He stepped out of the tub and collected a towel with which to dry himself.
If I asked you to wait here until I get back, would you do it?
He asked me. I grinned at him, resting my chin on the lip of the basin. Not a chance. He groaned.
Every man, woman and child out there will be wanting to buy you a drink,
he said, donning his clothes in distractingly practiced ways.
It'll be midnight before I can tear you away.
I laughed. So you are the jealous type. I rose from the bath and stepped out. Patrick was suddenly before me, hands sliding around my wet waist.
It's not jealousy. It's greed.
The way his tone gravelled, pulled at the cords of my resolve. Heat descended into my belly. Haven't you ever heard of the risks of having too much of a good thing?
Not in this case,
he said, then drugged me with his fingers skating down my neck. I exhaled shakily. You won't distract me. I'm coming with you. He sighed, then released me.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
The thrum of the pub rang up the stairwell, pulsing the windows in their frames on each landing. Even at this early hour, someone belted the piano keys, voices walloped. The unmistakable thunder of dancing shook the floorboards when we alighted the stairs. I raised my eyebrows at Patrick. I noticed he had already stowed away that light in his eyes. The peace that had been on his face was gone. Back was the careful veneer, that knife-sharp glare. But his hand remained on the small of my back, gentle and sure. Are they celebrating? I asked incredulously. It seemed in poor taste.
Don't judge them too harshly,
Patrick said.
They've come to expect catastrophic loss when a mine collapses. Yesterday feels like a miracle by comparison. It is a miracle,
he said, his gaze boring into mine. His fingers touched my cheek.
I'll apologise now for what's on the other side of this door.
Then he pushed it open. Uproar descended upon us. A voice screeched, "The charmer! There she is!" And it seemed the entire sea of faces turned simultaneously. A discordant cheer rent the air. Glasses clinked above heads. Men waved their caps and women covered their mouths with their hands. Some of them wept. Several children, none of them taller than my hip, swarmed my legs and gripped hold of my dress. They hugged me, shoved limp dandelions into my palms, pulled me forward into the crowd. I looked over my shoulder, silently pleading for help, and found Patrick leaning against the wall beside the door, hands in his pockets, a small grin on his face. I was swallowed by the horde a moment later, and Patrick disappeared from view. I felt as though my hand was gripped and shaken by 100 different people, all their faces floating into view, and then abruptly disappearing, replaced by more. "Thank you, Miss Harrow. Bless you."
"You're a gift from God, surely. Me brother were in that shaft. We owe you his life. I've always trusted Patty Coulson, always, and now he's brought you to us. You consider yourself a Kenton girl now, if there's anything you need."
It went on and on. Somewhere in the mix, I caught a glimpse of Theo and Polly. They sat together in a bay window. I looked long enough to make out Polly's pinched expression, Theo's balled fists, before they were eclipsed once more by another wave of drunken gratitude. Eventually, Gunnar clawed me out of the scrummage. His large frame appeared at my side, and his presence alone was enough to make those clustered nearest take a step back.
"All right, you dotes. That's enough for one night. Let the girl breathe, for fuck's sake. She ain't had a single drink yet."
He offered me a wink, a sly grin beneath his wild beard, then gripped my upper arm and pulled me away. Gunnar brought me to the bar, found a stool for me to sit on, and glared at anyone who tried to approach. They quickly diverted, and though the floor space was entirely occupied, a foot of space was left around me. Tess appeared before me with a pint. She said nothing, but her hand patted mine before she departed.
Well, fuck me,
Gunnar grunted, staring wide-eyed after his mother.
Don't tell me you cracked Tess Coulson.
I shrugged. Turns out she rather prefers you alive. Gunnar let out a laugh the likes of which I hardly thought him capable. He appeared a different man.
Only sometimes, I assure you.
All around us, it was more of the same. A tumble of dancers slammed their feet on the boards as they skipped around their partners. When the most inebriated spilled their drinks on another, it was met with not ire, but laughter. The bay windows were steamed and sweating, and Tess pulled a large brass bell over her head and rang it. Its peals were met with more cheers. "Around on the Coulsons!" she shouted, and the piano rejoiced. I watched it all with a growing warmth. The thrill in the room. I'd never seen a thing like it. Not in the pubs of Scurry, or in the ballrooms of Bellavere City. Nothing existed in those places that could replicate this. They were, each one of them, a single piece of a larger joy. Happiness swept through me. I let it. I turned to Gunnar. "Thank you for the rescue," I said. But he shook his head.
You're stealing all my lines.
And he clinked his pint to mine. Just then, Tess Coulson climbed onto a chair behind the bar, and her voice rang out at a decibel that seemed supernatural. "Quiet!" she shouted, and it served to silence at least half the crowd. "Scotty, I'll mash your head in if you don't quit." Scotty, who'd once again commandeered the piano, saluted her with a wayward grin, then promptly fell off the bench. "Right, the union meeting is about to commence, and at least half of you aren't an official member," Tess said. The comment was met with resounding dissent. "But I've got no earthly hope in hell of moving you out of me pub. So, if you insist on staying, commit to shutting your trap." There were a few brave or stupid souls among the wash who cheered or whistled in response. But upon the glare Tess issued, they soon fell quiet. Patrick appeared behind the bar and helped his mother from the chair. It seemed she wobbled on her descent, though Patrick shielded it from view.
"Go on, Patty,"
Gunnar cheered drunkenly, and the crowd laughed. They looked to Patrick expectantly as he stood on the chair, then on the bar top. And so did I. I marvelled at the boy in that courtyard who had become this man, arresting and steadfast. I saw precisely what Kenton Hill must have seen in him. Someone unswerving. I felt as though I understood it then. The toll paid to keep a place like Kenton Hill safe, to keep it above ground and functioning. What wouldn't one do to preserve something so invaluable?
I call to order this extraordinary meeting of the Miners' Union of Kenton Hill. Tonight, we'll be skipping formalities.
His spectators bellowed. Patrick's eyes swept to me, held. And I knew what he would do in the next moment. I shook my head and thought of Theo sitting somewhere in a corner, watching. Patrick knelt down and held out a hand for me.
"Do me the honour, Scurry girl."
My hand shook. Whatever commendation I'd receive next would be undeserved. And would they see it on my face when I stood before them all? Would they know that my intentions here hadn't always been pure? But Patrick's fingers took mine, and Gunnar's hands hoisted me from behind. And suddenly I was standing beside Patrick, and the people of Kenton Hill were calling my name as a chant, my real name.
Yesterday, Kenton Hill suffered a loss of 4 men. But we were also gifted the safe return of many more, the likes of which we crafters have never seen. They went home yesterday evening to their families, slept in their beds, awoke this morning to a new day. And for that, we have exactly one person to whom we ought to give thanks."
He spoke to them, but he looked at me. He lifted a glass of whiskey into the air.
"First, we toast those fallen. Idia claim their souls."
Glasses were hoisted into the air. They remained poised, waiting.
"Next, we toast our old Kenton, whose hills we have sworn to defend."
Patrick's voice rang out as though he stood on a summit. It was reverent, commanding.
"And last, we toast Nina Harrow, who lifted an entire hill off our backs."
I was deafened by cheers, all of it coalescing to a shrill ring. Patrick drank his whiskey, and his stare robbed me of breath. He smiled. I smiled too, more widely than I ever had. And he took me up in a kiss in front of everyone, giving in to whatever enslaved us right there on the countertop. Sound came punching back, full of joy. The barriers between me and Patrick, between me and Kenton Hill, seemed in that moment entirely surmountable. We would break into Bellevere City and free our loved ones. We would take down Lord Tanner, and I would never need to live in fear again. All problems could be rectified. That evening was coloured gold. It glinted from every corner, every eye. Patrick led me to a table with his brothers, Scotty, Briggs, and Otto, and I blushed as Donnie made countless inquisitions about what Patrick and I had been doing upstairs all day.
"Playing checkers, were you?" he asked while the others jittered. "Cards? You can tell me if my brother doesn't know how to keep a woman entertained, Nina. I'll keep it in confidence."
Finally, Patrick kicked the leg of Donnie's stool sideways. His brother went sprawling onto the floor, and the others broke into hysterics.
"Fuck me, Pat. I was only asking."
"Ask her again,"
he said.
"I dare you."
Donnie sensibly kept his mouth shut. The crowd eventually thinned, patrons tipping their caps or waving to me as they left. The night grew late when I saw Theo and Polly across the room again, still seated against that bay window, drinks untouched, expressions unchanged. Theo stared a hole right through me, though his eyes flickered more than once to Patrick's hand on my knee.
"I need to help my mother in the kitchens for a while,"
Patrick said into my ear, and I resisted the urge to try to drag him upstairs. "I can come," I replied, turning toward him. Donnie and Gunnar were already standing, bidding the others good night. Patrick shook his head.
"No need,"
he said,
"but I'll be at your door later."
He pressed a kiss to my cheek. It could have been a gentlemanly gesture, except for the way he lingered, except for the words skating across my skin.
"And you'd better let me in. I might break my neck crawling in through that window."
I laughed and let him leave without argument. I watched him rebutton his waistcoat and follow his brothers behind the bar, all while two pairs of eyes lanced me from afar. It seemed there was a conversation that wouldn't keep till morning. Chapter 51. Nina. I excused myself, muttering about fresh air, though the excuse wasn't necessary. Scotty and Otto had taken their leave, and Briggs was, by that hour, sagging over the table. The moment I stood, so did Polly and Theo. I warned them away with a glare. How would it look for all three of us to exit at the same time, with no chaperone? They let me slip through the doors first. A few smokers and liquor-numbed gawkers said my name as I passed over the stoop, and I smiled politely. They paid me no mind as I crossed my arms over my chest, started down Main Street, then took a sharp turn down the alleyway that bordered Colson's. There were no floating lights here, nothing but rats and a vicious chill. I hadn't thought to bring a coat. I heard their footfalls before they came into view. Polly and Theo stuck close to the walls, tugging their hands away from the cold as I did. Polly's face seemed stricken. Theo's roiled with something I tried not to notice. "We should make this short," I suggested, my voice low and careful. Theo rolled his eyes.
We've been here longer than you, Nina. Trust me, at this hour, there isn't a single one of them that will manage standing on two legs, much less notice our absence.
His voice was clipped. I sighed. Whatever it is you wish to say, Theo, say it. Theo's eyes flashed, and I immediately regretted my tone.
Congratulations,
he said, and it might as well have been a slap to the face.
You made quick work of it.
I frowned. Quick work of what?
Of making Coulson fall in love with you, even if it took a landslide to get the job done.
I blinked once, twice. You think I caused that landslide? Polly fretted at Theo's side. Stop it, Theodore.
I was in Dumley's lessons with you, Clark. I know better than anyone what you're capable of. It was effective, I'll admit, having him watch you save his people like that. But it was also stupid. If you lost control, you could have buried the alchemist for all you knew.
It's Harrow, I said, not Clark, and I didn't charm that landslide.
Then stopping it was an utter waste of your talent. In fact, you've sabotaged half your mission from happening at nature's own hand.
The way he said it made me think he didn't believe me, that he easily thought me capable of such a thing. Enough, Polly pleaded, her voice a whisper. I do not wish to be shot in this alley for conspiring. Theo shook his head, scrubbed his face in frustration.
Right, then. Where is the alchemist, Nina?
He was barely in control of the volume of his voice.
All that time you're spending with him. Surely you figured it out.
My stomach turned. I don't know, I said, working hard to keep my voice even. I'd been too distracted to come up with a stall tactic. I still had no idea what to say to Theo in order to protect him and persuade him at the same time. Theo shook his head, laughed in disbelief.
And why exactly is that?
He isn't stupid, Theo. He'd suspect something if I pushed too hard right away. It would put us in danger.
I'm in that hole every fucking day, Nina. You don't need to tell me about danger.
And I have the house threatening my execution if I don't give them what they want. I spat, my temper getting the better of me. You came here voluntarily, Theo, and you'll return to your esteemed position when this is all done. Theo paled, taking obvious efforts to temper himself. And when he next spoke, it was in the same tone he had had when we were teenagers, and he was trying to placate whatever silly concern plagued me.
Nina, listen to me. I know the pressure must be insurmountable, but if we give Tanner the alchemist, then we all go back to Bellevere City. They'll forgive everything that came before this, Nina. Everything. You will be safe. You can finally start over.
I wondered if he meant that he and I could start over, that we could go back to the way we were. And all I have to do is murder a town full of people, I said. You're willing for me to do that for you, aren't you? He stepped back like I'd struck him.
This isn't for me,
he said.
Nina, it's for all of Bellevere's artisans. We can stop the war.
By burying the other side.
This isn't about crafters at all, is it?
He said, voice rising.
This is about Coulson.
My face heated. Did you hear anything I just said?
You'll get us all killed. Do you realize that?
Step back, Theo, Polly said suddenly, her hand on his chest, for the space between he and me had closed, and his hand still shook, and my throat felt riddled and blistered. Enough of this. We have no time, Nina. There's news from the House of Lords. I turned my eyes to her, my ire dissipating into dread. News? She nodded. I heard Theo laugh bitterly, watched him turn his back on me and pace away.
You would have known sooner, but you are providing entertainment to the rebel leader of the Miners' Union.
Enough, Theo, Polly gritted out. She grabbed my shoulder and turned me toward her, until I looked at her and nothing else. Tanner sent a scribble. Fear-like icy fingers gripped my spine. What does it say? Our time's up, Polly said, her eyes urgent. They shook in their sockets. She held out her hand, a piece of parchment tucked into her palm. I took it warily, unfolded it. The house moves to strike. Provide safest routes to the heart for imminent attack. Flee enemy territory. I read it once, twice, the letters distorting and shifting. Polly had to grip my hand to retrieve my attention. "They're coming, Nina," she said. "The Lord's infantry. They'll invade the town, take it all apart." I shook my head. "The alchemist," I uttered, looking to Theo for confirmation. "They wouldn't risk an attack without first securing the alchemist."
"Evidently,"
Theo said darkly.
"they're willing to take that chance."
My mind reeled. I read the words over and over, desperately searching for a way around them. No, he wouldn't. There is nothing that matters more to Tanner than idiom. Demelius Becker is too valuable.
"Which is exactly why he will now invade, Nina,"
Theo nearly yelled.
2 years they've gone without an alchemist. How long did you trust Tanner to wait? He's grown desperate. You were his last bid to find Becker, but even the prodigal Earth Charmer has failed to turn out a single clue as to the man's whereabouts. He has no choice but to invade. To not do so would be to admit defeat to the crafters.
Theo's neck had become mottled and red. He heaved each breath, pulling it between his teeth.
And as we know, he will never concede defeat.
I shook my head, refuting his words beyond sense. "No,
Nina."
I can find the alchemist," I promised. Whether to them or to myself, I wasn't sure. "We've been trying to figure out his whereabouts for 2 years, Polly said weakly, strain written clearly across her face. "Patrick will never give him up."
"We've been given our new orders,"
Theo said. "No!" This time, my voice rebounded dangerously off the bricks. It rattled up the pipes that snaked the building to the rooftops. It cracked open my chest and spilled out all the hope I'd precariously garnered. I couldn't see this town razed. I couldn't forsake Rose Harrow and John Coulson. And I couldn't lose Patrick, whose heart I'd threaded mine with. Not after choosing him. Choosing here. "Nina," Polly said gently. I'll find the alchemist," I insisted. "We can't." Polly shook her head. "There's no more time."
"We can go back to the city, Nina,"
Theo said, placating again.
"My father will help you. I know he will. He'll pull strings for clemency."
"They won't come if there's no safe passage," I blurted out, clutching at final straws under duress. "They won't come unless you give them the route, Polly. You can hold them off." "I can't," she said. "Not for long. They won't come unless they can find a way in," I said again, my voice surer this time, more confident. "There are no tracks, no roads, no canals. The surrounding hills are laden with landmines." "There is a way in, Nina," she said quietly. "Right into the center. You created it yourself." There was no malevolence, no threat in her tone. Only sorrow, resignation. I cinched my eyes closed, shook my head. What I thought was, they'll come here and shoot everyone, burn everything. But what I said was, if I can't give them the alchemist, Tanner will have my mother killed.
"I won't let that happen,"
Theo said, eyes fervent.
"You've built a tunnel for the Lord's infantry, and it's their only way in. Tanner will see it as service enough."
"I'll find the alchemist," I blustered. "If I find him, they needn't come, and thousands of innocent people won't need to die."
"Listen to yourself,"
Theo growled, pulling at his own hair.
"These are the same people who would shoot you if they knew what you were. You can't do this."
"I can," I said, my voice shaking in unspent rage. "I will find him, and I'm not asking for your help, Theo. I'm only asking that you not stand in my way. If you have any lingering affection for me at all, then let me do this, please." Perhaps it was cruel to press on that history, to use it against him. But I was desperate. Theo stared at me for a long time, tormented, it seemed, by whatever he saw in me.
"A week,"
he said, pinching the bridge of his nose like he couldn't quite believe he was saying it.
"We can hold them off for a week, and no longer."
Relief coursed through me. "Thank you," I breathed. Theo shook his head slowly, watching the tremor in my fingers. I clasped them tightly behind my back.
"You're very convincing with him,"
he said suddenly, his gaze disconnecting. Something wretched cracked open in my chest. I have to be.
You'll do what you must.
He finished for me with a nod, already backing away.
And so will I.
He turned his back, headed for the mouth of the alley, and all those earthbound stars in the street. Theo? Polly called to his back.
1 week,
Theo said to the cobbles, and in the quiet it found its way back to us. I waited an extra moment after he'd turned the corner, disappearing into the whirls of mist. Then I turned to Polly, took her hands in mine. I need to ask you something, I said, and I knew how dangerous it was. Her dark eyes pricked. She swallowed thickly and waited. The attachment you have with Otto. Her fingers twitched in mine. It's real, isn't it? She hid her face from me, her tone despondent when she said, I know that it's pointless. It isn't, I said. I know you don't wish to see him come to any harm. If the Lord's army find their way into this town, the people here will stand and fight Polly. They won't run to save themselves. They will all die. Tears rimmed the crescents of her eyes. She blinked them back. I know. They don't have to, Polly, I said, taking her shoulders in my hands now. You can make sure they live. She closed her eyes tightly. Damn it, she said. There is very little time. Do you understand that? Yes. Can you hold them off? I'll store them, she said. They know about the landmines. They won't be in a hurry to blow themselves up. She took my hand and squeezed it in hers. But I don't have any plans to die, Nina. This must work. It will, I vowed, but the words stuck to my insides. Then I'll help. And then she disappeared as quickly as Theo had, skirting the corner and vanishing, leaving me with the fog of my breath and a mountainous dread taking hold. I shivered all over. The missive in my palm was crinkled beyond repair. I shredded it to pieces, until my fingers could no longer pluck apart the fibres. I trod over them as I stalked back through the alley, back to Main Street with its passing trolley and the lanterns. I shivered, heaving breath after breath of frosty air, and listening to the sounds of the late hour. Drifting laughter and boot treads weaving their way back to their beds. All of Kenton's occupants at rest. No fear hammering their chests. No whistle in the distance. No battalions on the hills. No children in the alleys. An insulated, condemned peace. Would it be on my shoulders if it shattered? I pressed the back of my hand to my mouth and swallowed the sobs that erupted from my chest. Soon, Patrick would climb the stairs and knock at the door of number 15. If I asked him, he'd offer himself as a reprieve. And I would offer the same, forever if I could. He could have whatever remained of me. In return, there would be this one betrayal, unavoidable, necessary. Somewhere hovering beneath the cloud line, an osprey squalled its warning. A lick of foreboding followed my footsteps all the way over the threshold of Coulson & Sons, up its winding staircases, and through the doorway of number 15. I fabricated a new vault in my mind, and locked away all that guilt and disgrace. It would have its time. There came 3 knocks.
Chapter 52. Patrick. Winter had seized Kenton overnight. It stuck to the windows at dawn, curled into Patrick's collar as he dressed. Nina shivered in her sleep. Tonight, he'd ensure a fire was lit in the hearth. It seemed to Patrick that she was uneasy in rest. Her body was curled into a spiral. Her eyelids were in a flux. Whatever dreams played out beneath them carved creases in her forehead. Contrarily, Patrick had rarely slept more peacefully. It reminded him vaguely of a time he'd swigged a vial of bad bluff in his adolescence, and felt battered by some invisible gauntlet. It had knocked him unconscious into the next day, sleeping dreamlessly, but the waking was entirely different. He'd felt pommeled, flayed then. Today, he awoke in a mind he hardly recognized. He leaned over the bed and pressed the pad of his thumb to her furrow, smoothing out the lines. As she came awake, he pressed his mouth to hers, felt her fingers thread into his hair in that way they had a tendency to do. "We've stolen enough hours," he murmured into her neck. "No more slothing, Scotty girl." They were first to Margaret's modern ladies, their breath pulsing out in clouds as they let themselves into the shop. Scotty and Otto followed quickly after. Otto balancing a cigarette between his lips and newsprint in his hands. He read something that made Scotty laugh. They greeted Patrick and Nina with shiny cheeks and high spirits. "Far too early for such good moods," Patrick told them, despite the unlikely occurrence that he himself felt 50 pounds lighter than he could ever remember. Scotty laughed, his great shoulders quivering. "Otto found an artisan paper line about Dunwich last night," he said. "Got an interesting headline." "Dunwich?" Nina queried. "You were in Dunwich last night?" "We had a trade arranged," Patrick answered, holding his hand out for Otto's paper. "Night is safest." "Trade for what?" she pressed. Otto didn't pause for even a beat. "Bit of this, bit of that," he said. "Sugar, salt, meat, you get the idea." "And who handles these trades in Dunwich?" "Just some comrades of the Union," Scotty said. Patrick unfolded the paper and quickly found the headline. "Miners' Union negotiate for safe return of Demelius Becker." Patrick shook his head, a huff of mirth leaving him. "What is it?" asked Nina. "It's just the House of Lords scrambling," he said, and offered her the newsprint. Beneath the headline was a rendition of Tanner, offering an address at his lord's lectern, assuring a crowd, no doubt, that all was under control, that peace was imminent, that soon the errant crafters would give over their alchemist, and idiom would be restored to the dispensaries. Otto chuckled heartily, clouds of smoke enveloping him. Bunch of old knotters. "I take it no such negotiations are afoot?" Nina asked, her eyes rapidly tracking the lines of print. Scotty tipped his head back and crowed. "When the canals freeze over," Otto said, "them lords say whatever they want to their new scribblers. Bunch of fucking lies." Nina seemed pensive. She smiled wanly. "They must be desperate." Patrick nodded. "The tide's turning. They can feel it." "Almost time to storm the castle," Otto said, rubbing his hands together. "Just need the pathway, miss." Nina's smile weakened, and Patrick wondered if she judged these men, their callousness, the slapdash way they spoke of mounting an attack against the House of Lords. He wouldn't blame her if she did. They had not lived in the castle as she had. He wondered, in a deluge of sudden worry, what effect this was having on her. Could she live with it all, after it was done, knowing the part she'd played? Could she live with him, knowing he'd asked it of her? But Nina dusted her hands together, then looked to Patrick.
time's wasting," she said lightly. "Shall we?"
They waited for Gunnar, Briggs, and Theo to arrive. It seemed all three were suffering last night's choices. Gunnar and Briggs cursed and swigged black coffee from tin mugs. Theo's eyes were dark, rimmed, and slitted. He looked at no one.
"Let's get this over with,"
Gunnar growled, yawning widely, and down they all went. The tunnel was, finally, clear of water. Whatever Theo had done to curb the seeping had held overnight. The floor was malleable, but not sodden. The walls felt dry, underhand. Patrick stayed with Nina at the corpus, shoveling loads of waste into mine carts as she carved. He tried not to distract her while she worked, but it was a trial. Distraction was normally a requirement down here. When the walls and ceilings felt too close, the air sulphuric and clotted. Scotty was humming to himself by the waste chute Nina had created. Gunnar and Briggs were speaking in foreign accents for entertainment while they framed the walls. Theodore appeared and disappeared with every cart that Patrick filled, pushed it away on its tracks. With each pass, his face grew more and more tempestuous. Patrick estimated how long it would take for the man to snap. He could hardly blame Theodore, his jealousy. If he had fumbled a woman like Nina Harrow, he'd likely walk about with a stuck jaw, too. Patrick wondered how deep that bitterness went. Wars had been forged and finished in jealousy. Entire cities lay in the ruins of jilted hearts, and jealous men made unpredictable allies. Theodore's shop ought to be watched closely. Nina exhaled heavily at that moment, pressed her muddied fingers to her forehead. Patrick went to her immediately. "Rest a while," he urged her. "We've been down here for hours." "It's all right," she answered, giving him a tight smile. But he watched her hang her head, roll her neck, and his concern mounted. "I don't want you to push yourself if it's painful." "It's a good pain," she said. "Like stretching a muscle." "We've passed 13 miles, Patrick told her. "I'd say we're somewhere between Dunwich and Trent. It's far enough for today." She sighed, yielding. "Will we walk back?" "Unless you fancy skipping." She hit him lightly on the chest. It took 4 hours to return. Tomorrow, he would let Nina rest. The journey through the tunnel would need to be made by mining cart as it lengthened. As they walked, Nina peppered him with questions. She threw them over her shoulder every few minutes, and he answered them. About the miners' union, the tunnels, the capture of the alchemist. "Last question, Scotty girl," Patrick said, placing a hand to her waist when she staggered sideways. "Then show me some mercy. I'm begging." "I'm only curious," she said. "If I'm to be a member of the miners' union, I should have the facts." "The miners' union, eh?" Patrick smirked. "You planning on joining the fight, then?" "Whether I choose to fight or not, that shouldn't stop me from being a member." Patrick smiled at the ease with which she said it, though the thought of Nina amid the fire of explosions made him ill. "I won't deny you, but you won't be going anywhere near the bullets and bayonets, darling. Just so we're clear." She turned abruptly, leaving the others to walk on. already much farther ahead than them.
You underestimate me. I think I'd serve well in a battle.
Patrick rolled his eyes, braced his arms on either wall, and looked down at her.
Have you ever fired a pistol?
I don't need one, was her answer, and dirt rose around her, began spiraling into a funnel, a diminutive windstorm.
Show off,
he muttered, and she grinned, then let the dirt fall.
Keep walking,
he told her gently, turning her by her shoulders.
How much farther?
Hours. A short while. She was dragging her feet already, exhaustion setting in.
If my knees give out, you'll be forced to carry me. I hope you realize.
Ask me your final question, he prompted. Distraction was key. It delayed all kinds of mental voids. She paused for a beat, then asked,
Why have I never caught wind of Demelius Becker in Kenton Hill?
Patrick did not answer immediately. It seemed to him that her breath had shortened.
If he were in Kenton, you would have stumbled across him by now, Nina.
There ain't many places to hide a man.
No dungeons. I remember, she said. How can you be sure he is kept safe then? If he isn't where you can see him?
Wariness fluttered to life.
That's 2 questions.
But Nina only gave an exasperated laugh.
You're not a very good walking companion.
Choose a different subject matter, he said, and you can keep prattling. She looked at him over her shoulder.
I don't mean to pry.
Then trust that what you don't know won't hurt you.
But holding a man like Demelius Becker must be dangerous, she said now. Surely he'd be better served as a trade.
A pulse of warning ran through him.
We've discussed this already, he said warily.
We have, she said, and though her expression was neutral, Patrick couldn't help but detect a note of panic in her voice, of urgency.
But I can't help but think it a surer course to save the hostages.
Ah, but of course she should be worried for her mother.
Patrick sighed.
I promised I'd get her out, didn't I?
But if the alchemist...
Enough. His tone was low, firm. She appeared admonished, facing forward once more. For a while, a restless silence stretched.
Is this how it is to be? She asked, whisper soft.
Her shoulders drooped, as though it took enormous effort to say it at all.
Secrets? Things I can't know?
Patrick sighed.
This is how war works, Nina. We deal in secrets. The people in charge of keeping them become targets.
He thought of his father, locked away in a cell and holding his tongue while the artisans thought of cruel ways to unravel it.
I won't make you a target.
She chuckled bitterly.
Been a target since I was a girl, Patrick. I'd hardly know the difference.
A lick of violence ran through the length of his spine. He imagined Nina in the hands of Lord Tanner. He imagined the things the house would do to acquire Nina, the weapon he could make of her. And was that so different from what Patrick himself had done?
Nina,
he began, and he placed a hand to her shoulder to turn her, setting the lantern on the tunnel floor, Then he bent down to look into her face, to ensure their eyes were level, and she could see the sincerity with which he spoke. He swiped a finger across the freckles of her right cheek. There were times when he'd found himself staring at them, plotting their constellations. Her hands fisted his shirt at his chest. Her lips parted invitingly. "Ask me how many there've been before you." She seemed taken aback, suspicious. How many what? Women? He nodded, delighting in her shock. She narrowed her eyes. How many? He moved his lips an inch from hers. None. She blinked once, twice. You're a rotten liar, Patrick Coulson. He caught her waist when she tried to turn away. I'm not talking about women I've taken to bed. I'm talking about women I've kidnapped, Nina interjected, winding her arms around his neck. Hogtied and carried through a tunnel. You've got a smart fucking mouth. But she pressed that smart mouth to his, and he abruptly lost his train of thought. So why haven't these other women stuck around? Nina continued, watching him carefully. Was it the smoking? The whiskey? Did you drive them away? He dug his fingers into her waist so that she squirmed. I never wanted any of them to stay. Partly because I never cared for anyone else enough to try. But mostly, I knew what I'd be tying them to. All those secrets, all those enemies. It isn't a life any woman wants, Nina. You should know that. She watched him carefully, confusion marring her features. But you asked me to stay. Patrick nodded. I did. And I'm a selfish bastard to do it. Then why? Because you've been stuck in my head for 13 long years, he said. And now that you're here, I can't bring it upon myself to see you leave. He lifted her then, clear off the floor, and her screeching laughter tinkled down the tunnel as he pressed his forehead to hers. I'm in love with you, I'm afraid. When Patrick was a boy, he and his brothers had stolen flares and lit them all at once. The gunpowder combusted into a million bolts of hot light. He saw it all again in Nina Harrow's eyes when he told her he loved her. There might be things I can't tell you, he said. There might be secrets. But I'll never lie to you, Nina. And I promise, I'll love you as well as I can. She was quiet and contemplative for a long moment, and then she grew sad. Her lips pressed together. I want this to work. His wretched heart soared. Then it will. But I'm warning you, I won't be an easy man to love. Ah, she said, tightening her hold around his neck, her mouth hovering dangerously close to his. But that's exactly the problem. You're entirely too easy to fall in love with. If he ever forgot her face and the way she looked at him just then, he'd loathe himself. So he didn't kiss her right away. Instead, he lingered. Do you trust me, Nina? She nodded. I do. Then there'll be trust between us too, as well as love. She exhaled and closed her eyes. I hope so. Good enough, he said, and he kissed her as reverently as any man had ever kissed a woman. completely oblivious to the dark, oblivious to Theodore, who waited 20 paces down the path, blending with the shadows, churning with rage.
Chapter 53. Nina. I had designs to return to bed when we finally stumbled back into Kenton Hill. The lanterns were beginning to blink to life overhead. Snowflakes fell lightly around us.
"We'll be attending first frost, then?"
Scotty asked. My curiosity piqued. What's first frost? Gunnar grinned. He threw a heavy arm around my shoulder. Then Patrick's.
"It's a party, darling, for the first day of winter."
It isn't winter for another several weeks.
Aye, by the calendar, perhaps. But then there's Idia's winter.
Idia's winter?
When she first lets the frost stick to the ground.
Patrick intoned. They were nearing Coulson's, and even from a distance it seemed desolate. I frowned. Where is everyone?
"At the market,"
came Theo's voice. He continued onto that dark and lopsided building, and all its mismatched shingles without a glance back. Every muscle ached. My legs longed for reprieve, and my stomach longed for sustenance. I felt Patrick's eyes on me.
"I'll take you home,"
he said.
"Come on." "Don't even think of it, brother,"
Gunnar said, his face darkening.
"You're not shirking, not tonight."
Patrick stole Gunnar's cap and slung it into a nearby coal bin.
"I'm not in the mood to babysit a bunch of drunks tonight."
I watched conflicting emotions skitter across Patrick's face. His eye slid to mine and held.
"That's beside the point. It's Dad's tradition, Pat,"
Gunnar said to him then, having fished his cap out of the soot.
"He'd never forgive you for missing it, if I've got to drag you."
Patrick ignored him.
"Nina, I can bring you home first if you'd like. You're tired." "With no Sam to guard her door?"
Gunnar scoffed.
"Everyone has the night off, Pat. No exceptions. Sorry, darling,"
Gunnar said to me now. He did not appear the least bit sorry.
"But you'll be coming along as well."
I gave him a withering glare. I don't need a minder.
"Ah, but you do,"
Gunnar replied. Coulson's was mere feet away, and my room beckoned me.
"Can't be too careful, Nina. Not everyone is a friend."
I scoffed in exasperation. You let Theo go up to his bed, didn't you?
"And he knows better than to stay there."
Gunnar laughed. Briggs and Scotty joined him.
"He's been dragged out of his room enough times. He'll be along. That boy can't stand dirt under his fingernails. No doubt he's washing up and combing his hair as we speak."
Scotty snickered. Briggs hid his grin. I narrowed my eyes at the trio.
"Enough,"
Patrick said on a heavy sigh.
"Get going, boys. We'll be along."
Gunnar pointed a dangerous finger an inch from Patrick's face.
"No shirking. No shirking."
Patrick rolled his eyes, then shoved Gunnar's shoulder in the direction of Lower Main Street.
"Now fuck off."
They receded into the dim, hands in pockets, shoulders bouncing off one another, thick laughter floating back to me and Patrick. Patrick exhaled heavily. One hand crept to his pocket, blindly searching for cigarettes, but he came up empty. I tried to think of the last time I'd seen him smoke, and couldn't.
"You're not gonna like what I'm about to say, Nina,"
he said, eyes marking the figures on the streets in their heavy coats.
"But do you fancy coming to a party with me?"
I thought of that soft bed above me. But if there was whiskey at this party, it might be good for loosening tongues. And Patrick surely wasn't the only keeper of secrets in this town. "Lead the way," I said, nodding down the street, my smile tight. "I should warn you, though, if there isn't anything there for me to eat, I'll take a bite straight out of you." He clicked his tongue.
"Ah, don't make me promises like that if you can't keep 'em."
He wrapped an arm around my back to shield me from the cold. "What about Theo?" I asked, looking up at the lone orange light in a window high above.
"We'll see him at the market,"
Patrick said, and I wondered if I imagined the dark tone of his voice.
"Of that, I have no doubt.
The market thrummed from a distance, light flooding from its mouth. Weak flurries chased children in squalls. There was a pig on a spit, roasting over hot coals, music drubbing the air. Patrick and I made our slow way toward it all, dirt-stained from head to toe. It garnered not a single second glance from any passers-by. I almost laughed to think of the difference time rendered. From the National Artisan House to a Kenton Hill barn, from ball gowns to chipboard floors. The comparison brought with it no ill feeling. I was warm and worn in a pleasing way. I was wrapped in the arms of a man who loved me. The speed of my blood made me suspect I loved him back. And if it weren't for that hourglass expending inside me, I thought I might be happy. I took a moment to stare at the underside of his jaw, the blanket of stubble raising his cheeks, the fine slope of his nose, and the peak of his chin.
Look somewhere else, Nina. I'm only so strong.
I blushed. Patrick collected plates of food at the door. Bread and corn and fatty pork, its juices swimming round the rim. Tell me, why is first frost so important? Patrick grinned.
Mostly tradition. Winter used to be something these people feared. Back when the coal and wood were sent on trains to the city, whatever remained was exorbitantly priced. My father started this celebration the year Kenton took its first strike, and he promised we'd never have another dead winter. So far, the promise has held.
A dead winter. It had been a while since I'd heard the phrase. People in Scurry used to murmur it under their breath in the streets as the nights grew colder. The teachers would have us pray at our desks for a winter that was mild. A dead winter meant chilblains and watered-down soups, and a cold in your chest like a long-fingered hand, snatching you away in the night. Not everyone woke the next morning. No one had spoken of dead winters in Bellevere City. I wondered if they knew what the term meant. We were received warmly. A woman hugged me in thanks for saving her son. A swoop of little girls poured on my dirty hands until I joined them in a skipping circle. They held me hostage for 2 songs before Gunner came to shoo them away.
Leave her be, you little blighters,
he growled, and they scurried away laughing and shrieking. He led me over to an old card table, where the Coulson inner circle held court. And by court, I mean Scotty pulled Donnie off the centre of the table before he could break it. Briggs argued loudly with a busty woman about an outstanding bet, and Sam tried valiantly to beat Otto in an arm wrestle, while Polly laughed. When Polly saw me approaching, she intercepted me from Patrick and Gunner both. "Let us ladies get a drink," she told them, then intertwined her arm with mine, leading me to the whiskey barrels along the far wall. "Did you learn anything new today?" Polly asked beneath her breath. She retrieved a clean glass, filling it at the tap of a barrel. The question brought reality walloping back. "Only that Becca isn't in Kenton Hill," I said, dropping my voice to less than a murmur as I moved in to get my own drink. "Then where?" Polly replied. There was a desperate quality to her voice, though her expression was trained. "You need to ask him outright, Nina." I closed my eyes briefly. "I'm trying." But it seemed any angle I tried, I failed, and my panic renewed. Polly sighed. "Otto and Scotty brought crates in this morning from Dunwich. Usually, the shipments are brought straight here to the market, and some are left in the tunnels for safekeeping. But not these. These went right to the back of Coulson's." I frowned at her. "You think it's idiom?" "I don't know, but Dunwich has the closest uranium mines. It would make sense to have the alchemist there." "And you're sure they brought them crated to Coulson's?" "I watched it from my window," she said, a hint of shame wheedling through. "Otto came to my room straight after. He told me where he'd travelled from." I exhaled deeply. "I'll check the kitchens when it's safe." Polly's hand gripped the underside of my arm then, squeezing it urgently. "Please, Nina, don't wait. Every day makes the risk greater." I shriveled. "I'm trying, Polly." "That's not enough. There's too much at stake." Her eyes flickered back the way they'd come, to where I was sure Otto sat, waiting for her. "Please, try harder." Polly returned to the card table without me, weaving through the crowd, leaving me to trail behind. By the time she reached Otto, she was smiling brightly again. I tried to do the same. Patrick was talking quietly with his mother as I returned. He kissed her on the cheek and she left, smiling tiredly at me before doing so. "Is your mother all right?" I asked him, arriving at his side. He put his drink on the table and nodded.
"Just tired," he said. "Sit with me."
I went to draw out a seat at his side, but his hand closed around my wrist, and he pulled me gently into his lap, enveloped me.
"That's not what I meant,"
he said into my ear. I felt heat climbing my neck. "I'm a mess," I reminded him, "and I must smell awful."
"Like I give a shit,"
he murmured, one hand subtly caressing the curve of my arse, and I felt desire flare inside me.
"Teddy!"
Gunnar called suddenly, and I startled at the sight of Theo standing at the end of the table. He was newly dressed, his hair indeed neatly combed. He wore the expression of a man chewing on something sour. His eyes swept over me in Patrick's lap, then Polly, who was sheltered under Otto's arm. He nodded, as though to himself, and rolled his jaw.
"You look sharp, Teddy boy,"
Gunnar drawled, hitting him heartily on the back.
"Have a drink."
But it appeared Theo had already done so. He held up a glass with only dregs at its bottom.
"I took the liberty,"
he explained, and down the final swell. Gunnar eyed the cords in Theodore's neck in a hungry way.
"You know what you need, Teddy. A woman, or a man if you're so inclined. Work out some of that hum in your drum."
"Gunnar," I reproached, tensing. But Patrick squeezed my leg.
"Let it be,"
he said very softly. And was it my imagination, or did Patrick nod ever so slightly in Gunnar's direction?
"What say you, Teddy? We can rent you a warm body for the night. My treat."
The other men laughed. Polly went rigid. Surreptitiously, Patrick manoeuvred me onto the chair by his side.
"Whores and bluff,"
Theo nodded, staring into the depths of his glass.
"Your favourite remedies, Gunnar, are they not?"
The table quieted, surprised. I gathered it was unlike Theo to respond at all.
"Tell me, do you take the whore first, or the bluff? Can't imagine you can even keep yourself upright if you take the bluff first, let alone anything else."
Scotty, Briggs, and Donnie hooted, but Gunnar's cheeks had lost their pallor. His eyes flitted to Patrick, and away.
"I heard your wife just walked out on you,"
Theodore continued. I wondered if the liquor had made him stupid.
"My condolences. Was it the horse, or did the bluff make you limp?"
Theodore had turned to face Gunnar head on, as though welcoming that first punch, an invitation to swing back. He waited. The table held its collective breath. Patrick rose from his seat. But Gunnar only smiled. It was small at first, but then widened. Soon he was laughing heartily, his head thrown back. The others joined tenuously, and Gunnar caught Theodore in a headlock, mussing his neatly combed hair.
"We're all whores, Teddy,"
he barked, his good humour sending another wave of hysteria ricocheting down the table.
"That should be your first lesson. Take my advice. Don't ever let marriage enter your mind."
Gunnar shunted Theo into a seat and passed him another drink, though his fingers wedged deeply into Theo's shoulder, and he sent a deliberate look down to Patrick, gauging his response. I thought I saw Patrick shake his head. It was a while longer before I realised I'd been holding my breath. For a time, the night drew on with a forced sort of peace. The men continued their banter and drank a shocking amount of ale, but none so much as Theo, who refilled his pint twice as often. He offered nothing in the conversation, but stared openly at me or Polly or Patrick, and though the group must have appeared chummy to anyone on the outside, It seemed to me a silent war was being waged. Gunnar made increasingly hostile jokes and slapped Theo on the back with more vigour than was necessary. Patrick waited with interminable patience, but not without tension, and Polly and I were silent, like children about to be punished. We traded glances. We were sitting on a ticking time bomb. Pints kept arriving at the table. Every now and then, I drank one to dull the hostility in the air. I had now shifted myself out of Patrick's reach completely. It seemed Theodore marked my every move. Donnie was the only salve. He nattered incessantly with one anecdote or another, the stories growing more grandiose with the liquor.
And then, to that man I said, I'll challenge you to a game of darts. If you win, I'll pay your tab. But if I win, I get to take your mother upstairs with me. Now, I ain't ever seen his mother, of course. Lucky for him, you ain't ever seen a fucking bullseye either.
Otto yawned.
I can throw darts as good as any, Donnie slurred. Just point me at the board.
Otto shook his head.
No way. I ain't making any bets with you tonight. Ah, come on. What about Gunnar then?
Gunnar chuckled darkly.
Not a chance.
Donnie pouted.
Teddy will throw darts with me, won't you, Teddy?
Theodore's eyes were riddled red. His head wobbled on his neck as he turned to the call of his name.
What are we playing for?
How about this?
Donnie said, growing more animated.
If I win, you go wipe that fucking scowl off your face. Save the rest of us from it. I can't even see and I know it's there.
Otto and Gunnar chortled into their drinks.
All right,
Theo said.
And if I win, I'll take your mother up to my room with me. How about it, Donnie?
A taut silence abruptly descended, and I thought the pint in Gunnar's hand might splinter. His knuckles had turned white along the handle. The other men traded dark glances, their eyes swivelling back and forth between the Coulson brothers. Patrick's stare, however, had solidified. Donnie, by contrast, was overjoyed. He bounced with excitement.
Ah, he's got spirit, Pat. See, I told you he didn't have a stick up his arse.
Theo's jaw ticked.
Come on, then,
Donnie cajoled, standing in place.
Someone turn me round the right way.
Moments later, Donnie was facing a corkboard tacked to the barn wall, his fist full of darts. The patrons had made a path, and those closest seemed strangely unconcerned, despite the drunken blind man holding sharp missiles he intended to throw. The first 3, shockingly, landed on the board, albeit with mediocre scores.
Let's have it then, Teddy,
Donnie said, and Theodore stepped forward. His gait was very obviously unsteady. Had lost count of the drinks he'd consumed. He didn't look at Donnie as he readied himself before the dartboard. He stared at me, who stood against a beam to better see, and at Patrick, who hadn't bothered to stand at all.
I look forward to knowing Mrs. Coulson a lot better,
he said, and the whole barn held its collective breath, awaiting a rebuttal. I stepped in. Theo, stop it! But he held up a silencing finger in my direction.
Just a friendly match between men, Nina.
Patrick said nothing. He picked up his drink, gestured for Theo to get on with it.
Throw your darts, Teddy.
Theodore's eyes flashed. He threw with violence. 2 darts hit a 20. 1 missed the board.
How'd he do?
Donnie questioned.
Someone tell me the score. 40-21,
a gruff voice called.
The Swank leads.
The game continued. Theo throwing with middling results, but Donnie throwing worse. Twice he missed the board completely, and once struck the wall an inch from someone's head.
Sorry!
Donnie hollered at the shriek of yet another woman.
Teddy, do your worst.
Theodore took the darts from the board, but instead of taking his shot, he sauntered over to where I watched, the lip of his shoes dragging.
Blow on these for me, would you, Nina?
He asked, the words laced in poison.
For luck.
Well versed as women often were with men and liquor, I knew better than to prod. Some of them turned into balls, scoping for red. It was best not to move too quickly, not to say too much. Theo was fraying quickly. I pressed my lips firmly together, begged him silently to stop.
Go on,
he said more forcefully now.
Blow.
And I felt Patrick stand from his seat, the chair scratching a path in the dust. Quickly, I blew on the darts in Theodore's palm, a simple action made somehow degrading. And Theodore gave Patrick a satisfied smile. He held his stare. See, he seemed to say. It hurts to watch, doesn't it? He threw the darts in quick succession. Triple 11s and a bullseye. The onlookers clapped and caterwauled.
She's quite the lucky charm, don't you think?
Theo said now, turning back to Patrick. He picked up another pint from the nearest table.
Willing, too. Always has been.
He winked at me, but his sights quickly returned to Patrick, who remained standing, his hands in his pockets, face indecipherable, except for his eyes, which had turned glacial.
Has she blown on anything of yours yet, Coulson?
Theo continued, ignoring the blood in the air.
You need only ask her to.
A cold, sick hurt filled me. 1,000 gentle touches and soft words from years past, now broken. A hush followed Theo's rambling, broken only by the sound of Gunner's pistol falling heavily on a tabletop. He regarded Theodore hungrily.
Just say the word, Pat.
But Patrick's head was tilted to me. His eyes trickled down to my hands, fisted and aching.
Take your turn, brother,
he said evenly to Donnie. He didn't spare Theo a glance.
180 to win it.
Theo grinned his drunken grin, but beneath it was a landscape of boiling anger. He barely paid attention to Donnie's smirk, the way the man stumbled toward the dartboard, the lazy lift of his arm. 1, 2, 3 darts flew, landing precisely where they needed to. Perfect triple 20 splitting the cork. A miraculous win. The spectators cheered, slapping Donnie's back. Patrick collected a pint. He stalked casually toward Theo, who backed away several steps, mouth agape. Patrick pushed the glass into Theo's chest. I did not miss the vigour with which it was done, or the way half the liquor slopped over Theo's clean shirt.
Have another, he told Theo. It'll take the sting out of it. Fuck you,
Theodore spat, so filled with unspent rage I feared he might implode. His fists shook. He breathed heavily through his teeth.
Yeah,
Patrick said slowly.
It'd feel good, wouldn't it, to take a swing? Don't ever seem to find the courage, though, do you, Teddy?
Patrick set the glass on the table and leaned down to speak into Theo's ear.
I'll tell you what, he said. I'll give you a free shot, right here in front of her. Show her you're a big man. Get it out of your system. But I don't promise to be in control of what happens after that.
The moment hung there, free for the taking. But it seemed Theo had finally had enough. With one last furious glare, he left with his tongue tucked into one cheek, with red ears and smoke fuming from his nostrils. He pushed through the crowd. I could just barely make out his dark hair quickly receding into the night. And I followed. I had to run to catch him. He kept up a frenetic pace down the lane. "Theo!" I called. And if he heard me, he didn't show it. He passed the tea shop and turned a corner. "Theo, wait!" I caught his shoulder, and he turned so abruptly that I flinched.
"What?"
he asked, swaying where he stood.
"What do you want from me, Clark?"
"Harrow!" I said in frustration, breath collecting in short, sharp gusts.
"Ah, yes, the girl from Scurry."
His eyes dragged over my sullied clothes and smudged face. He shook his head and said,
"I barely recognize you."
"And you." We stared at each other for a long time, both of us trying to piece back together a version of the other that had only existed before the world made us mean and full of fault.
"You left me,"
I told him, my voice heavy with old pain. You broke us, and you may have come to regret it, but I do not owe you sympathy for whatever pain you feel now. I did not cry for him. I had purged him from my heart years ago. If you want to hurt me, then—
Do you love him?
Theo asked. His voice quaked.
I heard you in the tunnel. Have you honestly fallen in love with him?
I have a job to do, I said. That's all. But whatever Theo saw on my face told him otherwise. He nodded, laughed dryly, trembled.
He'll kill you, Nina,
he told me.
And when the barrel of his pistol is pressed between your eyes, you'll wish you'd listened to me. You'll wish you'd never discarded what we had.
I remembered those last weeks in the artisan school, clutching desperately to his fading promises, while he did his best to ignore me. We were only children, Theo. I hardly remember what we had. Blood pulsed in my ears. But I bet you'll spend the rest of your life trying to forget. I watched Theo's eyes bulge, watched a delicate puce climb his neck and mottle his face. I watched him kick a dustbin as he passed it, and stalk away into the dark. I watched him until he became dim and distant. I exhaled in a gust, clutched my sides.
Don't think any man could ever recover from that,
said a voice, and I turned to find Patrick in his coat. He leaned against brick render, his arms crossed at the chest.
Might as well have run him through with a blade.
It was said casually, but his eyes were assessing. I could feel them peeling back my layers. My stomach fluttered. You were listening?
Only to the finale,
he said slowly.
I promise.
He came toward me slowly, hiding his hands in his pockets.
You all right, scurry girl?
I nodded, somewhat weakly, and closed my eyes. Will you take me back to Coulson's? Tears choked the column of my throat.
Whatever you want, darling,
he said. He lifted my hand and kissed my knuckles.
Always.
Chapter 54. Nina. I disentangled myself from Patrick's arms long before dawn. The day had seemed endless and mottled, and though I'd spent much of it in Patrick's embrace, I could not ignore the sensation that I was shackled to a train track, a steam engine thundering closer and closer. Find the alchemist, I told myself. Find him, and it will all be over. So, I did not sleep. While Coulson and Sons curled in on itself, I rose in the frigid night. I slipped through the unguarded door and descended the stairs. I made it to each landing with barely a creak. The pub was dark and devoid. It was simple enough to tiptoe around its bar to the other side, to slip behind the counter and wrap my hand around the doorknob. It would not turn. I tried uselessly once more before seating. There must be a key somewhere. In Patrick's pocket, perhaps? At that moment, the doorknob rattled of its own accord. It pulled inward. Light flooded my feet from within. I shrunk sideways before it could open completely, sinking to the floor beneath the countertop just in time for Tess Coulson to appear. She came into her bar slowly, rubbing her eyes. Already there was an apron around her waist. She coughed soundly into her fist, then wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. For a moment, she simply stood and caught her breath, her eyes closed. Then, she collected a tray of crockery on the counter before her and turned on her heel, carrying it back the way she'd come. I listened for a snick of a lock, but none followed. When my heart had dislodged from my throat, I crawled out of my hiding place. I tentatively pressed my ear to the door and listened. But there were no sounds on the other side of the door. No clashing of dishes, no belching boilers or shoes on the tiles. It seemed there was no presence at all. Either Tess had walked into the kitchen and ceased all movement, or she'd left via a back door. I decided to bet on the latter. I pushed the door in on a fully lit kitchen, There was indeed a boiler, a stove, an industrial clay oven, but none were lit. The room was large and lined with counters. An ice chest dominated half of one wall, and along the other were wooden shelves, lined to the ceiling in corked amber bottles, sealed vials, jars, and in some cases, unmarked cans. Only it wasn't just one wall, but all of them. And it wasn't just the walls, but the floor. Crate upon crate labelled Dunwich Poultry stacked in careful piles, blocking half the countertops. And the substance within each container was ink-coloured. It glinted threateningly from every corner. Idiom. A stack of sealed crates waited by the back door, iron branded on the exterior. The door beside it suddenly opened again, and in came Tess. This time she was not laden in dishes, but with a cast-iron pot half her size. She froze at the sight of me.
"Nina,"
she said, stunned. Then, slower.
"What in God's name are you doing down here?"
I tried to school my expression into one of polite surprise. I was still dressed in a nightgown. My feet were bare. I hoped I looked as lost as I suddenly felt. "I'm sorry," I said. "I couldn't sleep. I hoped I could find some tea. I didn't want to trouble anyone." I twisted my hands together in a show of contrition. She sighed. Slowly, she set the pot on a countertop, then wiped her hands in her apron.
"Left the goddamn door unlocked for 1 minute,"
she muttered, turning her eyes to the heavens. "I apologise," I said. "I hadn't realised the kitchen was off limits."
"And my dumbstruck son didn't think to mention it?"
I hesitated. I thought of the times Patrick had steered me away. "Not expressly."
She sighed, rubbing her forehead. "Well, no one comes in here but the spare few. I'm sure you've figured out why."
I looked again to all those mismatched bottles and canisters, awed. A ready-made dispensary. Is it idiom? Tess Coulson chuckled.
"Wouldn't that be the day? Perhaps then my sons would be satisfied."
She shook her head.
"It's only bluff, the unsullied kind."
On closer inspection, it seemed she was right. "There's so much," I said redundantly.
"The brink needs medicine in droves," she explained. "We export it to the other towns."
"In exchange for food," I deduced.
"Among other things. It's important you keep this to yourself, Nina. I suppose it will be a test if you like. No one should know where the stores are kept. Such information isn't safe."
"No,"
came a different voice. I whirled to see Patrick standing in the doorway, his expression drawn and colourless. His shirt was partially unbuttoned, untucked.
"It surely ain't."
He pulled the door closed behind him.
"You should have told her not to come in here, son,"
Tess reprimanded. Patrick only looked at her briefly.
"Excuse us a moment, Ma."
Tess gave him a look of warning, muttered under her breath, then left. Patrick's eyes flickered back to me, and his were guarded, but not angry.
"How did you get in?"
"Your mother left the door unlocked," I answered. I was surprised to find my voice was a whisper. All my bravado had fled. "I was looking for tea." He held my stare, and I was careful not to drop mine, though I wanted to. He put his hands in his pockets, still wearing an indecipherable expression.
"You might as well ask me your questions, Nina,"
he said.
"I can see 'em burning up inside you."
I let my eyes skate over those shelves. There's so much of it.
"That isn't a question."
I swallowed. "Why is it here?"
"Because I don't trust anyone else to look after it."
My teeth worried at my lip. My eyes looked over the crates stacked by the door, the one Scotty and Otto had brought from Dunwich. And I almost came out and asked him. Almost. Patrick rubbed his eyes tiredly, and without any preamble, he said,
"Do you know why it is I don't sleep well?"
I shook my head.
"It started when I was 12, after I got back from our siphoning ceremony. First day I went underground. I came back up and didn't sleep a wink. Kept thinking about those tunnel walls and all the sounds they made. Felt like I couldn't breathe.
I took a step closer to him without meaning to.
When I got older, it wasn't just the tunnels in my head. It was the other things too. Fires, explosions, whistles. It all comes flooding into my bed at night. I've learned to live with that. Learned to walk and work and sleep in all that noise. But recently,
he said, his eyes resting on mine,
sleep has become easy, quiet. All that noise in my head, I barely hear it.
I waited, breath catching.
That's because of you. Do you understand?
I nodded, swallowed.
But I woke up just now, and you weren't there, Nina, and I convinced myself that someone had taken you. Even as I was running down those stairs, I imagined you were tied up in some hole, and a man held a blade to your throat and threatened to hurt you if you didn't name every one of my secrets. And that is a thought to keep me awake all night long.
His stare was molten. I felt it heat up my skin.
Don't imagine that it's trust stopping me from telling you everything, Nina. There are certain men who would do terrible things to the people I love just to learn more about me. Don't ask me for answers I can't give, please. Let me have my sleep.
He seemed, suddenly, bone-tired. I looked my last at the walls of bluff, ceiling to floor. That's enough for now, I thought, and that train in my chest slowed. I told myself the collision was still some ways off, so I went to him and placed my hands on his chest. Come on, I said. There's still some night left. Chapter 55. Nina. Patrick was gone before I woke again. There was a note on the nightstand that proclaimed I'd earned a day's rest.
Stay in bed,
it said.
I'll return before sundown.
A tempting offer. But despite the soreness of my muscles and the reluctance of my eyelids, I needed to find Polly and Theo. Polly answered on the first knock and hurried me inside her room. Identical for the most part to mine, only with wallpaper of holly and thistle. There was a frenzied look about her. I suspected she too had managed little sleep in the night. "What did you find?" she asked in a hushed whisper. Her nails bit into my hands. "We should fetch Theo first," I said, looking back at the door. "He's already out. I knocked on his door not a minute ago, and he didn't answer. Tell me, what did you find?" "Bluff," I said quietly. My eyes flickered to the walls as though they were made of paper, and could fall to expose us at any moment. Stores of it. They must be bringing it in from Dunwich. Polly exhaled in a gust, released my hands. She glowed with relief. "Thank God," she breathed, wiping sweat from her forehead. "I just received this." From her pocket she pulled a freshly folded sheet of parchment and handed it to me. On it, a neat line of ink said, "Attack imminent. Provide safest route urgently, as ordered by the house." "They're growing impatient," Polly breathed. "Nina, I must reply. If I don't, they'll assume I'm dead or a traitor. That's the deal. I always reply." "Tell them we have a lead on Demelius Becker," I said, hands shaking, the ink smudged beneath my fingers. "They'll wait." Polly shook her head. "It would buy us a day or two, and it isn't true, is it? How do you plan to find him?" I wrung my hands together. "What scribbler crannies do you write to in Dunwich?" I asked. "Is there anyone there that Patrick corresponds with regularly? Think!" Polly screwed her eyes shut. She pushed her fists against them. "There are several," she groaned. "You cannot possibly search each address there." "What else do you propose?" I asked, my own voice swelling. Polly's lip quivered. I can forge a scribble," though she seemed ill at the thought of even suggesting it. "I'll send a message to Patrick saying there's been some sort of trouble with the alchemist, and that he should come. Then we can watch him." I I shook my head. I can't just follow him. He'd notice. I don't see what other choice you have, she said. I admit it might not work. And if he leaves Kenton Hill without telling me, or sends someone else? Polly sighed. He'll ask me to send a scribble ahead of time, naming the time of the arrival and who should be arriving. I won't know who I'm sending it to, obviously, but if he intends to dispatch someone else, I'll know. And if he doesn't, then you and I are out of luck, Polly said quietly, along with the rest of the parish. We stood there staring at each other, then at the sheet of parchment in her hand. This is our last chance, Nina. Panic swarmed in my chest. Polly, it'll be all right. She shook her head. There are a million ways for this to go wrong, she mumbled, fear splitting the words. This is suicidal. I caught her hand to seize her pacing. The house wants Idiom, Polly, that's all. We need only tell them where Becca is, and we'll have saved the entire town. And what exactly do we intend to do if the Coulsons figure us out? Tears rolled down Polly's cheeks, spilled over her lip. Even if we run, we'll be hunted. I wrapped my arms around her shoulders and felt her hang onto me. For a moment we stood there again, just like we had before the war began. There's a way out of this, I said for the both of us. We who had found ourselves the playthings in a man's war game. I promise you. And if there's not? And herein lay the truest test. Then you'll need to choose your next course, I told her. But I think I've had enough running for one lifetime. She nodded, then went to a small rickety desk. She took a piece of parchment and shoved it into the pocket of my skirt. Keep this hidden, she said, and listen for my scribble. When will you write to Patrick? Polly grimaced. He has a scribbler's cranny in his mother's kitchen, but he won't check it until day's end. I'll wait until then. I nodded. What of Theo? Polly asked then, hands wringing. I expect he'll burst through my door any moment and demand that I give Tanner the route here. I turned to the door in question. I'll deal with Theo. In the pub, Briggs and Scotty were swallowing coffee at an alarming rate, and Theo was nowhere to be seen. Their miner's overalls told me where they were headed. Is Theo visiting Marguerite with us today? I asked them.
I bloody well hope so,
Briggs asked, donning his cap.
We'll break under the Geyser River soon, and I don't much feel like drowning in a hole.
He isn't in his room, I frowned. I thought I might find him here. Scotty scowled.
Well, he must be waiting with Marguerite then.
But Theodore wasn't waiting for them in the square, or inside the shop, or down the shaft.
If Gunnar finds that kid shirking, he'll wring the poor bastard's neck.
Briggs grunted when the lift doors clanged open.
Perhaps he didn't hear you knocking at his door, Nina, Scotty mused. Must have one hell of a sore head this morning. That makes us a pair,
Briggs grumbled. I scowled down at the gaping darkness of the tunnel. I pictured Theo as he had been the night before, stumbling away into the night.
Ain't much point in having you down here today, Nina, Scotty said. We can't go no further without hitting the edge of the geyser, and we can't burrow beneath without Teddy to control the water. Go rest like Patty asked you to, Briggs suggested, loading the mining cart with timber logs. And if you see Theo, give him a clip round the head.
I hurried alone back to Coulson's, the route now memorized, slow-moving dread bubbling in my chest. I intended to knock on the door of number 13 again, perhaps kick it in. But his expression from the previous night loomed in my mind, and I became sure I wouldn't find him there. I was suddenly horribly certain that I wouldn't find him anywhere. Only feet from the stoop of Coulson & Sons, I halted on the cobblestones. In the dim of the nearest alley, a shadow moved. A man stubbed a cigarette out under his boot, then shifted ever so slightly into the daylight. Theo? I threw a panicked glance over my shoulder, but Kenton thrummed on as normal. The trolley rattled past, and amid the clamour, I hurried into the recess between buildings where he stood. Where have you been? I hissed. He looked wretched. His face had somehow elongated in the night. He was unshaven, drawn, eyes bloodshot. Are you all right? He scoffed weakly.
Just grand.
I glanced over my shoulder once more. Would be easily seen here, without the cover of night. Someone might see us.
Then I won't keep you, except to tell you goodbye.
The dread bubbled to its peak. Theo!
In truth, I should have left last night,
he continued.
But I've been delaying myself. I suppose I wanted to see you one last time.
A lingering tendril of guilt swelled in my stomach.
I can't stand another day here, Nina.
He closed his eyes briefly.
And they're coming for this place.
Theo, I'm sorry, I blithered, snatching his sleeve when he tried to turn. I'm sorry that I couldn't choose.
Don't,
he interjected, his voice a gavel. And I saw that bright burning pain beneath the surface.
I do want to tell you that I'm sorry for what I did last night. The way I spoke about you.
I tried to take his hand, but he pulled it free. Theo, you can't leave now. We found the alchemist. He's in Dunwich. He froze, and I thought I saw a spark, the cogs behind his eyes turning again.
Are you certain?
Yes, a lie, but one that would buy me time. Polly and I will have his precise whereabouts within a matter of hours.
And then what?
Theo asked.
You'll confront Tanner, barter the alchemist for your mother?
Yes, I said abruptly. He'll make the trade, Patrick. There is nothing he cares about more than idiom. Theo nodded skeptically.
You might be right.
I am.
And then he'll send his soldiers into Dunwich. And once they find Amelia's Becker, the fire charmers will leave it burning.
Theo watched my expression carefully, saw the places where colour bled away.
But that's better, isn't it?
He asked.
Something you're more comfortable with, I suppose. Better Dunwich than Kenton Hill.
Bile slipped up my throat. He was right. I'd been counting on the hope that another answer existed. Now, it seemed there was none that didn't end in bloodshed.
You're slipping, Nina.
Theo shook his head.
You should have seen this coming.
These people don't deserve to die, Theo, I said weakly. Tanner should be stopped.
Why shouldn't it be the miners' union instead?
Theo countered.
Or have you washed Patrick's hands clean of all that blood?
And how many have died in the mines? I said, my temper sparking. Did you ever know anyone who lost one of their limbs in a factory, Theo? Or ended up starving on the street? You never saw that toll before the strikes began. My voice was getting louder, the fire in my chest swarming. You were in the city, always safe and fed, and I joined you up there in that ivory tower, in that fucking school. But Theo seemed to brush me off.
So, Patrick truly managed it then?
He muttered.
And in record time.
Managed what? I hissed.
To make a rebellion out of you,
came the answer.
I wonder if it would have been different, if we could have been different. If I'd taken better care of you.
We'd have ended just the same, I said. Because he was his father's son, and I was forged in the brink long before he knew me. He did not answer. Instead, he put his hands in his pockets and looked out into Main Street.
Would you do me one last favour? And before you say no, just remember I've spent the last 2 years in this place, all for the promise of seeing you again.
I bit my tongue. What's the favour?
Encourage the Coulsons not to come looking for me,
he said.
You're quite impressive when it comes to persuading them.
How will you get out? It's dangerous, Theo.
There's a tunnel that runs northeast, he said. It's short, and the Coulsons rarely travel it. It will get me far enough that I can find a boat.
You won't...
Alert the house that you've abandoned your duty,
he asked.
No, Nina. I won't get your mother killed. I'm not a monster.
Tears collected in the corners of my eyes as I nodded. The tide of this war is turning, I warned. Tanner can't hold the house for much longer.
All the more reason for me to make myself scarce,
Theo said dryly.
Can you guess who will take Tanner's place if he dies?
Ice tripped down my spine, and he nodded his confirmation.
Lord Shop.
he uttered with a cold, dead acceptance.
So I'd best return.
Theo,
You think you know what you're doing?
he said, already retreating down the alley.
There will come a time, Nina, when you find yourself backed into a corner.
He looked over his shoulder at me one last time.
And I'll be the only person left to free you.
Chapter 56. Patrick. It took an entire day for Patrick to resolve that which had been left to wait. Repairs to the eastern mine had begun, though he would need to consult Theo regarding the integrity of the soil and the water table beneath. It was the water charmer he sought now, as night lengthened over Kenton. The first flurries of snow fell and evaporated before they touched the ground. Smoke curled from the coal bins and rooftops. The lanes were vacant at this hour, everyone retiring earlier to evade the cold. Patrick whistled while he walked. He found he didn't so much mind the bite in the air. Kenton, at that moment, seemed a slow, humming beauty. As a child, he'd thought the same, even when it had been more mud and shit than cobbles. He imagined Fyodor would be in his room, licking his wounds. He wondered if the boy had rid himself of all those angry bees in his head, or if he remained as pent up as he'd been the day before. Patrick hoped the knock to his ego had set him straight. The pub would have quietened by now, only the loneliest of patrons still hovering by the bar. Nina, he hoped, would be in her bed already. He wondered if she was yet asleep. Thoughts of her carried him the rest of his journey, around bends and onto Main Street, within view of the hotel. He felt his chest lighten considerably at the sight of its amber windows. The day was finally at its close. "Patty?" came a voice, followed by rapid footfalls. Patrick turned around to find Sam hurrying over the trolley tracks. One of his arms was raised. In the clutch of his fingers was a sealed piece of parchment. "Been waiting for you," Sam greeted him, and he pressed the envelope into Patrick's hand. "The water charmer asked me to give you this." "Theodore?" "He said it was important you get it tonight." Sam nodded. "Gave it to me outside the scrapyard." Suspicion surged. "The scrapyard, you say?" "Aye. Scotty says he weren't in the tunnels today, like he was supposed to be. But no one's seen him. Gunnar and Donny are out looking for him now." Patrick's stomach hollowed. "Do you think he's taken off?" Sam asked, rocking lightly from heel to toe. Patrick looked down at the envelope in his hand. It was sealed unevenly. "Thank you, Sam," he said. "Get out of the cold." Sam nodded. "Night, Pat." He shoved his hands deep into his pockets and strode away. Patrick frowned at the letter for several moments before opening it. The lamps above offered an aura with which to see. He recognized the bulletin immediately. He'd seen it 100 times in towns all over Bellevere Trench. A likeness of Nina. Her aliases written above. The reward for her capture below. It was old and faded. Its crease lines were deeply entrenched, as though the paper had been opened and refolded many times over. perhaps carried in the pocket of someone who badly sought the person portrayed on it. Along the borders was a frenzied ink scrawl. Patrick read the message once, twice, a third time, his heart seizing in his chest with every pass. Coulson. It isn't you she wants. It's the alchemist. Long live Bellavere. His knuckles turned white, but by the fourth part, he was sure that the words were desperate, hysterical. The grand finale of a man turned inside out by jealousy. Of course, he would throw in one last wrench before departing. The water charmer was running. Sore hearts could fracture loyalties, and Patrick should have seen it coming. He cursed. By now, Theodore could have taken a tunnel headed in 3 different directions. He would send Scotty or Otto. They were the quickest underground. They'd bring him back one way or another. And if Theo had made it onto some distant train or narrowboat, well, Patrick had enough contacts throughout the brink, enough people who owed him a favour. The boy knew of their plans, and they needed Theodore if they were to break through the geyser. Even if Patrick had to drag him, Theodore's shop was coming back. Patrick took his lighter from his pocket and considered burning Theodore's last words. The man was riddled through with jealousy. He'd say anything to come between them. He let the flame hover just beneath a corner for a moment, 2 moments, but he didn't burn it. He closed his eyes and saw Nina's likeness watching him curiously. He thought of her mother locked away in Bellavere City. He thought of the strangled quality in Nina's voice when she'd begged him to just give up Demelius Becker, concede the alchemist in exchange for their loved ones. Had she thought him callous to dismiss the idea so thoroughly? Nina trusted him. She had chosen him. She trusts me, he repeated, trying to let go of the rotten tendency in his gut that made him only ever see the world coldly, that made him believe the worst in people. He crumpled the bulletin and shoved it into the breast pocket of his waistcoat, against his pounding heart. It isn't you she wants. It's the alchemist. It wasn't true. He refused to believe the worst in Nina Harrow. He knew her. He shook the idea from his mind and stalked into Coulson's. He did not regard a single person as he rounded the bar, went through the kitchen and out the back door, his eyes on the little brown house in the courtyard. Patrick entered his mother's kitchen, shucked off his coat, and let it drop to the floor. Tentatively, he pulled the blackened coin from his pocket and turned it over in his hand. The head of Lord Tanner on one side, a canary on the other. For a long time, he simply stared at it. Then he tossed it and let it fall into his palm. The canary glinted back at him. He sighed deeply, shaking his head again. I trust her, he mumbled to himself, then replaced the coin in his breast pocket. He reached the scribbler's cranny just as a piece of parchment from the top of the stack crinkled, ink appearing where there had been none. Other scribbles from the day were waiting, but his eyes glued to the cursive now winding slowly across this latest one in a hand he did not recognize. The lettering was slow, deliberate, The words took an eternity to form, but form they did, right before him, in punishing, bold ink. And every letter made him cold. To the attention of Patrick Coulson with urgency, trouble with the alchemist. Please attend at earliest. Patrick dropped into a chair. No name attached to the scribble. "'Tisn't you she wants. It's the alchemist." He felt the words burn in his pocket, and in his mind, walloping from some corner he'd bidden it into, came Nina's voice. "You wouldn't make the sacrifice, not even to save your own men, your own father." Slowly, as though it had laid dormant and waiting, a voice of reason rose its head. It berated him for being a fool. He took the scribble and tucked it alongside Theodore's message, then left his mother's kitchen and carried his unwilling body back to the hotel. His eyes on the windows, high above. At the bar, Otto and Scotty sat talking softly. Both looked up at the sight of Patrick coming towards them. "You all right, Pat?" Otto said, the man's warm features etching slowly in worry. Patrick spoke in a voice not his own. "I need you tonight, boys. Urgent business." Minutes later, Patrick arrived in front of room 15 without remembering how he'd gotten there. But for the shake of muscle in his legs, he might have sprouted wings and flown. He didn't go in immediately. Instead, he bottled the rage slowly brewing, creeping up his throat and filling his mouth. His vision blurred, the door distended. Beyond it, there would be Nina. "She loves me," Patrick told himself over and over. He knew that, didn't he? Didn't it burn in her eyes when she looked at him? He opened the door to a dark, tepid room. From the bed came deep, rhythmic breaths. Hair strewn across a pillow, fathoms of perfect bare skin. Nina rolled over as he descended beside her. Her eyelids fluttered open and she smiled. She curled into his side. All the lines of her pressed to all the lines of him. He let his fingers wander down the curve of her waist. He felt her breaths lengthen, her languid heart beating reassuringly against him. And already he felt the call of sleep. His body slackened immediately, expectantly. How easily she could spell him into stupor. In an alternate world, far removed from this one, he could imagine how she might use that. How she might sneak out into the night like a wraith, knowing he'd been lured to sleep. But now, in this room, it was unthinkable. "Long day," Nina murmured, and the sound of her voice was a vice. He sighed, closed his eyes. "There's been some trouble," he said. "I had to make some last-minute arrangements." She tensed slightly in his arms. "Arrangements?" "Mm-hmm," he assented, and then he waited. And for a moment, it seemed as though she would say nothing more, and the knots in his chest began to unwind. "What arrangements?" she asked. "What trouble?" "Just some things the boys can take care of. I've asked Otto and Scotty to see to it." He opened his eyes to find her expression blank, her eyes unreadable in the dark. "Nothing to worry about." She was quiet for a moment, and then she kissed him, warm, spreading from her lips into his. and he was instantly filled with the desire to press her back into that mattress, to taste the entire length of her. Instead, he let her pull away. He listened as her breaths grew longer, slower. He dreamed of walls closing in.
Chapter 57. Nina. Shortly after midnight, the parchment I'd folded and hidden in my sock crackled softly, and I woke on the cusp of a dream. Patrick's lips were parted in sleep. I untangled my limbs from his with acute slowness, watching his face the entire time, ensuring it did not twitch. I pulled the fold of parchment out inch by inch and unfolded it just the same, as though it were a tripwire. Polly's tiny scrawl now appeared. Eastern Tunnel, 1 hour. I shuddered delicately. The Eastern Tunnel led to Dorsa, out to the seaways, not Dunwich. There are a million ways for this to go wrong, rang Polly's voice in my mind. I swallowed, looked back at Patrick one last time, then made myself stand. Dress. Patrick's pocket watch ticked down the hour. When I finally slipped out of number 15, my belly rolled with sick. Go back inside, the deepest parts of me begged. For several long moments I stood frozen, at war with myself. I even turned back and let my forehead rest against the paint. I traced the brass numbers 1 and 5. I thought of every reason not to go. But there was that train hurtling down the tracks toward me, and a reassurance of Polly's voice whispered, "They're coming." You could tell him everything, I thought. Tell him that Tanner won't attack Kenton Hill if he has his alchemist. Patrick will make the trade to save this town. He'll listen. He loves you. But telling him the truth would mean confessing myself an infiltrator. And would his love hold if he knew why I'd come to Kenton Hill? If not, would he take my life as routinely as the next traitor? And so that was that. All the sand heaped the bottom of the hourglass. I buttoned my coat to the throat, spared Sam's vacant seat a fleeting glance, and began the descent downstairs. With every creak, I was sure I'd be found out, that some door would swing open and catch me. I carried my boots in my hands, and yet still, it seemed every board was determined to creak beneath my feet. The pub was quiet and silver with moonlight. I wove through the beams like a thief, as though the shadows would render me invisible. Isaiah barely lifted his head at my presence. He'd lowered it to the floor again before I'd made it to the door. The air outside winded me. It sliced my throat, forced me to bury my nose in my coat collar, but I did not stop. I slid my boots on, tied the laces, coursed down the alleys of Main Street as quick as I dared, not crossing a single soul, save the stray cats and vermin. Patrick's stolen pocket watch pressed tightly into the palm of my hand. The time read 1/4 till the hour Polly had marked. It wasn't a long journey to the Eastern Tunnel, and I was thankful I'd been there before. Left at the Saddlers, then past the townhouses, row after row. They were all black-windowed and silent. I tried not to think of anyone pulling their curtain aside. To see a woman alone at an hour meant only for dark work. I passed through identical brick veneers, moving mud away from the soles of my feet as I passed over gutters. And finally, the hill spread out before me, and I could see the indentation on the hillside that would burrow into its depths, then fathoms below, all the way to the alchemist. There was no sign of Otto or Scotty, though I squinted through the dark for any sign of movement. Perhaps they were already partway down the tunnel, leaving me to follow quietly behind at a distance. The yellow grass stalks were monochromatic in the night. The hill fell away behind me, and it seemed as though this journey might not be so difficult, that I could simply slink away and be back before the sun threatened to rise. In the morning, I would have the exact location of Demelius Becker. The pit entrance was small and vaulted with thick struts. It would be pitch black inside, and I hadn't accounted for that. I would need to walk with either hand pressed to the walls and feel my way through. I shuddered and stepped into the gloom. I felt my way along in the dark, ears straining for the echo of far-off footsteps. But there was nothing. Just uninterrupted black, dirt beneath my hands, Patrick's watch ticking its reproach. I tripped and almost fell, my hand flying to my mouth to muffle the gasp. And then a sound came. Feet on the earth. Not the far-off kind I expected to hear. This was close, discordant. I turned blindly in all directions and felt something touch my calf. The beginnings of a scream strangled me. That something circled my ankles, sniffed at the hem of my skirt, panted, and all the breath in my lungs released at once. I laughed, relieved. "Isaiah," I whispered, leaning carefully to feel for his scruff. He licked my hand. "What are you doing here?"
"Funny,"
came a wrathful voice. There was a click, and a light flared. I backed onto the wall hard, my head bouncing off the struts. Patrick stood before me in the halo of his lighter.
"I was about to ask you the same thing."
Chapter 58. Nina. It might as well have been a bullet. Patrick stood there, just 6 feet away, his outline taking shape in the dark. And his expression was one I recognized. The same one he wore when I was first brought to Kenton Hill, the harder layers not yet paired. And he stared at me as though I wasn't recognizable at all. His hands were empty. He carried no gun. Something primitive and base swelled. Survival, perhaps. My feet carried me toward him. "Patrick, wait!" He watched my legs quake and stumble with keen discernment, as though that confirmed something for him. His eyes met mine from beneath his lashes, and they pierced as well as any blade. He didn't react when I fell into him, when my hands lay flat against his chest, then gripped the lapels of his coat. He only grew more rigid, staring down at my hands as though he no longer knew them.
"Where are you going, Nina?"
I thought of 1,000 more lies in that moment, but none of them passed my lips.
"Yeah,"
he said, his breath fogged between us.
"I can see all those stories passing over your eyes. Which one are you gonna pick?"
And beneath all that knife-sharp severity, there was pain. Only for a moment, he let me glimpse how deep it ran.
"You've got this last chance to give me the one that's true."
I didn't speak, and in the absence of my response, his eyes flared. The lighter clicked off, darkness collided, and his hand wrapped tightly around my wrist, began hauling me through the black, out, faster than my legs could move. I tripped and stumbled until icy night air sluiced my cheeks and the stars glinted accusingly above. My back was shoved up against the struts at the pit entrance, his face an inch from mine.
"If you make me ask it once more, I'll fill in the answers myself,"
he said, voice barely controlled. I inhaled once and said the only thing that could be said in that moment, my heart breaking the walls of its cage. "I was following Otto and Scotty," I said, shutting my eyes. I didn't want to see the ripples of betrayal on his face.
"Tell me all of it,"
he said darkly. His hand gripped my jaw then, and he angled my face to his.
"Open your eyes."
I did as I was bid, only to drown in ocean blue. Tears rolled over my cheeks, over his fingers.
"What are you looking for?"
Patrick said, though I was sure he knew the answer.
"Tell me."
"Demelius Becker," I yielded. "The alchemist." He dropped my chin abruptly, and the next breath he drew seemed to rattle. He turned his back to me, took several paces into the moonlight, and dug that coin from his coat.
"You'll find Scotty and Otto in Hokelin, tracking the whereabouts of your fellow charmer," he said, despite what Otto told Polly, and what Polly told you.
bile rose. You knew? But how?
No, he said. It ain't your turn to ask the questions, Nina.
He turned to look at me, that coin appearing and turning over his knuckles.
What plans did you have for the alchemist?
He knew. I could hear it in his voice. But it seemed he needed me to admit it aloud. And I realized that while he seemed furious and hurt, perhaps he hadn't guessed the full depth of my treason. Perhaps he was looking for a way to excuse this transgression, for a way to save us. I was going to barter his whereabouts to the House of Lords. Tears slipped over my lips.
For your mother?
Patrick finished. Yes. And your father. He paced in frustration from side to side, scrubbed his face with both hands.
I told you that wouldn't work, he said, and you went behind my back anyway.
I tried to ask you, I said. My voice broke. To reason with you.
And I asked for your trust,
Patrick said, and he pinned me with a glare like steel.
I promised to free your mother another way.
With a tunnel and a group of armed men, I breathed, and the risk of more deaths, including your own. Levering the alchemist would negate all of that, Patrick. He closed his eyes.
It can't be done, Nina. I told you it couldn't.
How can you say that? My voice was pleading. We could get back our families and finally engage in a fair fight with the house. Does the need to control idiom truly outweigh that? Patrick watched me, eyes boring in.
Nina, idiom is everything, he said. It is the key to this war. The house is useless without it.
And you would forsake those you love for it.
Demelius Becker cannot be traded, Nina.
Why not? I demanded.
Because he's dead.
I stilled. In the sky above, stars seemed to blink out of existence. And Patrick watched me with unstifled torment.
You think I wouldn't have made that fucking trade myself if we had him? He asked. I'd do it 1,000 times over. 1,000,000 times if it could save my father, your mother.
I stumbled back.
You're 2 years too late, Nina.
He looked to the sky.
I put a bullet in Demelius Becker the second he stepped foot in the brink, and I've regretted it every day since.
Chapter 59. Patrick. Pieces of Nina's hair had become unclasped. She'd forgotten gloves, a scarf. One boot remained untied. Her cheeks mottled in the cold. Her knuckles reddened and cracked. She looked exactly as frayed as she sounded, and Patrick inwardly berated himself for not seeing it sooner. Her enduring love for her mother, her desperation to save her. Patrick wondered if Nina felt the quiet tremor in the earth, if she was aware of dust hovering inches above the ground at her feet. Or was she lost in that suspended state of disbelief? She sagged, descended to her knees in the dirt. "He can't be dead," she insisted. "It isn't possible." He wished he had told her sooner, even if it extinguished the last of her unreasonable hopes. Had he not trusted her, or had he done it to protect her, as he'd always told himself? "Union fighters captured him in Bellevere City," Patrick began, lowering himself to see her face, to ensure she heard him. "He was hiding in the basement of a lord. Our men brought him back here, and I killed him, just as my father had ordered me to." Patrick gritted his teeth, flexed his hands with the memory of it. "We buried his body in the hills. It was only afterward that I got word my father had been captured." He swallowed bitterly. "Believe me, Nina, There is no one here who wishes it were otherwise more than I. No, she mumbled again, racked with tearless sobs. Patrick knelt in front of her. Nina, I promised you I'd save them, didn't I? Hey, look at me. He took her shoulders in his hands, waited until her glossy eyes looked up at him. I swear it, Nina. I'll get her out. But I need to know you won't do anything like this again. You have to promise me, he said firmly. The alchemist is dead. No. He wanted to shake her. Yes. He isn't dead. The bluff. And her eyes solidified on that which she had been so desperately searching for. The bluff stores I saw, and the idiom I took. How was it siphoned if not by Demelius Becker? He was the last alchemist. And this, Patrick knew, was always how secrets unravelled. Carefully woven fabrications, unspooling one after the other. No, he uttered. Not the last. Her eyes narrowed at first, then widened as she understood. That title now resides with me. Patrick took his coin from his pocket. It was heavier than the usual farthing, more darkly tinted than it should be, black as terranium. He perched it on the edge of his thumb and flipped it in his practiced way. Only this time, the coin did not land. Instead, it hovered in mid-air, spun slowly as moonlight refracted off its inky surface. Nina whispered in astonishment. You're the alchemist.
Chapter 60. Nina. Patrick stood and proffered a hand.
Walk with me.
I was too thrown to do anything but take it. My ears rang. Blood pounded behind my eyes. I barely registered the ground beneath my feet, or Isaiah brushing against my calf. I stared at the man beside me, part of him now unfamiliar. He waited for me to speak. I don't understand, I uttered. It was muted and waterlogged, as though I was sinking.
Yes, you do,
was his reply. Somehow, we'd arrived back at the laneways and townhouses. Streetlights blinked off his irises.
You're too clever not to.
As he said it, there it was, the pieces connecting before me. I saw Patrick as he had been 13 years ago in that dusty courtyard, 2 vials in one hand and 2 in the other.
I was going to be on that train home one way or another.
I heard it again now. It clanged off the brick walls of the townhouses. It chased the run of a copper pipe. We didn't speak again until we stepped back inside Coulson's. Isaiah retreated immediately to his bed. Patrick led me through the dim, behind the bar. His hand on the kitchen door seemed enough to unlock it. I heard the mechanism click with no key in sight. Inside, the lamps were all out. Patrick went round to each one and pulled their strange cords, and in increments, the hotel kitchen came aglow. Bottles and bottles of bluff winked from their shelves. I nodded, to myself or perhaps to the hundreds of doses. I almost smiled. Almost. An alchemist, I said.
And an earth charmer,
he said. I did smile then, and it was weak and disingenuous, and matched by Patrick, whose shoulders dropped so heavily I thought he might fold in on himself.
Didn't think the idiom had worked at all at first. I swallowed it, and it filled me up with all this light. But then there was nothing. Seemed like I was unchanged.
Wasn't until a few months later, when my father took me to Dunwich to meet with union members. They had these displays of split terranium ore, the veins of idiom already siphoned, and I felt a
frequency, I finished for him. A hum. He nodded.
I nicked one of the deposits off its shelf. Almost got away with it.
But you were caught? I asked.
By my dad,
he said.
He realised what I was long before I had a clue.
I stared around at all those shelves. You made all this, I said. If I wasn't so wrung out, I might have marvelled. How did you learn?
Trial and error,
Patrick answered. And you make idiom for yourself? He nodded.
There is very little geranium left to be found. Bluff is more important for now. The Brink has always suffered a shortage of it.
And your father snuck into Bellavere City, not in search of Lord Tanner, but in search of Demelius Becker.
With the intention of having him killed,
Patrick added. I closed my eyes. Making his son the only person in the trench who can siphon both idiom and bluff.
Yes,
Patrick said, and I felt every ounce of weight in it, the multitude of that remit. I wondered how any father could rest it all on their son's back.
Should have tossed that vial out the train window, shouldn't I?
I knew that feeling well. It seems this war has been won for quite some time. Only Tanner doesn't yet know it.
Nor will he ever accept it.
You can't be sure of that, Patrick, I said, stepping toward him. Preserving artisan mediums means everything to these people. Above all else, they'll want to ensure the continuation of tradition, of art, regardless of who heads the house.
That's what we thought too,
Patrick said. He paused for a moment, his stare far off and tormented.
Did you see what the scribblers wrote in the newspapers, in the days after my father's alleged failed attack?
I nodded. It said they charged the house with dynamite in their trousers, that they were captured before they reached the courtyard.
But my father didn't leave Kenton Hill with any dynamite. They weren't looking to blow anything up. They were to steal in and out quietly, with the alchemist in tow. We were planning to kill Demelius Becker, send his branded arm back as a gift to the house, along with a message that I was now the last remaining alchemist and a list of demands.
But your father didn't come back, I said. He shook his head.
Something went wrong, and then the headlines came, and I knew we'd fucked everything. Demelius Becker was dead. They had our chairman hostage, and it seemed only a matter of time before the Lord's army came barrelling over those hills. A man can only hold out so long beneath the whip. But they didn't come, and John Colson was never named in the newsprint. Nor was I.
They sounded like thoughts that had cycled his mind many times over.
So, we know my father never gave up his name, nor my abilities, nor Kenton Hill.
He swiped a hand over his face, rubbing his tired eyes.
They believe Demelius Becker is alive, and it's the only leverage we have left in this fight, because if they find me, then they have everything. The Union, the idiom, Kenton Hill, all of it will be theirs.
He closed his eyes for a moment.
At least Kenton Hill is safe for now.
Not as safe as you think.
So, I'm nailed to a corner, scurry girl, he said now, while there's still bluff floating around the brink. Tanner knows an alchemist exists, and he thinks it's Demelius Becker. The second he starts thinking otherwise is the second I've lost that one advantage.
But if he knew what you were,
if he knew what I was, there is nothing he wouldn't lay waste to in order to get to me,
Patrick said assuredly.
Every week, another town is sacked. You've seen it.
I had. Fire charmers smoking out buildings of occupants, rivers contaminated, and streams sullied in a perversion of water charming. Men, women, and children lined up on the streets and questioned.
You're one of 7 people who know the truth,
Patrick said, moving off the counter he leaned on.
The other 6 I've had a lifetime with. I know the insides of their heads better than my own. I'd bet all the lives of Kenton that they'd never betray me, never breathe a word of it to another. And now I'm telling you.
I shook my head. Why?
Because I believe you were telling the truth when you said you want to be on this side.
Patrick said.
Am I wrong?
My legs were beginning to shake again. No.
But you love your mother,
he said.
Enough to sneak out while I slept. Enough to lie to me.
I breathed once, twice, nodded. He walked 5 paces, until he had my face in his grip again, staking me with the intensity of his stare.
You won't ever do that again. Do you understand me?
And for a moment, I considered revealing it all. The day I was captured in Delfield and dragged back to Bellavere City, the ultimatum Tanner had imparted. Why I had come here. I wanted to purge it all and be done with it. I won't, I said. If there was nothing left with which I was willing to barter peace, the infantry would come, and Kenton Hill would go up in smoke. I would tell him all of it, and hope he loved me enough not to kill me. There was only one thing that stopped me. I was not the only artisan in Kenton Hill. I would warn Polly, give her the chance to run if she chose. It might save her life. I'm sorry, I whispered. His grip loosened. He wiped the back of his thumb over my bottom lip, as though he could erase its trembling.
We'll find a way to finish the tunnel,
he said.
Or get your mother out. I swear it.
I closed my eyes and felt his fingers sliding into my hair.
And when I come home, I've got plans to marry you. Promise me you'll be waiting.
Choked laughter escaped me. What if I don't accept your proposal? I asked. But my voice was hollow, lined in fear.
You will.
He seemed quite sure of it.
It'll be far grander than this one.
He seemed so filled with confidence, for a future still distorted, for his town, his plans. How I wished I could keep him blind to the missile headed for us. He brushed my hair aside, pressed his mouth to mine. He kissed me so sweetly, it was difficult to breathe. I let myself drown in that moment, knowing it might be the last of its kind. I pictured yellow hills and black-spotted yarrow, and Patrick offering a life with him, and I pretended there was nothing else. No idiom, no lords, no artisans or crafters. I imagined I'd said yes to him as a girl, and sat beside him on that train home, the years between then and now made simple and kind.
Chapter 61. Patrick. In the night, Patrick's anger ebbed into the sheets. He watched her sleep and thought of the look on her face when she saw children on the street, when he chased her downhill, when she danced. He wanted to give her a lifetime of that. He traced the burn marks on the inside of her wrist. Beneath it, he could just make out the artisan brand. Idia's face, refusing to be erased. Had it hurt when she'd scorched away this version of herself? She'd made a mistake. Hadn't he himself made plenty? He could forgive her this one error in judgment, this one deception. In some ways, he was responsible for it. He'd lied to her too. Nina Harrow had been in hiding most of her life, put through more than anyone deserved, and perhaps he was selfish for deciding she would be his. He, who could never bring her peace. By dawn, his face was washed and clean-shaven. He was dressed but for his boots and pocket watch. He looked over to the bed, to Nina, still asleep. She was achingly beautiful. Outside, duty beckoned, but he decided duty could wait a little longer. Instead, He pressed his lips to her exposed hip, tasted her skin with slow repose until she began to stir. She came awake, breathing his name, rolling toward him. "Lie back," he told her. And when she did, he leaned over her thighs and lavished her with his fingers and tongue, until his name wasn't just a murmur, but a cry, until his clothes were once more discarded, until the troubles of the day seemed diminutive, hardly worth his time at all.
Chapter 62. Nina. Polly was in the post office at an early hour, sitting at her station. Her pieces of parchment lay haphazardly around her, their neat lines of ink appearing in rapid tandem. But each piece stilled when she saw me, brazenly crossing the threshold alone. "Nina," she said, standing and rounding the desk at once. She looked over her shoulder, as though the policemen who once manned this square might come storming out of the walls. "Do you have news? I have to speak with you." She eyed the street-facing windows. "What of the alchemist?" she asked beneath her breath. "Please tell me you found him." Her eyes were bloodshot, and her teeth had reddened a spot on her lip. I grimaced. I knew I could only give her a half-truth, and that it might break her. But at least afterward, I would be done with these deceptions. Already I felt less and less constricted. "No," I told her. "Demelius Becker is dead." Her face fell, her eyes becoming two fathomless pits, a slow weakening terror rearing in their depths. "Polly, listen." "Then it's done," she whispered. "We're done for." I nodded slowly, then steeled myself for my next words. "I have to tell him, Paul," I whispered. I looked over my shoulder as she did, the square beyond the windows empty. "I'm sorry. I'm doing it today, or tonight, if I must." "Nina, you can't," she whispered, her voice catching with urgency. Her face had reanimated. She gripped my hands fiercely. "You'll die, Nina. I'll die." "I don't believe that," I said, shaking my head. But tears were running freely down the slope of my nose. "Patrick loves me." "He won't. Not once he knows, Nina. Loyalty is everything to these people. You don't know them as well as I do." "I was raised by these people," came my retort, more biting than I had intended. "I grew up in a town full of them, remember?" Polly looked like I'd knocked the wind out of her. She shook her head in dismay. "You truly believe that, don't you?" I levelled her with a stare, the most empathetic I could conjure. "I do. And I believe Otto loves you as well." She stiffened, dropped my hands. "Do you love him too, Polly?" I asked. "Could you stand to see his home burned down to the ground by fire charmers?" She had begun to cry, tears cascading over the apples of her cheeks. "No," she said. "I don't want that." "Then there is no other choice," I said gently. "There are infantrymen coming this way. Patrick needs to know. I'm sure they can put up a fight, but they can't win," Polly said wanly. She shook her head at the tiles. I saw the toll of the past years finally colliding with her. "What use are guns against fire charmers?" I took her shoulders in my hands. "I'll bury them under piles of dirt if it comes to that," I said. "I'm telling him, Paul. I came to let you know because I wouldn't fault you if you chose to run." "Run?" she echoed. "Back to the House of Lords?" "Yes. But if that's what you choose, then you should leave today. Patrick is travelling to Baymouth, but he'll return before long. And when he does, I'll tell him they're coming, Paul. And I won't need to say who it was keeping Tanner informed. He'll piece it together." Polly shook her head, swallowed a sob. "I don't know what to do." "I hope you'll stay," I bid her. "Patrick will show us mercy. I know he will." Polly looked at me once more, shook her head in doubt. "I hope so." I hugged her tightly, briefly, then left her to her scribbles. I walked into the square. Marguerite's Modern Ladies, seamstress extraordinaire, bore up on the right. its windows still guarded by those faceless sentries. I exited the square through the brick arch and travelled down salt-dusted streets, counting grates, imagining the numbers that could be encased within. The hills rose in the distance, mined to holy hell with all manner of metal explosive.
They won't come close,
I heard Patrick say. Heard it all the way back to Coulson and Sons. With Theo gone, the Marguerite crew was left to do nothing. Scotty and Otto seemed to have been unsuccessful in tracking him down. They lingered by the bar, turned about the pub restlessly, infuriated Tess Coulson with every gathering minute.
"Surely," she gritted out, "there is something in this parish that begs your attention."
Briggs puffed on a cigarette and paced in tightening circles.
"Suppose we could head down to the market, mind the queues for a bit."
"I'll come," Otto offered, tipping off the end of his stool.
"Better than sitting on me arse."
Scotty stretched with a yawn, reclining on his chair.
"Might stick around, Mrs. Coulson, if you don't—"
"Go home, Scotty," she interjected.
"Pay a visit to your wife and kids, for fuck's sake."
Scotty seemed more than a little cowed by the notion, but he stood and hiked up his sagging trousers. He nodded politely to Mrs. Coulson, and then to me as he passed me at the door.
"Morning, miss,"
he grumbled. With the departure of Briggs and Otto as well, it left only Gunnar, Donnie, and Tess. All three of them at the bar, all three suddenly focusing their attentions on me, standing by the door. I paused in the motion of shaking slush from my hems. "What?" I asked. None of them blinked or shifted their gaze. I narrowed my eyes, suspicion dawning. "What is it?" Tess Coulson broke first. She muttered something beneath her breath that sounded like,
"Here we fucking go,"
then poured an absurdly large portion of whiskey into a waiting glass.
"Come here, girl," she said. "Gunnar, move over."
Gunnar rolled his eyes.
"Already she's usurped us, Donnie. Did you hear that? I'm blind, not deaf. Shut up, you two,"
Tess snapped. And then to me,
"Well, hurry up. We ain't got all day."
It may have just been the early hour, but she seemed wearier, older, like the past fortnight had aged her terribly. She took a generous gulp of the whiskey she'd poured, then left the rest to me. I eyed it as I approached and took a tentative seat between Gunnar and Donnie. Gunnar leaned in, his eyes two slits of glinting humour.
"Patty said he'd let the cat out."
It was difficult to tell, but I thought he might be grinning beneath the matting of his beard. I squirmed uncomfortably in my seat, well aware that Patrick was nowhere near.
"It seems my son,"
Tess said as though the word was tentative,
"has chosen fit to tell you all the family secrets, without running the idea by the rest of us, mind you."
She took another tired sip of her whiskey and sighed.
"Far be it from him to seek anyone's approval."
I swallowed thickly. It seemed safest to say nothing, at least until I could gauge their reaction to this news. Did they know Patrick had found me absconding down the eastern tunnel? How much had he told them?
"Quite a shock, was it?"
Donnie asked lightly.
"Left you speechless, apparently."
Tess planted both elbows on the bar top and leaned in close to peer up into my face.
"You should know. Had Pat asked me my thoughts, I would have told him not to say a damn word," she said. "I'd have told him that, given your past, you'll likely find yourself a ship one day, and he'll never see you again. I'd have told him that most romances between young men and pretty girls fizzle out, and that it'd be better to wait, to test your loyalty before giving over all his confidence. But—"
and here she leaned away, breaking her spell over me.
"Here we are, and what's done can't be undone, can it?"
I blinked in quick succession, a rope of guilt cinching my insides. My mouth had gone dry. "If you mean to ask me if I can be trusted," I said carefully, "then the answer is yes."
"That's the thing,"
Gunnar said lowly.
"What you say don't matter. It's what you do.
whether you take the information and run off with it.
I'm staying, I said, far more boldly than I felt. I'm not boarding some ship.
Right you are, Tess Coulson said gravely. Because if you ever tried, darling, we'd bring you back, dead or alive.
She downed the last of her whiskey.
That's the thing about knowing too much. It's dangerous.
The threat caused ire to prickle on my tongue. I'd say threatening a charmer of earth is rather dangerous, is it not? Movement from my left. Donnie rising from his chair. From his waistcoat he drew a silver revolver, and I stumbled clumsily off my stool. Donnie pointed the barrel away, out wide to the wall, and there was an ear-splitting blast. I jumped and covered my ears, my heart in my throat, blood pounding, and watched in astonishment as a bullet hovered an inch from the wall at which it had been aimed. Then it turned of its own accord, followed the length of the room. It skirted the piano, the bay windows, swooped over Isaiah's head as he slept. It passed the door to the stairwell, the grandfather clock, and gathered speed. It flew straight at me. I closed my eyes before it could bury itself in my forehead, split my brain down its middle. But there was no rupture, no pain. I opened my eyes again to see that bullet hanging in the air, an inch from my nose.
"So's threatening a smith of silver," said Donnie. "Even a blind one."
A gust of air left me. The bullet clattered to the ground.
"Lord almighty, Donnie," Gunner groaned. "Patty will fucking kill you for that."
I turned slowly to stare at the youngest Coulson brother, who had resumed his seat. He shrugged.
"It's important we all know where we stand, I think." "Apologise to her, Don," Tess said gravely. "That was beyond the pale. I wasn't actually going to shoot her," he argued, scowling. "I like her." "Donnie!" "Fine. Apologies, miss. It was right rude of me. I'd never really shoot you, unless of course you ran your mouth all over yonder about my brother, which is precisely why I thought it was a good idea to demonstrate—"
"I understand," I said, my voice thin. "If I betray your confidence, you'll kill me."
"Don't gotta be so harsh with her,"
Gunner said, shaking his head at his mother.
"We owe her a lot of lives."
"We do,"
Tess Coulson agreed. She stared at me intently.
"And it leads me to thinking perhaps there's hope in all this."
She leaned across the bar top and took my hands in hers.
"He believes he loves you, so much so that it worries me," she said. "Keeps me up at night, because love makes men blind." "Oi!" Donnie interjected. "And many a woman would see it as an opportunity to pull the wool over their eyes. I'm praying every night that you ain't one of them, Nina Harrow. Do you hear me?"
I nodded slowly, feeling as though I watched the scene play out from a distance, spools of guilt and dread twining together. "I love him," I said. It should have felt good to say, but it didn't. Tess stretched the moment, discerning, calculating, and I waited with bated breath. Then she smiled.
"Welcome to the family, then."
Gunner held up his pint to me and downed his drink.
"We're a wretched lot," he joked. "Try not to hold it against us."
He stood and headed for the street. I breathed in for what felt like the first time since stepping out of the cold, then spun. "Wait!" I called to Gunner, just as his hand reached the doorknob. He looked back at me. If Patrick gave one brother idiom, surely he gave some to the other. A grin and a wink in response. "What is your medium?" I asked him.
"Copper,"
he said, tapping his one shining tooth.
"How do you think we made those bloody pipes and drums in the coal works?"
And then he disappeared out into the street, whistling a miner's song. I spent the rest of the day in my room, wringing my hands, watching the trolley and wagons and horse carts from the window, following the cap of every man who passed in case it was Patrick, feeling as though the pin of a grenade had been pulled free, and time was sprinting toward an impending explosion. By nightfall, my fingernails were bitten all the way down, and I could hear that freight train bearing down upon me.
Chapter 63. Patrick. Weymouth had kept him longer than anticipated, and Patrick walked back through the tunnels with his canary alone, troubled, thoughtful, forehead pinched to a keen ache. The associate he'd been due to meet with had never shown. Patrick had waited for over an hour before finally deciding that the man must be dead, when a woman came in his place. A woman completely dishevelled, her housecoat badly stained in blood. Wisps of her hair stuck to her lips. "Your man's been shot," she said, her teeth bared in a grimace. Patrick knew what she meant immediately. "A raid?" "A bloodbath," the woman countered. "Yesterday, fire charmers and all. We barely got the children away in the tunnel." His blood boiled. "How many dead?" "1,000 at least," she'd said. "More by morning." Patrick clenched his fists. "Tomorrow I'll be waiting here at this same hour. I'll bring as much bluff as can be carried for the injured." "Heard a few of the Lord's men say they're heading north," the woman said suddenly. "They might be coming your way. If they show up, tell your lot to run," she said, her voice breaking. "There'll be no beating them." Patrick had stared at her for a moment, at the ash and blood smeared across her right ear, at the tears shaking at the rims of her eyes. "They won't get within a mile," he'd told her. "I'll be here tomorrow, and sure someone meets me." "And if you're not here?" she called after him, desperation cracking her voice. "Then I'm dead." His words rebounded off the tunnel walls. Now he retraced the path back to Kenton. Weymouth was largely unguarded, bar the artillery Kenton Hill had provided them with. They were surrounded by sea on one side, cornered on the cliffs. Easy to pick off. They'd been raided before and recovered. This latest desperate attempt by the House of Lords was not a prelude. And if it were, then they would find themselves with less limbs on the hills. Kenton was safe. There was no way in but one. And yet, Patrick's blood pounded. The gas bulbs began to blur as he passed them. He ran like a boy bolting from his shadow. But no matter how fast he moved through that tunnel, Kenton seemed no closer. And he was certain, though he couldn't see how it was possible, that through the walls he heard marching boots, the clack of artillery. Miss Polly Prescott, Right Honourable Master of the National Artisan House, Lord Geoffrey Tanner. My Lord, I write this with the expectation that my remit in Kenton Hill be fulfilled, and that I seek safe return to Bellevere City. The alchemist, Demelius Becker, is dead. Passage into Kenton Hill can be found underground, using the map coordinates contained. I urge the House of Lords to come to peace terms with the Union's members, who I believe will agree to quick surrender, rather than see their parish and its civilians suffer. Polly Prescott.
Chapter 64. Nina. The window shuddered against my forehead. I frowned at it, pressed my fingers to it as it shuddered again. It was minute, the smallest of disruptions. It wouldn't have woken any who slept in their beds, or indeed, any who did not at that moment have their face mashed to the glass. Over Main Street, the lamps on their wires trembled. I opened the window, impervious to the icy draught, leaned my head out as far as I dared, looked one way, and then the other. In my years of hiding, I'd learned this. War had an air to it. I felt it now. Tasted the copper on my tongue before the blood flowed. Birds fled their gutter perches, swarmed into the night. Too late, I thought. Too fucking late. My heart stuttered. Patrick, where was he? I strained my sights to the hills as though I might find him there, his men preparing a defense as the army marched over them. But the hills were shrouded in darkness. No firelight or sparks flashed in the dark. The hills did not shake. But Kenton did. The lantern swung precariously now, with no wind to blow them. Then there was a burst of sound. Not from the hills, not from the outside of Kenton, but from within. Between the rooftops, an exquisite cloud of fire unfurled, a burgeoning sun. I felt its heat even from this distance, heard the first screams swallow the air. My stomach revolted. No! And then I ran. I flew down flights of stairs as the doors flung open, occupants within flooding out as I did, cascading down the landings and out the swinging door and through the pub. I pushed out onto Main Street as 100 others did. The men were half-dressed and armed with long-barreled guns, the women in nightgowns with children on both arms. Eyes wide with confusion swept to the dissipating cloud in the sky. Finally, the siren whirred to life. A large hand buckled my shoulder. Gunner panted at my side, pulling a shirt over his head with one hand, a shotgun in his other.
Gas explosion, he said. Go back inside.
He held the same thing to those who stood gawking in the street. No, I said, stopping him with my hand on his wrist. Listen. And then he heard what I did. The noises grew with alarming momentum. Eddies of glass breaking, a succession of short blasts, women screaming, the roar of fire. And Gunner's face went slack.
Lord Almighty,
he breathed. His feet carried him forward as though of their own accord, toward all that glowing red. He gathered speed, and I chased him. The Lord's army! I shouted to him, and he stopped as though he'd been shot.
Get to the tunnels! The bunkers!
He bellowed, his voice racketing up the brick facades and shaking the windows.
All those able, with me!
He roared. He threw the butt of his gun into every doorway he passed, barely pausing in his sprint. He pointed the barrel to the sky and fired it twice. Windows flew open all around. Residents came screaming into the street.
Get to the tunnels! He shouted. We're under attack!
The following moments would become murky in my memory. Just flashes of noise and frantic men and women with their wailing charges. Crafters disappeared through grates in the ground and threw all manner of weaponry onto the cobbles. Bullets rolled into the gutters. Red-faced men in their trunks and half-buttoned shirts sprinted to help. Women emerged from the swarm with guns slung over their shoulders. And I moved with the current, watching the sky turn blood red. They didn't stop until they reached a hidden alley to the square, the shadows protecting them. Gunner was at the spearhead.
Hold!
He called back to the rest, and the message was passed down the line. The rooftops of the square burned. Every window had burst with the force of the flames that billowed out. Glass splintered underfoot. Only a handful of establishments remained untouched, and one of them was Marguerite's Modern Ladies, seamstress extraordinaire. Floods of army men spilled from its doors, tore toward the arch, filtering throughout the entire town. Only 3 stood still in the square, wearing long ink-blue robes. A woman and 2 men, fire jumping from their hands into the air. A man nearby lay on his back, his skin blackened, a pistol discarded on the cobbles. Before him, a woman screamed. She wore a dressing robe, Her hair was still pinned into coils. She knelt beside him and sobbed. A passing soldier in artisan blue stepped out of his line. He lifted his gun in the woman's direction and fired. Gunner turned. He found me with my back pressed to the brickwork and pushed men out of his way to approach me. And then his hand closed around my throat and my feet left the ground. His breath fogged my face and his eyes were wild. I couldn't breathe. His fingers curled into the sides of my neck.
"Did you do this?"
he seethed. I tried to shake my head. My feet kicked wildly. "No!"
"Where's my brother?"
he demanded, voice quaking. He loosened his grip enough to let me fall, to let air flood my lungs again.
"He didn't come back."
A sudden volley of bullets. A racket of crumbling brick and clanging pipes. A man among the sea of infantrymen in the square pointed his rifle down into our shadows. He shouted for his comrades, gesturing wildly, eyes gleaming at the sight of us pressed between buildings.
"Fuck,"
Gunner said, and he gave me one last fleeting, murderous glance.
"Go,"
he bellowed.
"Open fire!"
And the crafters in the shadows flooded out, throwing their grenades and pointing their rifles into that sea of ink. And Gunner turned back to me. He cocked his pistol. "Gunner, no!" My hands trembled as I rose them in surrender. "Let me help," I said. "I can stop this."
"That ain't for me to decide,"
he grunted, something mournful in his eyes, and the butt of his pistol collided with my temple. I heard the cap of a grate sliding. Gunner's grunts as he lowered me into the bunker beneath. Felt the darkness surround me. And then there was nothing at all.
Chapter 65. Patrick. By the time Patrick climbed out of his pit high above, Kenton Hill was screaming. People were scrambling up from below, running to the tunnels. He threw himself down the slope with sickening desperation, passing bawling children and people with babies in slings or on their backs. The entire way, his heart remained in denial. It thumped a bid of, "No, it isn't possible." It wasn't possible for the fire to come from within. There was only one way in. It wasn't possible. Unless... Theodore, his mind concluded. Who else but him? The rich artisan boy in love with the girl who discarded him for a miner. Patrick clambered over the pickets and wove through familiar alleys. He jumped into the first grate he saw and pulled out a rifle and a box of bullets. He cut his knees on the drain edge as he climbed out, then bolted through the hordes, running in the opposite direction to escape the town limits. It took only minutes to reach the havoc. The closer he came to the heart of Kenton, the louder the destruction, the more cloying the smoke. He shot 3 men in artisan navy before they could turn to see him streaking past. He threw the full weight of his body into a soldier, straddling a woman on the sidewalk, her sleeves ripped free of her shoulders. He pressed his pistol into his gut and fired. The town square was somewhere ahead, and it all seemed engulfed from the sight of its rooftops. Just one more alleyway before the fray, and Patrick would blast every one of them away. He'd have them eat their own fire. From the dim of a narrow alley, Patrick threw his back against the brick wall and loaded his rifle. In the square, men lay on their faces. Their bodies, clad in navy or otherwise, were strewn everywhere. A circle of armed infantrymen stood in the center of the skirmish. They guarded 3 figures in long coats, fire in their palms. The charmers sent streams of it into the town beyond. Shirts caught fire, and men ran, shrieking, only to fall on the bayonets of waiting artisan soldiers. Grenades detonated and sent both sides hurtling into the night, their stomachs and limbs and scalps torn from the rest of them. The crafters of Kenton Hill were holding the Lord's infantry in the square, keeping the fire charmers from spreading their flames to the rest of the town. But they held them at bay by inches. More soldiers flooded from Margaret's doors, a seemingly endless reserve, and the crafters were pushed back, allowing the fire charmers and their ring of guards to expand outward. Within moments, they broke through, and jets of fire plumed into the air, alighting the shingles and gutters of every roof they touched. Soon, all of Kenton would be ablaze. Where was Nina? Was she safe? What of his mother? Of Donny and Gunnar? The sound of pounding feet came from behind Patrick, and he turned and raised his rifle, hammer cocked, finger prepped. "Wait," said the voice, his face emerging from the shadow. Theodore Shop stared at Patrick, his eyes wider than they'd ever been, his mouth slackened in shock. He bore no weapon, just the same dirt-clad clothing he'd worn in the tunnels, his skin gritty with it. "I'm not with them," he said, raising his hands in surrender. "Pat!" Patrick had the barrel at his forehead within a second, his forearm pinning Theodore to the wall at the throat. "Patrick! Wait! I only came back for Nina, I swear! I was worried you might have hurt her. Sending you that note was stupid. I was angry." Patrick barely saw him through the film of red hazing his vision. "Think about it, Patrick. Please. Why else would I return? Why would I risk it?" Somewhere in the red mist, Patrick heard the sense. "It wasn't me who let them in, Patrick. It couldn't have been. Not unless I had a scribbler. Or unless he was a scribbler, which Theodore wasn't. But Polly was. They're dying, Pat." He knew. The fire charmers. If they get to the coal works, the entire place will blow. Do you hear me? All of Kenton will be gone. Patrick's stomach bottomed. His arm against Theodore's throat loosened. "I can help," Theodore said. "I can help you put them down." Patrick's eyes flickered to Theodore's hands, then to the fire in his periphery. "They'll have the charmers surrounded by soldiers, Patrick. You can't take them on without me." There was little time for deliberation, and Patrick well knew it. With an agonized growl, he released Theodore, only to take the scruff of the man's collar in his grasp. "Put them out," he bid Theodore, would have got down on his knees and begged him. "Put out the charmers, and I won't shoot you right here." Theodore nodded vigorously. "You can use the canals," Patrick told him. "Draw from whatever you can." "Just point your gun at something navy," Theodore told him. "I know what to do." Another figure moved into the alley. Patrick lifted his gun. "Patty?" came Donnie's voice. "I can help." Patrick cursed. "No, Don. Not this time. I'm a much better shot," Donnie said. "Hurry up. We ain't got time for chit-chat." Patrick looked out onto the square. at all his men, and with a deep ache, he turned his back on them. "We'll cut off the fire charmers at the pass," he told Theodore. "Stay close. Some of the infantry found their way out of the square." Patrick led them away, back into the maze of town houses. He cut over a canal, then another, under a bridge, and through the dusty courtyard of his old schoolteacher. This is how he'd once passed through Kenton Hill, on tumbling legs with a chest filled with fire, cutting corners and jumping pickets quicker than his feet could muster. Donnie hardly slowed them. Patrick called warnings to him, but Donnie had better ears than a hunting dog, and he'd run through these streets just as often as Patrick. They only encountered 2 soldiers. They were sacking the narrow boats docked in the canals. "Wait," Theodore whispered, fear on his breath. But there was no time to wait, no time to mute their approach. Patrick kept on running. The first one to turn in Patrick's direction found a bullet between his eyes. "Dead ahead," Patrick called, and the next got 2 of Donnie's in the chest. They toppled into the water. Patrick ignored the fear that he'd be shot at any moment, that he'd topple just the same. "Hurry up," he shouted to Theodore, whose breathing had grown ragged. Patrick thought he heard the man praying between inhales. The coal works was ahead. In the distance, fire danced across tiles and disappeared down chimney flumes, trickling ever closer. Patrick broke into a sprint, past the brewery, the metal scrap, over the last canal crossing, and there, at the end of the lane, came a flurry of movement, fire dancing in their midst. It leapt from roof to roof. The outlines of cloaked figures and armed soldiers became visible. But the fire jumped ahead of them, bid by something faster than its own nature. Patrick pictured those great copper drums waiting within the coal works. All that gas in the bellies of 100 boilers. How big would the blast's radius be if it were all to combust? Patrick became seized by something far greater than bravery, or any sense of responsibility. He was gripped by fear, by the thought of losing his home completely. Every scrap of it blasted into oblivion. "Stop!" he shouted madly, foolishly. There were 3 men on a road facing a group of 20, 30. And Patrick forgot himself, raised his gun. Patrick heard the clack of many rifles lifted onto shoulders, heard the blast of a barrel before he felt the bullet. Pain shattered his left shoulder as he was thrown backward. The back of his head hit the cobbles, gun clattering beside him. Donnie was suddenly over him, eyes ahead, his gun raised to defend them both. But Theodore advanced. "Wait!" he shouted. "Don't shoot! I'm not Union!" Patrick blinked up at him, tried to see and hear around the bursts of agony pulsing along his collarbone. He could see the underside of Theo's face, see the terror in his eyes. "I'm an artisan," Theodore was saying now, shouting it. His hands were raised in surrender, the mark of Idia on his arm visible. "I'm an artisan." "Theodore?" came a distant reply, a woman's voice. "Theodore's shop?" Patrick rolled onto his side, a hiss of pain escaping him at the pull from his shoulder. But he squinted his eyes to see the brigade of fire charmers and soldiers approaching them. Now a mere 20 feet away, at its head was a woman with tawny hair. "Is that you?" "Tell me when to shoot, Pat," Donnie murmured. Another charmer scoffed. This one was young, reedy. He cocked his chin with an air of importance. "Lord Shop's boy," he said. "The disgraced son? Spare me." No, it's him, I'm quite sure," said the woman. "A water charmer." Theodore's eyes bounced between them, between all those guns. "I can prove it." "And what would a water charmer be doing all the way out here?" said the third fire charmer, an older man. "Defected, have you?" "No," said the woman. "Tanner sent him." Something in Patrick fractured. "An informant?" asked the young fire charmer. "One of them," said the woman, and that hole in Patrick ripped deeper. "Where is the earth charmer, Mr. Shop? I was told explicitly to find her. That she would be here alongside you on this assignment." Patrick turned his head in time to see Theodore's face. He waited for a frown, some display of confusion. But Theodore nodded. His eyes flickered to Patrick for only a moment. "Yes," he said. "Though the earth charmer is long gone, you won't find her." Patrick didn't comprehend it, refused to. And yet, there was that yawning abyss inside him, threatening to swallow him whole. The woman grimaced. "Never mind. We have soldiers in every surrounding province. We'll round her up." "What do you want with her?" Theodore asked, his eyes darting between them. Pieces of Patrick broke away from the rest. He began to recall snippets of Nina's questions, her curiosity, the tunnel. The woman frowned. "Lord Tanner will want to reward you both for your success." Theodore hesitated. "Success?" The woman frowned, suspicion dawning. "We received word from Polly Prescott that Demelius Becker was dead," she said carefully. "We've been ordered to find a man named Patrick Coulson and bring him back to Bellavere City." Patrick stopped breathing, stopped moving at all. The fires coalesced, flourished. "Why?" Theodore asked, looking to Patrick on the ground. True confusion marring the terror. "Why, Patrick?" The woman's eyes followed Theodore's. She looked to the ground where Patrick lay strewn, bleeding, wrapped in a turmoil she couldn't see. She looked back to Theodore with increasing wariness. "If you know where Coulson is, you ought to tell us now, Mr. Shop. Or you'd be aiding the last alchemist in the trench." Theodore's eyes widened. He swallowed. Then, with horrible finality, he pointed one finger down to the ground where Patrick lay. The woman's eyes lit up. "Take them all," she said. And a ring of fire appeared, circling Theodore, Donnie, and Patrick. Its flames so tall Patrick could hardly see past them. He threw himself onto all fours, retrieved his gun. The heat made him pant wildly, made his eyes stream. Donnie helped him stand, and Patrick tried to blink through the flames. "Fuck!" Donnie cursed, his gun swinging wildly. "I can't hear shit with all this fire, Pat. Which way?"
But Patrick could hardly breathe, hardly see. Suddenly, there was a shudder, a rapidly growing roar. Patrick looked over his shoulder in time to see a wall of water rising from the canal behind. It hurtled upward, impossibly tall. He heard suction as it was drawn from every possible corner, collecting into a giant murky wave over the artisan forces, its white cap teeming, tipping. Patrick heard shouts, pounding feet. Theodore grunted, "Brace yourself." And Patrick had only enough time to cocoon his head in his arms before the water walloped down. It barreled over rooftops and thundered down walls. It came down onto the street with enough force to break bones, to crack skulls onto the pavement. It came down like a hand of God, crushing all beneath its palm. But not over Theodore, Donny, or Patrick, who existed in their own dry cupola, contained by deluge on every side. When the water finished its colossal wave against doors and buildings and slid off gutters, it rushed back to the canals, carrying with it misshapen men and bent rifles. It left the roofs sagging, the coal works steaming, Theodore's hands and teeth shaking to holy hell. Theodore watched those broken bodies become discarded on the cobbles or be sucked into the canals, eyes bulging. He looked at his hands, and Patrick wondered if he imagined them covered in blood. "We need to hurry," Theodore said meekly, as though there wasn't enough breath in his lungs to draw from. "If they're looking for Nina, we need to find her first." But Patrick lifted his working arm. He pointed his pistol directly at Theodore's mouth and watched as all colour bled from the man's face. "Patrick, I just saved your life." "Tell me if it's true," he said simply. The words scratched at his throat and came out tattered. "Please, tell me. Did Tanner send her to me?" Theodore's eyes fell to the gun, and then back onto Patrick. He seemed to be waning, just as Nina had, after she'd saved Kenton Hill from an entire landslide. His energies were spent. "Tanner is the reason she came here," he said earnestly. "But she wanted to stay for you." But there were only so many people on the continent who knew what he was and what he could do. Nina sold him to Tanner. Nina had brought hell to Kenton Hill. He was a fool after all. Patrick pulled the trigger. A Turanian bullet firing from the barrel, coursing through air barriers towards Theo's teeth. It stopped mid-air. Theo recoiled away from the blast, his eyes screwed shut. It took him several moments to look through the slits of his eyes, to see the black bullet levitating before him. "Why did you come back?" Patrick asked. "The truth this time." Theo shuddered delicately. "I was angry when I left you that letter," he said. "But by the time I reached the next town, I regretted it. I was worried you might hurt her, and I had to come back, just to make sure. I hadn't shot her." Patrick spat. Theo eyed the bullet and nodded once. "You love her," Patrick surmised. And Theo nodded again. "It's the only reason you're not dead now, you hear me?" The man exhaled in a gust. The bullet kissed the bridge of his nose. "You'll put out the rest of the fires," Patrick commanded. "It'll give me time to consider whether I shouldn't blast you away." Theo swallowed, nodded.
We should hurry.
Indeed, Kenton still burned. To the north, nearer to the square, the fires spread of their own accord, no longer compelled by anything but their own appetite. Patrick collected his bullet, replaced it in the chamber, grimaced against the pain in his shoulder. He collected the rifle from where it lay.
Come on,
he said, running with Donnie and Theodore in tow, back toward the sounds of rampant artillery. He collected the blossoming truth of it all, buried it deep. After all, it was likely that by night's end, both he and Theodore would lay dead. He'd be relieved from the knife in his middle.
She lied to you,
sang a voice.
Outsmarted you. You were too stupid to see it.
Patrick ran faster. He passed every familiar building like a comet.
And you can't even kill her for it, can you? Taunted the voice.
Chapter 66. Nina. The bangs and blasts wrenched me from unconsciousness. My neck tilted at an uncomfortable angle. A splintering pain pulsed behind my right eye. My back reclined over something solid and unforgiving. Ration sacks. The confines of the bunker began to free themselves from the dark. I was underground again, beneath a grate most likely. I forced my reluctant hands to search along the gritty floor, forced my knees to crawl until I found a wall. My hands searched each crevice of mortar until they found a lantern. I pulled its cord and blinked against the sudden relief of light. I was alone and trapped. The bunker cover above was firmly in place. When I tried to push it away, it did not budge. And beyond it, the fighting raged on. It shook the brickwork, shook the lantern in its sconce, and at every shot, I pictured Otto, Scotty, Briggs, Donnie. I pictured Gunnar, Patrick. They could all be dead. How long had I been unconscious? With a grunt of frustration, I hit the timber that fortified the ceiling, and was surprised when it shuddered in response. The bunker cover turned an inch, and the timber shuddered some more. I backed away in time for the cover to lift away completely, and the faces of two strangers hovered above, their eyes frenzied. One of them had blood dribbling from his lip. Both wore the artisan military insignia on their lapels.
"It's the Earth Charmer,"
one said. He had a Western accent, clipped and precise.
"Thank Idia,"
said the other. He even smiled. And though I despised myself, I covered my ears against the noise and said, "Help me, please. My name is Nina Clark." The town square had turned into a smouldering mess. I blinked at the walls of smoke, tried to grasp the movement all around. It seemed the entire world was churning. Thousands of bodies colliding and melding and separating.
"Keep moving,"
commanded the soldier, voice at my ear.
"We'll have you safely away into the tunnel, Miss Clark. Keep your head down."
Death was everywhere. Another body hit the pavement every second. Bayonets sprouted through backs and necks and stomachs. A spray of bullets weaved through the Navy uniforms. I saw it unfolding in horrific slowness. Through the smoke, rooftops gave way. The crafters were losing.
"Hurry, miss."
What use were shells and pistols and ticking mines against thousands of soldiers? Kenton Hill couldn't win. It was plain to see. Somewhere in the chaos, I saw Gunnar's arm swing wildly, a blade in his grasp. His eyes were deadened, his teeth gritted. I realized that he must have discerned, surely, that it was all hopeless. But they would all keep fighting. The miners' union would bleed themselves dry into the square to keep the Lord's army from filtering outward for as long as they could. They would place themselves in the way of those soldiers and their families, their neighbours, and give them time to run. Many would make it to the tunnels, to safety. That was all they could hope for now. I saw Gunner's head descend below the fray, and let loose a sob. I prayed that Patrick was still in Baymouth, far away. The doors to Marguerite's materialised through the smoke. Its windows shattered, the strange wooden mannequins riddled through.
"Get inside, miss,"
said the soldier at my back, his breath saturated in fear, in urgency. A stray bullet hit the last remaining window at our side. But a different sound was growing. Something that quelled the booms and bangs of the square. It was enough to halt the scream of the artillery. I turned abruptly, as did every pair of eyes, and they settled on a glinting wall of glass. No, not glass. Water. It grew and morphed into a monstrous mass above, swallowing the rooftops to the south, smothering the flames, coursing closer at a tremendous speed. And the men began to run. They ran to the perimeter of the square and curled their bodies like snails, or else bashed at the confines that imprisoned them beneath this wave. It skirted the southern rooftops, and I closed my eyes before the water hammered down. For several manic moments, the only sound was a violent rush of water. It ripped the hand from my shoulder, knocked limbs in every direction. I was being carried, rolled, spun head over heel. I felt my bones strain against that which they collided with, and I only had enough sense to hold my breath, to shut my eyes. I was discarded onto the cobbles, limp, bruised, panting. The water dispersed supernaturally, as quickly as it had arrived. I coughed among the cacophony of 1,000 coughs, tried to make sense of that which had become senseless. I was dizzy, displaced. There was a man lying across my stomach who I feared was dead. He did not flinch as I crawled out from under him. All around, soldiers and crafters lifted their heads, peeled themselves off shop fronts and away from broken glass. Through the square's brick arch, 3 figures emerged. I could have distinguished them in less favourable conditions. Even in the night, amid the haze of steam, I knew these men. Patrick, Theodore, Donnie. Theodore walked forward on legs that looked unwilling, exhausted. But it was Patrick that I watched. He stalked to the middle of the square, his shoulder blooming red. And he stood alone. Then, horrifyingly, he held a pistol to his own head. There was sudden movement from my left, a man standing. Gunner.
"Patty!"
he called brokenly. Gunner held onto his stomach, where a wound bled profusely. He stumbled.
"Patty, what are you?"
Patrick looked once to Gunner, and his face crumpled slightly, but he looked quickly away. With a thunderous voice, he bellowed,
"I am Patrick Coulson, the last remaining alchemist."
And he pulled from his pocket a black rock, no bigger than his palm. More men stirred. Many in navy uniform stood unsteadily. They raised their weapons. But the Terranium rock was instantly recognizable, so coveted in recent months. It stayed them. Patrick let the rock rise from his fingertips, let it float high above them all, and pulverized it. It turned to powder and fell to Patrick's feet. The Lord's infantry seemed to pause collectively. Barrel ends wavered. Soldiers looked warily to one another. Patrick did not lower the pistol from his head.
"If you leave this town now, with no further fight, I will go with you willingly."
His hand around the pistol tightened.
"But if another bullet is fired at any man or woman of Kenton Hill, I will pull this trigger, and the water charmer behind me will fill this entire square."
"No," I muttered, though I could not seem to fish oxygen from the air. I tried to rise to my feet, but there was a long cut on my thigh. It burned fiercely, and I stumbled. "No!" I yelled. And he heard it. He found me in that mess of bodies, fallen and battered. His eyes welled. His jaw pulsed. And he shifted his eyes away again.
Leave now,
he said again.
and my soldiers will lay down their guns. No, Pat,
Gunnar shouted, blood seeping through his fingers.
And they will vacate this square.
Patrick! I shouted.
They will not try to stop you from taking me.
His hand shook. His chest quaked.
But hear this. I will gladly shoot myself now if another of my own is struck down. Don't think I won't use this second to do it. Stand down.
There was confusion from soldier and crafter both.
Stand down,
called Patrick, and he cocked the hammer. A general with ranking stripes on his uniform moved forward slowly. He held his bayonet in one hand, its barrel skyward. His other hand was raised, placating. His eyes were pinned to Patrick.
Easy,
he said, and then over his shoulder,
Hold your fire.
It seemed unnecessary. Every fighter was washed up. Half the ones still standing had lost their weapon, or seemed unsure whether to point it at a man with a gun to his own head. Otto had risen from the lot. He hobbled to Gunnar's side, tried to pull him back.
Direct your men to retreat,
said the general to Patrick,
and I'll do the same.
My eyes were glued to that pistol at Patrick's temple. I felt suddenly, horribly sure that he meant what he said, that he'd rather shoot himself here than see the rest of Kenton Hill burn. He'd rather give himself in to the artisans. No, I whispered, standing, falling.
All miners,
Patrick called, and his voice wavered. He closed his eyes, but kept the gun poised.
To the hills, to your families, now.
It happened in painful increments. The surviving fighters of Kenton Hill rose. Some hoisted injured comrades over their shoulders. Others ran without looking back.
Go!
Patrick bellowed to those more stubborn.
Now!
And perhaps they saw the desperation in his face. Perhaps they saw then this last gift Patrick had granted them. A thread of victory, the smallest of consolations. Patrick held the pistol steadfast.
Tell your men to get back into the fucking hole they came from,
Patrick seethed.
Or you'll be telling Tanner it was all for naught.
The general gestured to his soldiers, a silent command. Slowly, they slunk back through the doors of Marguerite's, their boots crunching over the glass. Warily, each retreated, miner and soldier, with red-rimmed eyes and blood on their hands. They took the wounded with them, and the square emptied. The Lord's army dwindled to a small legion. And I saw Theodore slink away, back into the shadows of the alley he'd come from, his eyes to the ground, as though he could not bear to meet anyone's gaze. But Gunnar refused to move. Otto remained at his side, and was joined by Scotty, his eyebrow split, and Briggs, whose ear hung in bloody tatters, and Donny, who touched his forehead to Gunnar's. Scotty laid down his weapon first, then the rest. They peeled the rifle from Gunnar's unwilling fingers, and the man let out a gut-wrenching yell. I rose from the ground, then ran across the cobbles, unbalanced on my injured leg, past the general and all the way to Patrick, who did not react when I crushed myself to him, closing my arms around his middle. I clutched him as a drowning person clutches a raft. I shook and shivered and dug my fingers in. I sobbed and thought they needed a knife to cut me away. I thought, at least they'll take us both. But when I looked up into Patrick's face, he did not look back. He looked over me, away from me. The pistol remained at his temple, and when he spoke, his voice was ice cold.
Run,
he said, and then more brokenly,
no.
And I didn't understand it at first. Didn't recognize the hurt, the hatred. Not until his fingers curled over mine and ripped them harshly from his coat. He pushed me away.
Go,
He said once more.
Theo will find you.
There was a resolve in his face, the one a convicted man wears as the noose pinches tight. But I shook my head.
No,
I said, and I heard him curse as I turned my back, heard him call to me as I took a step toward the general. My name is Nina Clark, I said loudly, and I watched recognition dawn as he took in the sight of me. The Earth Charmer.
Traitor!
Gunnar thundered, his eyes streaming. Scotty and Otto held him back at either side. But the general nodded. 2 soldiers came toward me. They grasped my upper arms.
Lower the gun now, boy,
the general called to Patrick.
Throw it to the ground.
I looked over my shoulder in time to see Patrick lift the pistol off his temple, only to point it directly at the general. Several things happened at once. The remaining soldiers raised their weapons. A blade flashed in Gunnar's hand, and Patrick said very clearly,
You'll take me alone, and let the Earth Charmer go.
The general looked from Patrick to me, his hand still raised.
We've orders to bring her back to the House of Lords, he said, alive. Then you'll be breaking those orders,
Patrick said.
Now, tell your men to let her go.
The general seemed to deliberate for a long moment. Then, he sighed and said,
I'll at least thank you for removing that pistol from your head.
And the gun was wrenched from Patrick's hand, as though something invisible pulled it. It fired once as Patrick tried to keep his grasp around its trigger, but the bullet only shattered a far-off window. The pistol flew into the general's hand. He smiled at it.
We'll be taking you both, he said. No!
Gunnar roared, and he made to lunge at the officer, but the blade in his hand turned on him, and the wound it made buckled him in half.
Gunnar!
Patrick shouted.
Tell your men not to be foolish,
the smith said.
The fight's over.
Chapter 67. Nina. The soldiers tied our hands in front of us, walked us through Marguerite's modern ladies, seamstress extraordinaire, over the wooden debris, and into the storage room, where the trapdoor lay open and waiting. I moved to the whim of the soldiers, as if through a nightmare. My legs not my own, the gut-wrenching shouts of Gunnar ringing out from the square. They grew weak quickly, and I imagined pints of blood slipping free, drawing the life from him. Before I was lowered into the pit, the shouts ceased. Patrick and I stood before the shaft and its pulleys to the tunnel we'd built together. We were not lowered immediately. Before the soldiers could begin operating the pulleys, they were interrupted by feet staggering down the path. 3 men came into view. 2 were soldiers, and between them was Theo, his face badly battered, his head lolled on his shoulders, unconscious.
Found the water charmer,
one of the soldiers said. The rest of the navy blues cheered, slapped their comrades' backs as Theo was dumped into the shaft.
Let's see what his father has to say about that stunt, eh?
The shaft lift sank down to its fathoms, its joints clanking, metal screeching. And as darkness fell, I couldn't see Patrick, but I could feel him beside me, his shoulder pressed to mine. I let it soothe me. We'll find a way out, I thought. I'll find us a way out. Patrick, I said, not caring who heard me. But no answer followed. Instead, I felt him shift suddenly. I felt the entire breadth of his weight shove me into the wall of the shaft. I felt his forearm push into the column of my throat. The space filled with the shouts of men. I heard them scramble in the dark, trying to make sense of the movement, grasping blindly at Patrick's back. I felt my eyes water and could hear my own blood pounding in my ears. And his lips were at my ear. His speech was strangled, but I heard it clearly.
If there was ever a small part of you that loved me,
he said,
then you will sink this tunnel, bury us all.
and then he was gone, pulled away by the soldiers at his back. Oxygen rushed back into my lungs.
"Someone tie him up!"
The shaft clanked interminably downward. There was a sharp thwack as a soldier struck Patrick with a baton. And somewhere beneath us, cycling up the shaft, a canary sang.